nothing's over until it's over, and like I got mountain smooth, so I need to like get going or whatever. I don't know. Is this even working? I don't think it's working. Why was I hating my Coke? Why is there a minute countdown to start up? Why does it take a minute and 30 seconds to test the network interface? What the hell? The sound's not even working. Just restart. Now it's working. So, I don't know. I'm writing a JavaScript engine. I have to write a shader first, because I can't find a program on Linux. There is a program that could possibly work, but I don't want to bother to download it, because I'm running on a 16-year-old PC, a first gen i7. It's a potato, so I'm writing my JavaScript engine for potatoes, so it'll run. So anything that runs on this potato will run on any modern potato. Like this computer is 16 years old, first gen i7. So on the potato index for computers, it's one potato. What's the most modern Intel? Like 14th gen? Maybe 15th? Fourteenth gen. Alright, so 14th generation CPU is 14 potato on the potato index. If you're gonna rate computers by potatoes. I wrote a JavaScript engine like 7-8 years ago that's faster than Chrome. By faster I mean like fast enough for video game development, so you can design video games. I might not stay with the web browser, I might just use the JavaScript syntax and then make a video game engine separate from the browser. But I can also like download Chromium, make a whole new kind of web browser. Just like how what is it, Edge Chromium? Edge Chromium, just like Edge Chromium. Things that are out of date, non-performant, overall garbage, everything dies and gets replaced at some point. So like just how Edge adopted Chromium into their engine because Microsoft Edge couldn't keep up with the competition.
Global add Google search. Coda 64 edition X.
Why can't this thing work? Like, I clearly highlighted this text, then decides to read the tabs that are open. So now it'll work after I click it, I think. There it goes.
Is the current version of the Microsoft Edge web browser, released on the 15th of January, 2020. It is built on the Chromium open source project, which also serves as the foundation for Google Chrome. This means Edge Chromium shares the same core technology and provides a similar user experience with improved performance and compatibility.
If Edge Chromium, if Edge actually added any kind of
improved performance,
then Edge wouldn't have adopted Chromium. And to even talk about the word
compatibility.
What a fucking joke. So I don't know. I guess there's some things that money can't buy. Even back in 2009, when the JavaScript standard was only the ECMA. JavaScript is a brand, ECMA is a standard. Back in 2009, when this standard was only 252 pages. Companies worth trillions of dollars were unable and are still unable to meet the standard. In 2024, the modern, quote, modern edition of the standard is (816 pages). So I guess there's some things that money can't buy. But I guess open source can. And that's not fair to people to contribute to open source to not get full credit or get paid for anything that they invest into that open source project. And it's not fair that companies can use open source projects, make them closed source, and then claim like, oh, it's open source, we did a whole lot of the work. It's just not fair, so I don't know. But the fact that companies, trillion-dollar companies, can't meet 252 pages of a standard back in 2009, with hundreds of employees, now they have thousands of employees. They couldn't have split up between a couple hundred people, you two do this page, you two that page, to meet a whole standard. And yet, they say, oh, we're JavaScript, and we're ECMA 2, we meet the ECMA 262. They don't fucking meet the fucking standard. You can't skip a page of a standard and then say you meet the goddamn standard. And then there's a test 262 that's used to prove that the browser meets the standard. I don't know, I said earlier I have mountains to move. I do have mountains to move. And when it comes to standards, I'm going to blow standards out of the water. And when it comes to compatibility, I'm actually to show what it takes to actually meet the word compatibility. Compatibility means you don't fuck over people on 16-year-old computers, especially if it's the same exact architecture. If Intel doesn't have the money to develop a new architecture, to make something brand new, if the computer has not changed in 16 years, but the amount of money that goes in your pocket does, it's not fair to take money and expect more money when you're not going to fucking update your fucking hardware. You're just going to keep selling the customer the same old shit. The same fucking computer, just more cores. Making a higher end potato and asking for more money. That's just not fair. And it's not fair that software goes along with it because they're all tied together. So I don't know, life's not fair. It's like this is a 16-year-old PC. So I'm going to optimize my JavaScript engine that I wrote 7 years ago to run on this computer and other potatoes, and then I'm going to add support for AVX, SAMD, a whole bunch of other stuff. All the stuff that a current JavaScript engine doesn't do, I'm also going to modify the JavaScript engine standard for video games. So I'm going to meet the standard so I can meet the standard. And I'm going to stream from page 1 to page 816. Every single section of the standard. I'm going to timestamp it. I'm going to go through piece by piece to show that my engine meets every single check or box that needs to be checked in the standard. And I don't know. First I have to finish up writing a shader. I'm also going to do the 2009 standard first because it's smaller, it's only 2 pages. So I'm going to meet the standard first and then I'll do the standard. And I'll release whatever. So I have to finish up making a shader. Let's make a little note. So I'm going to chat by here. Which JavaScript engine has fully met the 2009 ECMA 262? There's also the test 262. There's so many things, but whatever. The goal of the test 262 is to provide test material that covers every observational behavior specified in the ECMA. What did they change this? What's ECMA 414? What? Huh? This is 262. In the implementation of the ECMA 262. What? What the heck is a 414? What? I don't understand these standards. Wait, that's it? Huh? What? How is this a standard? This standard has... It has 10 pages to it. What does that even mean? So it covers scope, normative information. Oh. Is this a standard that standardizes standards that make up standard? What does the word standard even mean? It's like a 2-page document. It's got a footer page with empty, nothing on it, and another footer page. This is like an essay when they ask you to write a paragraph, you write a sentence, and then put extra words in it. Okay, I'll get back to this. Okay, so basically, I'm gonna ask Chatbot which engines have ever met the 2009 ECMA 262 standard for JavaScript. And I'm gonna get today to finishing up a shader, part 2. I have to make a shader. That basically does this. And I need to keep it very minimal. This is a 16-year-old PC. It does have a newer GPU in it. A 5-year-old GPU, I think. Except basically, there was a shader I was using on Windows 11 before I came over to Linux. And Windows 11 is terrible. Especially the 64-bit toolchain. Windows 11 decided to not port half the library to 64-bit to depreciate things, and that's ridiculous. So instead of like doing the new bullshit that Windows does, I'm just fuck Windows, I'm done with Windows. But Linux actually ported everything from 32-bit to 64-bit. Okay, so I gotta like... Windows is dying anyways. They're not gonna make it. They're gonna end up just like the Windows Phone. If you don't know what the Windows Phone is, you don't know what the Windows Phone is. That's that simple. And when Windows dies, because everything dies, it's just a matter of when. If you didn't know what Windows was, then you don't know what Windows was. That's life. So like this is a shader. Is it wine? Shader glass. So it says Windows Capture API is not present. Only file input will be possible. So the whole Windows API capture is like the one thing I need. Because I'm working on JavaScript Engine, I have to update to meet the whole standard to say that it meets, that it's JavaScript or whatever. And I'll be the first to like actually meet the entire fucking standard. And it's ridiculous that companies worth trillions of dollars can't even meet a 200-page standard. So if we go to here, so I was streaming earlier on Windows, and I'm off Windows because Windows is gonna die, and I'm not gonna conform to the bullshit. Instead, I'm gonna set new standards. And I guess show how it's done, because if one person could do it, how the fuck can companies worth trillions of dollars not do it. Where's, oh, input. Alright, so the shader works with an image in a wine. It's a simulator. So this is just, I don't know, an image. I thought it was a video wallpaper, but it was an image. But then I did find the video wallpaper of it. Alright, so this shader has different options. I gotta drop the bitrate. I hate the streaming software. They lock you in at one bitrate. You can't just, it won't, you should be able to set the bitrate you want, and then it should send the stream, and then fluctuate up and down based on if it can handle the bandwidth, and then drop frames now and then. But instead, they lock you in at the bitrate you pick, and they just send it, and then the whole stream will lag out. And if it can't keep up, it like buffers up video or something, and then the video gets way out of sync with the audio. I don't know. It's the year 2025. I'm gonna shout out, what year is it? Because it sure feels like the fucking 1970s. For fuck's sake. So, what year is it? It's the year 2025. So like, motherfuckers, it's the year 2025. There should be higher standards in software industry. It's time to stop fucking the customer, for fuck's sake. In things that are open source, they're the consumer. Stop fucking the consumer. I'm tired of subpar shit. So I'm making some better shit. So anyways, this is a shader. I want this shader. So I can't get the desktop into here because I can only send an image. This is also running on Wine. It's an emulator. So I can like work on my JavaScript engine, and then I can distort the display, pixelate it. Really input, pixel size. So I can pixelate it so you can't see clearly what I'm working on, but you have an idea. Because if I show my JavaScript engine the source code, then it's free. And there's no point in making an engine if everyone can steal it. Because if everyone can steal it, then it'd be open source. And if everyone can steal it, then companies like Microsoft Edge, companies worth trillions of dollars, would be able to get free code, update their engine for free, and continue with their bullshit, like fucking over the customer, making money. Bill Gates was on Epstein's list for a reason. There's a whole bunch of pedophiles and disgusting people in power. I don't know. It's time for things to change. And it's not fair that you can get shit for free. So I'm not giving away free shit. My shit's gonna be expensive as shit. So I can't just like show the code for free. I gotta get a shader set up. That's what I'm doing today. So like this program is a shader. I can't get it working on Linux. And it eats up too much CPU to run the program. So I gotta write my own program. But it's basically gonna do this or whatever. So I'm working on code I can't show because I don't want to give it away for free. I'll like switch over to the screen so you can't see it, but then I'll go back and show like the normal desktop when I'm showing code that it doesn't matter if I show it. So that's what shader is, that's what I'm making, whatever. But then I hate the command line because HTML is so much better. So I'm writing the shader in an ASM assembly, whatever. I'm gonna update a little web page. Where did I put it? What's that desktop? I have I don't know, my shader desktop for DT. 10 folder here. So the assembly, outputting to an HTML formatted file. And I can run my shader or whatever, and I'll have it update this window. I have to stylize it still. I do have like a whole full-blown website maker. Web design sucks. It's really... Find it really quick. Maybe it's somewhere in here. Copy this over. And it's gonna take a second. Linux is so much faster than Windows at transferring files. So as a 16-year-old PC, that's what this computer is, whatever. Linux still runs on it perfectly fine. Windows doesn't. And for Windows to say the word.
Compatibility.
That's a big fucking joke. And they really don't care about
User experience.
I can't believe they'd even say the word security or safety. Usually they're like the most secure, the most, I don't know, whatever. But for actual,
compatibility,
I'm writing my JavaScript engine for this one potato computer, and I'm gonna write for like the newer instruction sets, or like add-ons to the ISA, the instruction set, architecture, whatever. So I'm actually gonna be compatible with like the old computers and the new ones. That's what compatibility means. Literally, what the word compatibility means. Hypocritical for some people to say words, and they don't do what they mean. Okay, so I'm gonna ask Chatbot which JavaScript engine has ever met the ECMA 262/2009 standard. I'm gonna open up web page editor, whatever. Alright, so I'm asking Chatbot.
what JavaScript Engine implementation has ever met, fully met, the entirety of the ECMA 262 December 2009.
Would you look at that?
As of now, no JavaScript engine has ever fully implemented 100% of ECMA 262, 5th edition December 2009, at least not permanently and verifiably according to official test suites like Test 262, the conformance test suite maintained by TC39, the committee behind the ECMA script standard.
Oh, everything is so out of context. Alright, so if I Google, does Google Chrome meet? Or does Google Chrome pass the test 262? Ah, this is so whatever. It's so nuanced. I hate the word nuanced. Oh, I guess, okay, so.
Yes, Chrome is generally considered to pass the test 262, the official ECMA script conformance test suite.
Oh, what? How can you be generally considered? That's like saying, it'd be like someone saying, I went to college for art school and I'm a brain surgeon, and I'm generally considered to pass the test for being a brain surgeon. No, just no. You can't be generally considered to pass.
Generally considered to pass.
What the fuck? Anyways. This is why no engine has ever met the standard. So like, just again, whatever. Back in 2009, only 252. Do you know how many pages that is? That is so many. And like, It includes blank pages in the index itself. And like the ECMA 414, this is only like 8 pages, and most of it isn't even text. How difficult could it be for companies worth trillions of dollars to meet? 252 pages. I don't get it. It shouldn't be that difficult. So I guess this is why Chapter explained it.
Key points. Test 262 is the official test suite for ECMA script conformance. It is extremely thorough and includes thousands of tests covering edge cases of the specification. Engines like V8, used in Chrome and Node.js, SpiderMonkey, used in Firefox, JavaScript Core, used in Safari, and Chakra used in older versions of Edge, have all aimed for full conformance with ECMA Script 5, ES5, but...
How can you aim for something? How can you miss the target? And still claim you can cook? And be like, look, we have an engine. No, you got shit. Got jack shit.
Full passing of all Test 262 tests is rare at any given time due to the evolving nature of the tests and engines. There are often small deviations or bugs in corner cases. Any given time.
This is 2009. Fucking nothing has changed since 2009. They've added to it, but they still can't even meet the 2009 standard. So, what a lame excuse. I don't know, trillions of dollars. 252 pages? How much money would that cost? How do you spell trillion? Oh, whatever.
If $1 trillion was split up into 252 chunks, how much money would be in each?
Alright, so $4 billion. Alright, let's say like Google. They decide to spend $1 trillion to meet the full standard. They were like, fix their engine, all the bugs. all the bugs. All the bugs. Like, what if they fixed all the bugs? Imagine if the web browser fixed every single bug. Imagine how much cheaper it would be to make a website. Imagine how much money you would have to charge. You wouldn't have to charge an arm and a leg. Somebody wouldn't have to pay a customer. A customer wouldn't have to pay an arm and a leg to buy a website. You wouldn't have to chop off your arms and legs to make the website. Imagine how much easier life would be. I don't know. What do I know? So, I'm gonna ask Chatbot if $4 billion per page of the 252 ECMA standard would be enough to afford meeting the entire standard. And see what Chatbot says, because that seems totally reasonable. If you got paid $4 billion and you know how to program, would you be able to meet one page of the standard? I mean, how fucking difficult could it possibly be? For fuck's sake. Alright, so the web browser has several parts. I'm just talking in general at this point. She'd say web design is a terrible experience. That sucks. Be more specific. Alright, so I'm gonna chat about this.
At $4 billion US dollars per each one page of the ECMA 262 5th edition December 2009. Would that be enough to meet the 252-page JavaScript standard? Because web design is a terrible experience, and it costs too much to design a website, and too expensive for people to afford buying a website. If all the bugs were fixed, and standards were met, would that be enough money?
And Chatbot says,
You're expressing a very real frustration. Web development is complex, costly, and often inconsistent. Let's break your question down.
now, that's funny Chatbot said that. It said,
Expressing a very real frustration.
it didn't say, you're perceiving because it's legit and it's factual. Lots of things chatbot will say perceptual or like, I don't know. So even chatbot knows this is factual. It's not perception, the bugs with modern software and stuff. It's an experience. And it's very frustrating. If you want something, do it right. If you want something done right, whatever, you gotta do it yourself. So I'm gonna start doing things for myself.
Input symbol for numbers. The math. If you had $4 billion per page for 252 pages of ECMA 262, 5th edition, you'd have.
Did chatbot not do the math right? Or did I type in the wrong number? 252 pages. 252 pages. Did chatbot do the math wrong? Is this the side effect of EEC standard rounding? What is it? The IEEE 754. Let's see here. Times 252. Is chatbot dumb? I mean, this is like real close. Man, rounding is stupid as fuck. Especially the IE 754 standard. It's a fucking joke. There's better ways to round numbers. And this sucks. I mean, it's so close. But it's just not there. Imagine if you're getting heart surgery and they're like working on something and then it depends on like numbers. And some gets messed up because it's like so close, but just not right. I mean, it's off by 1. So close. But just missed the ball. But here, how did it rounded over even though I gave it? Okay, I don't understand how chatbot does math. This is just ridiculous. It's not that complex to add numbers and stuff. How does $4 billion? Oh, I get it. Because This is a little bit more than enough, not under. Okay, never mind, whatever. Okay, so since it was just under, it gave me 4 billion. Alright, whatever. So it says
That's $1.008 trillion USD, so yes, more than enough to fund the theoretical full and perfect implementation of the ECMA script standard across all engines, platforms, and devices, with billions left over.
I'm gonna ask it, then how has no engine ever met the 2009 ECMA standard? Because it doesn't cost $1 trillion to be a standard. It really shouldn't cost much. So I'm asking chatbot,
How has no company ever met the ECMA? 262 5th edition December 2009 when they released JavaScript Engine implementations. If they have more than enough money, you say so, yes. More than enough to fund the theoretical full and perfect implementation of the ECMA script standard across all engines, platforms, and devices, with billions left over. How much would it cost then?
alright, so I reworded it. I'm asking chatbot this, along with the ending.
How has no company ever met the ECMA 262 5th edition December 2009 when they released JavaScript Engine implementations? You said. It's the year 2025 at this point, it's been years.
And chatbot says,
You're asking one of the most insightful and frustrating questions in modern computing.
modern computing. This is a 16-year-old PC running off the modern multi-core i7 CPU architecture. Very modern. What is this? A hidden file? Alright, so like this is not a very fancy website. And I'm writing an assembly, so like writes to the file makes this website. Because HTML is a markup language, whatever. So I can just write code to a file. Dang it, why is that on the last desktop? And then format it by changing the text to look like HTML. And then, therefore it's HTML. I don't know, I'm tired of high-level languages. They all blow. And they're slow, they're bloated. It takes several languages to do something that you can do in a fucking assembly language on the CPU itself, in the language of the CPU. That hasn't changed since like 17 years or 16 years. And it's still designed off the original CPU. I won't get into it. Nothing's changed. So I could, I don't know, fancy up the website. Where is the corner window? I can't find the corner. Isn't this corner? Does it not have a corner? Come on. Is that the corner or is that moving it? What? Is that the corner? Nope. Okay, I guess on Linux, there's no corner to this box. This runs way smoother on Linux. This is really weird. Oh wait, there's a corner. There it is. Like holy crap, this is way better on Linux. Oh my god, I cannot get the corner. There we go. I'm just gonna open everything, I guess. Oh, it's lagging. Alright, so I gotta finish writing this shader. I gotta finish up the intro. And I gotta release JavaScript Engine. I might have to make a game engine too. That's why I'm writing a shader. Because I might not sell my engine or release it. I might just make an engine myself, a game engine, that has JavaScript syntax. Because major corporations, they don't like to play nice, and I'm not going to deal with bullshit. So like, when I go to release the engine, I don't know, I'll figure it out as I go. But if I have to write, or if I have to like make a video game engine, then I will. So I don't know, I might have to learn how to write stuff for the video code anyways. So making a shader, which is that program earlier, I'm just gonna do it or whatever. So then I can like, at least get my feet wet. And if I end up having to write a shader, then I'll write a shader. Because I'm writing my JavaScript engine, and I'm gonna meet the standard. The 800 page standard. It's doing it from page 1 to 816. Every single paragraph or section in the standard. I'm gonna timestamp it in the video. And I'm just getting stuff set up. This is just a process till I get there. Because it's gonna take a little bit longer to get to this point where I can actually go through standard. And nobody likes the process, and the process really doesn't matter. All that matters is a product. And I don't know. The CPU is a processor. And it does tons of processes. And nobody cares about the processor. It's about what runs on the processor. So I don't know, I just made that connection too. And even though this is a 17-year-old processor, or 16, it's still a processor. i7 860. And if you get a computer that has a processor, even if it's a slower processor, because it's not the newest processor, it's like 16 years old. I don't know. Even if you get an old processor, it's still a processor, and the process itself matters, so the processor matters. And it's not fair for software to make things not run good on old processors. So I'm gonna make sure my engine runs on old processors and the new ones too. because like the money is in video games. In a video game engine that runs on old hardware and new hardware, there's more money to be made. Like, duh. But I guess maybe there's more money in getting paid to make things not run on other competitors, whatever. Just kind of like NVIDIA does with Windows, how they kick out AMD. So I don't know. But my engine's going to run on old hardware and new hardware. But it still has to be 64-bit. I'm not going to do 32-bit. I'm saying 64-bit. Alright, so this web page looks like this. This is the web page that makes this web page over the code of it, HTML markup, made from assembly program. Then I'm making the shader in. This is like complete tyranny to mix assembly with HTML. It's like, I don't know. Alright, so I got doc type, HTML. Or I could just use the inspector. Alright, good, open. Yeah, no, web design sucks. They just update the browser and they gotta update the whole stupid website. That also depends on context. I don't know, stuff's changing web design, but not really. See, doc type, HTML. Oh no, it's not working. Half of it's missing. Right now it's working. That's why web design sucks. I think it's when I resized the browser. Damn it. The updates don't always trigger. And the mouse input keeps getting stuck. Oh my god. So frustrating. It's getting stuck because the mouse down doesn't always trigger mouse up. Or mouse, yes, that's it. it doesn't always trigger, so like the mouse gets stuck in an up state. And you gotta like turn off the last click when the next click's detected. It's just so terrible. So leave this. Oh, dang it. Refresh it again. Or not. Okay, I think it's working. Let's put this over here. Alright, so I need doc.html. Really, it's stuck. I hold on control. I guess I can't just make up a new element. I'm never gonna make another website GUI interface. This is terrible. Oh my god, the web browser's a piece of crap. Oh, just click already. So I'm just gonna call it div and give it a property called HTML. Oh my god, freaking. Alright, HTML, language, English. and then meta. I don't know if I have head elements. I hope I do. Otherwise I gotta like restart this. It didn't throw a warning, so I think it's good. Alright, that contains a body. Wait, that was the head. So doc type HTML head. Oh, I gotta put the meta inside. So I drag this in here. Why won't it right click? Oh, come on. This sucks. Alright, it's not Linux compatible. It's not gonna run on here. The freaking inputs are not working. Just work. It's not working. I'm not gonna recode it. So I guess this doesn't run on Linux. I'll just refresh it. Web design is terrible. The web browser is a piece of shit. It's not worth the time. It's so ridiculous. The amount of time to invest into making, holy crap. It can't even get mouse input correctly. I mean, I guess it's too much to expect as a customer or consumer. For companies worth trillions of dollars, it must be too much to expect for a working software development. A software environment, that must be too much to ask for. I mean, it's free, freely provided. It's not free though. I mean, money's made off of user information and spying. So it's not free. And money's being made. So a working software environment shouldn't be too much to ask for. And getting things like a mouse click and making working events in the web browser, that should be totally, I don't know, whatever. I'll just make a simple box. Fuck, it does not work. The goddamn mouse clicks do not work. Can even drag it to this window. Oh, this is so annoying. How hard is it to get the state of the mouse when it's clicked or unclicked? It's not that difficult. I can't drag it. It's not. You know what? Fuck it. I'm done. Fucking fuck this shit. Web design sucks. I'm gonna get some more water.
return a new empty list. Exports list. Exports list. Export specifier. Let names 1 be the exported names of exports list. Let names 2 be the exported names of export specifier. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Export specifier. Module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of module export name. Export specifier. Module export name as module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of the second module export name. 6, 2, 3, 4 static semantics. Export entries. The syntax-directed operation export entries takes no arguments and returns a list of export entry records. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Module. Empty. Return a new empty list. Module item list. Module item list module item. Let entries 1 be export entries of module item list. Let entries 2 be export entries of module item. Return the list concatenation of entries 1 and entries 2. Module item. Import declaration. Statement list item. Return a new empty list. Export declaration. Export from clause. Let module be the sole element of module requests of from clause. Return export entries for module of export from clause with argument module. ECMA International 2024 399. Export declaration. Export named exports. Return export entries for module of named exports with argument null. Export declaration. Export variable statement. Let entries be a new empty list. Let names be the bound names of variable statement. For each element name of names, do a append the export entry record. Null. Name. To entries. Return entries. Export declaration. Let entry.
Alright, so this isn't gonna run on Linux. The website maker thingy.
Do a append the export entry record.
So I'm not gonna bother right now.
To entries. Return entries. Export deck.
It's nice to have a editor to make a website, cause like programming gets old, especially when like the website gets complicated. But this website, it's not gonna get that complex, whatever. So I'll just do it by hand.
Default. Export declaration.
But when it does work, I don't know. I have I'm text to speech, doing text to speech on the standard with Siri, whatever.
New export entry record. Null.
So I don't know. It's not music. It's like the standard being read.
Default assignment expression.
When the website maker does work,
Null. Default. Return entry. 6, 2, 3, 5 static semantics. Export entries for module. The syntax
then it's like, I don't know. I could do like this, whatever.
for module takes argument module.
Make a 3D website and then rotate it and stuff. Because website has a bunch of like 3D stuff in it, but nobody uses it because it costs money to make a website that's 3D.
All but default. Null. Return entry. 00. ECMA International.
It's like when it works.
4. Note default is used within.
I can click on the stupid menus and stuff and add all the features and stuff.
See this note for more detail.
But on Linux, it's not fucking working. It's that software. And software sucks.
Entry be the export entry record.
But software sucks just as much as the CPU.
Export name. Return entry. Named exports. Return a new empty list. Exports list. Exports.
Because the Core i7 860, the 16-year-old PC I have, CPU, since 2009, it's been the same architecture. And even the 64-bit architecture is based off the 32-bit architecture, which is based off the 16-bit architecture, which is actually 8-bit. Nothing has changed ever.
Source name. Be let import name be null. Else.
And it just keeps getting more and more expensive for like the same old shit.
List whose sole element is a new export entry record.
So I asked Chatbot,
Import name. Local name. Source.
how much money would it cost to like fix web browser, because since 2009 I was asking again.
You'll export name. Let export
And I'm gonna like get to back making the shader.
name. If a module is
How much do I finish up today? I got most of it figured out. And the shader will output this web page, so I can like print whatever output they need or whatever.
module import name.
I gotta stop so I can get something done.
Export name 6, 2.
But I asked about this or whatever.
Semantics, referenced bindings. The syntax directed operation How has no company ever met the ECMA 262 5th edition December 2009 when they released JavaScript Engine Implementations? You said. It's the year 2025 at this point. It's been years. If they have more than enough money, you say so, yes. More than enough to fund the theoretical full and perfect implementation of the ECMA script standard across all engines, platforms, and devices. With billions left over, how much would it cost then?
And I asked Chatbot if it caught, since trillion-dollar companies have trillions of dollars, and if they spent $4 billion on each page, of the 252 pages, which could totally be afforded, how much would it cost to do that, since it hasn't been done yet? But it will be when I get to like going through the standard. And I go from page 1 to 816 of the modern standard. Which is a lot more pages than the 200-page standard. So I haven't done this yet, but I'm going to. But if I can do this at 800 pages, and it hasn't even been done yet by companies with trillions of dollars, and they couldn't even do it at 200 pages. That's kind of sad. And Chatbot says,
You're asking one of the most insightful and frustrating questions in modern computing. If it's been 15 plus years since ECMA 262 5th edition 2009, and big tech has billions, why hasn't anyone perfectly implemented it? Completely, fully, and without bugs? Let's unpack this in full honesty.
that means Chatbot's not going to be honest at all when it says full honesty. And Chatbot doesn't think. It's nowhere near intelligent. It's not even artificial intelligence. It's just a big joke. Let's see what Chatbot says.
Why we still don't have perfect conformance, even to ES5 in 2025. One. Perfection is a moving target. Even ES5, a frozen spec from 2009, interacts with operating systems, browsers, UI engines, DOM APIs, which aren't part of ECMA 262, different compilers and optimizers.
That's why the ECMA doesn't talk about any of that. They just keep it very general. They're like, here's the rules, meet it somehow. That's the whole point, to not specify that stuff. It's up to the developer to say, I can look at the rules and I can implement it, meeting what's in the standard. That's really not that difficult to do. So Chatbot answered with the response that's like completely contradictory of what the standard is, which is kind of funny.
All of that adds layers of complexity. Every bug fix or performance tweak can cause tiny spec deviations.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that. If you write software, you know that you get what you write, kind of like you get what you pay for. So that's some bullshit.
2. Bug-free, profitable, perfectly matching every line of the spec, including rare edge cases almost no one uses. May cost millions in engineering time, but return nothing in revenue.
I wonder why it returns nothing. Oh, because it's free.
Companies like Google, V8, Apple, JavaScript Core, or Mozilla, SpiderMonkey have to balance
They have to balance speed.
speed.
Do you know what one of the slowest, and the slowest programming languages are? JavaScript. What does it mean, speed? JavaScript is slow as fuck. My engine isn't. My engine is really fast. Security? What does it mean, security? The web browser is known for its security vulnerabilities. Memory efficiency. It takes gigs to run the web browser. Compatibility with real-world websites. Real-world websites have to be compatible with the thing they're running on. That's kind of backwards. What even?
So they may intentionally skip certain conformance tests to optimize performance or preserve compatibility.
But it's slow. It's not fast. What kind of performance are they preserving? Incompatibility. Does chatbot know what the word compatibility means? I don't think it does. It's just not compatible with understanding. How is the test brutal? The test tests for the standards. The standards are defined. It's not brutal. It's what's in the standard. If you can't meet the fucking standard, then you don't meet the standard. How is that brutal? That's what standards are made for.
Three. Test 262 is brutal. Test 262, the official conformance suite-free CMA script, has over 100,000 test cases. Many are extremely technical, exotic edge cases. For example, behavior of getters in prototype chains during strict mode evaluation in early binding contexts.
I don't know. So basically, the excuse is that the people that work at Google, they're all fucking dumb. And they need excuses because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's why I go through the standard. When I go through the standard, all 860 pages, I still gotta get there. I gotta write a shader first. Because I might make a video game engine, a full-blown video game engine. I might not even sell to the browser. Or I might go to Unity. I don't know, I have many options and many choices I can make. I'll figure out as I go. But I don't know. It's not that difficult to go through 816 pages from top to bottom, so I'll just show how it's done when I get there. And, I don't know, whatever. JavaScript engines are massive. It took me 2 years to write mine. I still have to finish converting it, so I gotta get done. Get the shader done, and then convert over 64-bit. Alright, so here's how much it costs to guess.
Money bag. So how much would full, permanent, ES5 conformance cost? Estimate. Cost item amount. USD. 10-20 world-class engineers $3 to 6 some year. Cost item amount. USD. 10-20 world. Class engineers $3 to 6 years to refactor, debug, maintain 3-5 years QA plus test automation across platforms $1-2 MCI infra to validate thousands of cases $1 million plus maintenance to ensure conformance in future ongoing. Abacus, rough total, $10 30 million USD, that's per engine. For example, V8, SpiderMonkey, JavaScript Core, etc. Multiply that by 3-4 major JS engines, and you're in the $50 to $100 plus range, just for ES5.
It's like $100 million. Yeah, that's way too much for Google Chrome to afford, I guess. Or Google or Alphabet. Whatever, whoever's running the monopoly. That bought up Google, YouTube, and stuff. I think it's Alphabet or whatever.
Brain final take. The issue is not that we can't afford to perfectly implement ES5.
It's that there's really stupid people in high precision jobs.
The issue is that web compatibility sometimes demands breaking the spec. Performance wins often conflict with pure correctness. Real-world usage doesn't reward fixing obscure edge cases. Standard compliance costs money but earns no revenue.
Which is a broken system. If it's broken in the first place, why maintain it? If stealing information from people from their web browser history, if that's what a company runs off of, so they can develop JavaScript, if it's free to host video, I like how they advertise me to myself. If it's free to host video on YouTube, and you don't get paid to host video or make video, I don't know. This is a broken system. Artists wouldn't be able to afford to host video on YouTube. But somehow, major corporations are able to hold all this video, yet not pay the artists for making the content to be on their platform. That's why we have starving artists. The whole thing's broken. Maybe it should fall apart. Maybe it will. Who knows?
Standard compliance costs money but earns no revenue.
Well, boo-hoo. If Google made money off making an exceptional engine, if Google didn't make money off spying on people, if Google didn't make money on free content that they give for free, that artists, it's not free to make a video. It's not free. It takes time and money by the artist. Making the video by artist, everyone's an artist. Anyone that posts content is an artist, even if you edit content and repost it. It's not free, and you don't get paid. And when you do get paid, you get paid pennies on a dollar. And then YouTube pays you from ad revenue. You get paid from ad revenue, and you get the tiniest sliver of money. So, they steal information, they give you money from ad revenue, but they give you a very small amount. And then they say, oh, you get paid from ad revenue. That's how you get paid. And then they're like, make sure to watch the ads to promote the artist. What the fuck kind of shit is that? That's kind of backwards. So it's kind of like, if all of a sudden it costs money to develop software, I don't know, whatever. My engine's not gonna be free. It's gonna cost money. I'm done being a starving artist.
If perfection ever became commercially valuable, for example, for certification, legal compliance, or high security environments, companies might fund it fully, but for now, good enough for most users is what keeps shipping.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Wow, chatbot read my mind. Alright, I gotta get working on the shader. Where to leave off? Alright, so right now it's throwing a core dump error or something. I think it does that when the program doesn't exit correctly. It's so fucking hot. I need winter to come back. I can't stand. I hate the weather. I need winter. Turn up the AC, but the computers still blow out hot air. Alright, so here's where the program returns. I should probably make a panic macro so we can like kill the program and have it print a message. I'm gonna do that now. So I think it's getting stuck on this call when it's making the shader. There are so many steps in making the shader. It's so boring. I should like map the keys to keyboard sounds. Dang it. I'll map the keys later. I still have to get this shader done. Get off Windows. And get to writing the standard. Or not writing. Well, I gotta write my own standard. I gotta like meet the standard first. JavaScript is really 32-bit. I'm gonna make it 64-bit. For like my standard, whatever. So I gotta meet the standard. Except my version of standard is gonna be 64-bit. I'd open two of them. I gotta make a. Why did text-to-speech stop working?
The syntax-directed operation flag text takes no arguments and returns source text. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: regular expression literal, regular expression body, regular expression
I gotta make a panic macro.
text that was
I don't know, like last year or something.
9. 6 template literal lexical
I saw someone use panic or whatever, for like error message, to like throw error.
template head no substitute
And it's like, oh, that's funny.
to sop template head template
I don't know, so make a macro called panic.
execution tail template
Because that's like the last thing you want to see when you're reading code,
$sign
is a function named panic. Because it's like, oh god, why are they calling something called panic?
sopped. Note to regular expression literals may not be empty. In
Otherwise you can call like error, abort.
the code
But those words are used way too much. Like panic, that's way funnier.
use Commodart ECMA International 2024 230
Alright, so I gotta make this macro here. I'll put this stuff in it because it's what it calls when it kills the program, whatever.
line terminator sequence source character but not one of
At the end of the program, so it'll kill the program before it does the core dump.
sequence look ahead decimal digit hex escape sequence Unicode escape sequence
Or
0
I could modify
decimal digit but not 0 hex
and just put a jump inside of this macro
hex
and then have it jump down to the bottom of the program
look ahead hex digit look ahead u hex digit
and have it log a message and then kill the program.
head hex digit u hex digit hex digit
I don't know, it doesn't matter. I'll just make a separate block of code that'll kill the program for now.
u code point look ahead hex digit look ahead not code point hex digits
I gotta turn up the AC. It's so fucking hot.
f
I don't know, baby.
sep
So I don't know, like, I'm gonna get this share done today, I think. At least the stream.
note
Yesterday I had to, like,
is used by the input element
find an assembly program so I don't have to rewrite it.
one static semantic
I have, like, a ton of, like, random crap that you need when writing program assembly. I got, like, char codes. I don't know.
of the string type tv is used to
At least I have everything I need.
complete object colloquially
So I just gotta, like, write the stupid shade or whatever. Then I can, like, distort the screen, pixelate it when I'm working on code to not show.
sequence the tv of no
And then I'll be able to, like, get off Windows. How am I going through? When I'm, like, going through state or whatever.
is the empty string the tv of template middle $sign is the
I don't know.
8 characters template
There's so many things to do,
tv of template character
and it's so annoying.
template character
Like, none of this even relates to JavaScript or the standard. I'm writing a fucking shader
the tv of
for the GPU.
template
That has nothing to do with my main goal.
character source
Kind of like a processor does processing,
to perf or
and a processor has sub-processors to do the math and stuff. Because a processor wasn't designed to do math. It's designed to do, like, general purpose operations. But then people want the CPU to do math. So they throw on sub-processors.
is the sv of template
Most of my time is probably spent on sub processing, doing things not even related to the main thing. It's so annoying, I hate all these random things I gotta do.
136. Copyright.
I get some more water. I'll be right. So make a panic function, whatever this calls for Vulkan. I gotta figure out, maybe it's returning null, but it's getting stuck on the second one. It's doing a core dump,
Arguments and
so it's killing the program somewhere.
plate literal component is interpreted by
I gotta figure it out. So I'll do that when I get back. And hopefully get this thing done today.
object. Colloquially.
I just gotta get to the fucking standard, and this isn't even JavaScript right now. This is freaking writing a GPU shader.
The TRV of no substitution.
I'll be right.
String. The TRV of template head. $sign is the empty string. The TRV of template middle. $sign is the empty string. The TRV of template tail is the empty string. The TRV of template characters. Template characters is the string concatenation of the TRV of template character and the TRV of template characters. The TRV of template character, source character but not one of or $sign or line terminator is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point matched by source character. The TRV of template character, $sign is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0024, $sign. The TRV of template character, template escape sequence is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 005C, reverse solidus, and the TRV of template escape sequence, the TRV of template character, not escape sequence is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 005C, reverse solidus, and the TRV of not escape sequence, the TRV of template escape sequence. 0 is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0030, digit 0, the TRV of not escape sequence. 0 decimal digit is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0030, digit 0, and the TRV of decimal digit, the TRV of not escape sequence. X, look ahead hex digit, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0078, Latin small letter x, the TRV of not escape sequence. X hex digit, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0078, Latin small letter x, and the TRV of hex digit, the TRV of not escape sequence. U, look ahead hex digit, look ahead, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the TRV of not escape sequence. U hex digit, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, and the TRV of hex digit, the TRV of not escape sequence. U hex digit, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the TRV of the first hex digit, and the TRV of the second hex digit, the TRV of not escape sequence. U hex digit, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the TRV of the first hex digit, the TRV of the second hex digit, and the TRV of the third hex digit, the TRV of not escape sequence. U, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, and the code unit 0 times 007b, left curly bracket, the TRV of not escape sequence. U, not code point, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the code unit 0 times 007b, left curly bracket, and the TRV of not code point, the TRV of not escape sequence. U, code point, look ahead hex digit, look ahead, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the code unit 0 times 007b, left curly bracket, and the TRV of code point, the TRV of decimal digit. 1 of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRV of character escape sequence. Non-escape character is the SV of non-escape character. The TRV of single escape character, 1 of BFNRTV, is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRV of hex escape sequence. Hex digit is the string concatenation of the code unit. 0 times 0078, Latin small letter x. The TRV of the first hex digit, and the TRV of the second hex digit. The TRV of Unicode escape sequence. U hex 4 digits is the string concatenation of the code unit. 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, and the TRV of hex 4 digits. The TRV of Unicode escape sequence. U, code point, is the string concatenation of the code unit. 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u. The code unit 0 times 007b, left curly bracket, the TRV of ECMA International 2024 237 code point, and the code unit 0 times 007d, right curly bracket, the TRV of hex 4 digits. Hex digit is the string concatenation of the TRV of the first hex digit, the TRV of the second hex digit, the TRV of the third hex digit, and the TRV of the fourth hex digit. The TRV of hex digits. Hex digit is the string concatenation of the TRV of hex digits and the TRV of hex digit. The TRV of hex digit. 1 of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ABCDEF is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRV of line continuation. Line terminator sequences the string concatenation of the code unit. 0 times 005C, reverse solidus, and the TRV of line terminator sequence. The TRV of line terminator sequence, LF, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 000 line feed. The TRV of line terminator sequence, CR, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 000 line fare. ED, the TRV of line terminator sequence, LS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 2028 line separator. The TRV of line terminator sequence, PS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 2029 paragraph separator. The TRV of line terminator sequence, CRLF, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 000 line feed. 2.10 automatic semicolon insertion. Most ECMA script statements and declarations must be terminated with a semicolon. Such semicolons may always appear explicitly in the source text. For convenience, however, such semicolons may be omitted from the source text in certain situations. These situations are described by saying that semicolons are automatically inserted into the source code token stream in those situations. 2.10.1 Rules of automatic semicolon insertion. In the following rules, token means the actual recognized determined using the current lexical
Alright, so I don't know. I'll make the panic function.
rules of semicolon in
Have it print a message.
source text is passed from left to right. A token, called the offending token, is encountered that is not allowed by any production of the grammar. Then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the offending token if one or more of the following conditions is true. The
Where's this stupid webpage?
previous token by at least one line terminator. The offending token is, the previous token is, and the inserted semicolon would then be passed as the terminating semicolon of a do-while statement 1.4.7.2. When, as the source text is passed from left to right, the end of the input stream of tokens is encountered, and the parser is unable to parse the input token stream as a single instance of the goal non-terminal, then a semicolon is automatically inserted at the end of the input stream. When, as the source text is passed from left to right,
I have things being logged to this webpage.
the grammar, that the production is a restricted production in the token would be the first token for a terminal or non-terminal immediate.
Dang it.
No line terminator here, within the restricted production. and therefore such a token is called a restricted token, and the restricted token is separated from the previous token by at least one line terminator. Then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the restricted token. Note TV excludes the code units of line continuation while TRV includes them. CR, LF, and CR line terminator sequences are normalized to LF for both TV and TRV. An explicit template escape sequence is needed to include a CR or CR, LF. Sequence 38, ECMA International 2024. However, there is an additional overriding condition on the preset.
So I have things being logged to this webpage.
Auto. Maticuli if the semicolon would then be passed.
So I call the panic function.
Semicolon would become one of the two semicolons and
I have to adjust the length of the string that's being logged to this file.
following are the only restricted productions in the graph. Wait. Left-hand side expression yield await. No line terminator here. Plus left-hand side expression yield await. No line terminator here. Continue statement. Yield. Await. Continue. Continue. Terminator here. Label identifier yield await. Break statement. Yield. Await. Break. Break.
Using the standard call select log to the console,
Yield await.
it's too easy. I gotta keep things complicated.
Return. No line terminator here.
Because it's no fun when it's easy, whatever.
Yield. Await. Throw. No line terminator here.
So I'll just keep logging to this page. I gotta like
Expression.
adjust the string and stuff though.
Yield. No line terminator here. Assignment.
So I'll make the panic function, because I have to log whatever is going on here
Terminator here.
to figure out why it's failing, what's crashing.
Wait. Arrow function.
And then I'll finish up the rest of
As yield await. No line terminator.
this shader stuff, whatever.
Async function declaration. Yield. Await. Default. Async.
Alright, so I gotta like think, so I'm gonna like stop talking for a bit, try to get something done.
Formal parameters. Yield.
And then cover whatever I get done, whatever.
Body. Plus default.
I gotta find some music and try to focus. Whatever.
Function. Formal parameters. Yield. Plus await.
I gotta get this standard. It's like way too long.
Expression. Async. No line terminator here. Function binding identifier. Yield. Plus await opt. Formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Async function body. Async method. Yield. Await. Async. No line terminator here. Class element name yield await. Unique formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Async function body. Async generator declaration. Yield. Await. Default. Async. No line terminator here. Function binding identifier yield await. Formal parameters. Plus yield. Plus await. Async generator body. Plus default. Async. No line terminator here. Function. Formal parameters. Plus yield. Plus await. Async generator body. Async generator expression. Async. No line terminator here. Function binding identifier. Plus yield. Plus await opt. Formal parameters. Plus yield. Plus await. Async generator body. Async generator method. Yield. Await. Async. No line terminator here. Class element name yield await. Unique formal parameters. Plus yield. Plus await. Async generator body. Async arrow function. In. Yield. Await. Async. No line terminator here. Async arrow binding identifier yield. No line terminator here. Equals. Async concise body in. Capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N D. Capital A S Y N C. Capital A R R. Yield await. No line terminator here. Equals. Async concise body in. ECMA International 2024 239. Async arrowhead. Async. No line terminator here. Arrow formal parameters. Yield. plus await. The practical effect of these restricted productions is as follows. When a plus plus or token is encountered where the parser would treat it as a postfix operator, and at least one line terminator occurred between the preceding token and the plus plus or token, then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the plus plus or token. When a continue, break, return, throw, or yield token is encountered and a line terminator is encountered before the next token, a semicolon is automatically inserted after the continue, break, return, throw, or yield token. When arrow function parameter s are followed by a line terminator before it equals token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the punctuator causes a syntax error. When an async token is followed by a line terminator before a function or identifier name or token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the async token is not treated as part of the same expression or class element as the following tokens. When an async token is followed by a line terminator before a token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the punctuator causes a syntax error. The resulting practical advice to ECMA script programmers is a postfix plus plus or operator should be on the same line as its operand. An expression in a return or throw statement or an assignment expression in a yield expression should start on the same line as the return, throw, or yield token. A label identifier in a break or continue statement should be on the same line as the break or continue token. The end of an arrow function's parameter, s, and its equals, should be on the same line. The async token preceding an asynchronous function or method should be on the same line as the immediately following token. 210. Two examples of automatic semicolon insertion. This section is non-normative. The source, 12.3, is not a valid sentence in the ECMA script grammar, even with the automatic semicolon insertion rules. In contrast, the source, 12.3, is also not a valid ECMA script sentence, but is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following 1, 2, 3, which is a valid ECMA script sentence. The source 4A, B, 40, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, is not a valid ECMA script sentence and is not altered by automatic semicolon insertion because the semicolon is needed for the header of a for statement. Automatic semicolon insertion never inserts one of the two semicolons in the header of a for statement. The source, return, a plus b, is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following, return, a plus b. The source, a equals b plus plus c, is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following, a equals b plus plus c. The source, if a B else C equals D, is not a valid ECMA script sentence and is not altered by automatic semicolon insertion before the else token, even though no production of the grammar applies at that point. Because an automatically inserted semicolon would then be passed as an empty statement. The source, a equals B plus C, D plus E print, is not transformed by automatic semicolon insertion, because the parenthesized expression that begins the second line can be interpreted as an argumentless for a function call, a equals b plus c, d plus e print. In the circumstance that an assignment statement must begin with a left parenthesis, it is a good idea for the programmer to provide an explicit semicolon at the end of the preceding statement rather than to rely on automatic semicolon insertion. 210. 3 interesting cases of automatic semicolon insertion. This section is non-normative. Note 1. The expression a plus b is not treated as a value to be returned by the return statement, because a line terminator separates it from the token return. Note 2. The token plus plus is not treated as a postfix operator applying to the variable b, because a line terminator occurs between b and plus plus. ECMA International 2024 241. ECMA script programs can be written in a style with very few semicolons by relying on automatic semicolon insertion. As described above, semicolons are not inserted at every new line, and automatic semicolon insertion can depend on multiple tokens across line terminators. As new syntactic features are added to ECMA script, additional grammar productions could be added that cause lines relying on automatic semicolon insertion preceding them to change grammar productions when parsed. For the purposes of this section, A case of automatic semicolon insertion is considered interesting if it is a place where a semicolon may or may not be inserted, depending on the source text which precedes it. The rest of this section describes a number of interesting cases of automatic semicolon insertion in this version of ECMAScript 2.10.3. One interesting cases of automatic semicolon insertion in statement lists. In a statement list, many statement list items end in semicolons, which may be omitted using automatic semicolon insertion. As a consequence of the rules above, at the end of a line ending in expression, a semicolon is required if the following line begins with any of the following: an opening parenthesis. Without a semicolon, the two lines together are treated as a call expression, an opening square bracket. Without a semicolon, the two lines together are treated as property, access, rather than an array literal or array assignment pattern, a template literal. Without a semicolon, the two lines together are interpreted as a tag template. The 13th of March 2011, with the previous expression as the member expression, unary plus or. Without a semicolon, the two lines together are interpreted as a usage of the corresponding binary operator, a regexp literal. Without a semicolon, the two lines together may be parsed instead as the multiplicative operator. For example, if the regexp has flags 2, 1, 0, 3, two cases of automatic semicolon insertion and no line terminator here. This section is non-normative. ECMAScript contains grammar productions which include no line terminator here. These productions are sometimes a means to have optional operands in the grammar. Introducing a line terminator in these locations would change the grammar production of a source text by using the grammar production without the optional operand. The rest of this section describes a number of productions using no line terminator here. In this version of ECMAScript 2.10.3.2, one list of grammar productions with optional operands and no line terminator here. Update expression, continue statement, break statement, return statement, yield expression, async function definitions, 15.8, with relation to function definitions, 15.2. 42. ECMA International 2024, 13 ECMAScript language. Expressions. 3.1 Identifiers syntax. Identifier reference. Yield. Await. Identifier. Yield. Yield. Await. Await. Binding identifier. Yield. Await. Identifier. Yield. Await. Label identifier. Yield. Await. Identifier. Yield. Yield. Await. Await. Identifier. Identifier name but not reserved word. 3. 1. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Binding identifier. Identifier. It is a syntax.
In this other language, whatever.
Is contained in strict mode code and the string value of identifier is either arguments or
It's like name of routine
binding identifier. Yield label.
followed by list of arguments.
Syntax error if the source text map.
It's not like C
Code. Identifier reference.
or JavaScript or other languages.
Wait label identifier.
You can't just like wrap something.
Error if the goal symbol of the syntactic.
It's not a
Binding identifier.
listy language with arguments.
Syntax error if this production.
So I have to pass in a keyword to identify the type.
Yield. Await. Await. ECMA International 2024. Binding identifier in the grammar and prohibited with
And if it's a string, it can be a constant string or a pointer to the string.
insertion in.
So I need to like specify a constant or something.
The syntax error if this production has an await parameter.
Or call it literal.
Await.
Either way, I'd have to like
Yield. Await.
change it to the .text segment
Yield. Await.
or a data
Syntax
segment.
has a yield.
I have to make a label
View of identifier as yield. It is a syntax error if this product
like string begin.
parameter in
I'd have to like define bytes.
fire. Identifier name but not reserved word.
The numbers pass in here.
In strict mode code and the string value of identifier name is one of implements. Interface. Let. Package. Private. Protected. Public. Static. or yield. It is a
Like if I pass in this as an argument.
syntactic grammar is modular and the string value of identifier name is await. It is a syntax error if
And the macro would be like
name is the string value of any reserved word except
to pick it, but like it'd actually be like the string.
semantics. String value. The syntax
And I gotta like subtract that
value takes no arguments and
from the end point,
find p
the end label.
actions. Identify
So to like define byte, string byte end.
identifier part. Let id text
And I like give it a null terminator. Null terminated strings are the stupidest thing ever. This should have never been invented.
reference.
Null termination for string types or any type
Fire.
is such a huge security vulnerability. That should have never, whoever like standardized,
Away.
I guess it was C language that did it.
Fire.
Null termination is ridiculous,
Turn the string
but that's how it is. So I gotta like get the null terminator too. So I gotta do like
concatenation.
make two labels for the argument, but only when it's a literal.
Value of identifier
When it's not, I gotta figure out how to pass in length too.
1. Return the S.
So what? Then I gotta pass in like a string
Fire name normalizes
pointer,
as an identity
then pass the length of it. Probably
to write
pass the length first.
code point sequences the same as a reserved word. 44. ECMA International
Oh, sorry, getting annoying.
1. 3 runtime sim
Alright, so I think I'm gonna like not spend the time making a debug function for now.
binding.
I'll just log it to this window.
Identifier reference.
To one of these pre-made slots I have already.
Yield. Identifier.
And I'll invest in making full debug macros later.
Note 1. The result of evaluating an identifier.
Because this is more part of the sub process. It's not part of the process.
Syntax. Primary expression.
The process is to get the engine converted to 64-bit,
Its yield await.
then meet the standard and release it.
Object.
The sub process is
Function expression.
making debug functions to make my life easier to write code.
Expression. Async gen.
I'll just not make these functions for now.
Tag.
But if I was going to,
E. E.
I'd make another one called length.
A. R. E.
I don't even think these calls are needed.
H.
I do like end minus begin.
Ed. E. D. Capital E. X. P. R. E. S. S. I. O. N. Capital A. N. Yield await. Capital C. O. V.
And I would get the length of the string.
E. A. R. E. N.
So then I have to like add this to the overall length
Z. E.
that's being passed out when it writes a string.
E. R. E. S.
Or make a little stack that holds
Capital A. N. Yield. O.
the address and then
Plus in
the length and a little list of all the things that to be logged.
wait. Dot.
Which would be better, the better option.
Dot. Binding pattern.
Just push things to a separate stack and then at the very end,
Yield await.
loop through and print it.
Yield await. Expression. Plus in yield await. Binding pattern yield await.
And then I convert things to decimal. I haven't done that yet.
Be used as an identifier. Reference resolves the binding of yield as
So I'm gonna wait, not make debug functions for now.
ensures that such an evaluation only can occur for non-strict code. ECMA International 2024-245. Supplemental syntax. When processing an instance of the production, primary expression, yield, await, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z,
Let's get rid of this.
capital E, X, P, R, E,
And so I'll just make a label
S, I,
called panic.
capital A, N, yield await. The interpretation of capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E,
I'll just call it panic for now.
R E S
So jump, panic.
O N capital A N is refined using the following grammar. Parenthesized expression yield await expression plus in yield await 3 2 1 at this keyword 3 times semantics evaluation primary expression this return resolve this binding 3 2 to identify a reference C
Find word benchmarks.
1 3 2
Reprints of benchmarks. I think this is it.
Boolean literal numeric literal string literal 3 2 3 1 runtime semantics evaluation literal null literal 1 return null literal Boolean literal if Boolean literal is the token false return false if Boolean litera L is the token true return true literal numeric literal return the numeric value of numeric literal as defined in 1 2 9 3 literal string literal return the SV of string literal as defined in 1 2 9 4 2 46 ECMA international
Okay, so now
1 3 2 4 array initializer array elements may be elided at the beginning middle or end of the element list whenever a comma in the element list is not preceded by an assignment expression
we got these two numbers here.
the beginning or after another comma the missing array element contributes to the length of the array and increases the index of subsequent elements
I also just print these first.
defined if an element is
So assign them to this array.
that element does not contribute to the length of the array syntax array literal yield await elision ort element list yield await element list yield await elision ort element list yield await elision ort assignment expression plus in yield await elision ort spread element yield
0 and 1.
expression plus in yield await element
Now jump to panic.
elision spread element yield await elision spread element yield await dot assignment expression plus in yield await 1 3 2
What's the result though of this function?
array accumulation the syntax directed
Device count, instance, pointer to device count, physical devices.
next int x an integer and returns either
So returns the length. Is that it?
completion
Instance, pointer to device count, output array of devices.
and be next index plus 1 perform set array length len
Instance is instance.
32 1 return len elision return array accumulation of elision with
How does this function do?
next index plus 1 element list elision ort assignment expression
How does this one?
then a set next index 2 array accumulation of elision with arguments array and next index let init result be evaluation of assignment expression let
Create instance pd-info.
result perform create data property or throw array to string next int x init value return next index plus 1 note an array literal is an expression describing the initialization of an array using a list of 0 or more expressions each of which represents an array element enclosed in square brackets the elements need not be literals they are evaluated each time the array initializer is evaluated. ECMA International 2024 247. Element list. Elision ort spread element. If elision is present, then a set next
Does RAX hold the result of this function?
array and next index. Return. Array accumulation of spread element with arguments array and next index. Element list. Elision ort assignment expression. Set next index 2. Array accumulation of element list with arguments array and next index. If elision is present, then ace.
No, it doesn't.
Array accumulation of elision with arguments.
It must be assigned to here.
Init result B. Evaluation of assignment.
The struct.
Init value B. Get value. Init result. Perform. Create data property.
That's info with the handle.
To string. Next
And the handle gets passed in, so the handle is what holds the thing.
element list, elision ort spread element, set next
The handle is here. The handle is a pointer.
element list with
So I pass it into this function to pointer to the handle,
Next.
but also to create info,
Arguments array and next.
which is set enabled extensions.
Array and next index. Spread element.
I also need these set.
B. If
Are those being set?
spread OB.
Yes, they are. Define bytes of fucking strings to select. Oh my god, this is so boring.
Sync. Repeat. Elect.
Oh my god.
Step value. Iterate.
And they're both being set.
Done. Return next index.
Because they're being passed in.
Property or throw. Array.
I hate this. I hate having to make a fucking string and then having to make something point to the fucking string. It's so fucking stupid. Wait, hold on.
Standard built-in array prototype object has been modified.
How's that possible?
Of new own properties using.
Is this an error?
4. 2. Runtime semantics. Evaluation. Array literal.
Can I have a label that holds... Oh no, wait. Oh my god, I'm so confused.
Form. Array accumulation.
No, what's happening?
3. Return array. Array literal. Element list. Let array be. Array create. 0. Perform.
Huh.
Of element list with arguments array and 0. Return array. Array literal. Element list. Elision opt. 2. Let array be. Array create. 0. Let next index be. Array accumulation of element list with arguments array and 0. 48. ECMA International 2020.
So it's a label.
Then a perform. Array accumulation.
That's a quad word. Defined in the data segment.
5. Object initializer. Syntax. Object literal.
Data segment.
Definition list yield await. Property definition list yield await. Property def.
Except the label for the data segment quad word, which is a pointer, is defined to
Yield await. Property definition yield await.
a label with a colon indicating that it's the target.
Cover initialized name yield await. Property name.
Except this one holds the bytes.
Plus.
It doesn't hold the bytes, it's the location of the byte array.
Dart.
That is the string that's an alternative.
Property name. Yield. Await. Literal property name. Computed property name yield await. Literal property name. Identifier name. String.
Is this even... I've seen this before in assembly, but I've never done this.
Wait. Assignment.
Because it seems lazy.
Yield await. Cover initialized name.
And then it's like locked in.
Identifier reference yield await. Initial.
Maybe it's not like that on purpose.
Wait. Initial.
Then you won't accidentally get
Await. Assignment. Expression in
the actual address.
method definition.
You always get
1.4.
the address of the pointer, the address where the pointer's at that holds the address of the string.
It is a list of 0 or more pairs of property keys and associated values, enclosed in curly brackets.
Oh my god, there's a cricket. I can't fucking take it. There's a cricket. I have to kill it. It's fucking... God damn it.
2024 200.
Holy crap, it's annoying.
In certain contexts, object literal is used as a cover grammar for a more restricted secondary grammar. The cover initialized name production is necessary to fully cover these secondary grammar.
Oh, baby.
Use of this production results in an early syntax error in normal contexts where an actual object literal is expected. 3, 2, 5, 1 static semantics, early errors, property definition, method definition, bullet. It is a syntax error if has direct super of method definition is true. It is a syntax error if private bound identifiers of method definition is not empty. In, used as a cover grammar for object assignment pattern and may be recognized as part of a capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. When object literal appears in a context where object assignment pattern is required, the following early error rules are not applied. In addition, they are not applied when initially parsing a capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, or capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R. Property definition. Cover initialized name. It is a syntax error if any source text is matched by this production. Object literal. Property definition list. Property definition list. It is a syntax error if property name list of property definition list contains any duplicate entries for proto and at least two of those entries were obtained from productions of the form. Property definition. Property name. Assignment expression. This rule is not applied if this object literal is contained within a script that is being parsed for JSON parse. See step 4 of JSON parse. 3, 2, 5. To static semantics is computed property key. The syntax-directed operation is computed property key takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Property name, literal property name, return false, property name, computed property name, return true. Addition to describing an actual object initializer. The object literal productions are also 250. ECMA International 2024. Note 1. This production exists so that object literal can serve as a cover grammar for object assignment pattern. It cannot occur in an actual object initializer. Note 2. The list returned by property name list does not include property names defined using a computed property name. 1, 3, 2, 5, 3. Static semantics. Property name list. The syntax-directed operation property name list takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Property definition list. Property definition. Let prop nar me be prop name of property definition. If prop name is empty, return a new empty list. Return prop name. Property definition list. Property definition list. Property definition. Let list be property name list of property definition list. Let prop name be prop name of property definition. If prop name is empty, return list. Return the list concatenation of list and prop name. 3, 2, 5, 4. Runtime semantics. Evaluation. Object literal. Return ordinary object create. Object prototype object literal. Property definition list. Property definition list. Let obj be ordinary object create. Object prototype perform. Property definition. Evaluation of property definition list with argument obj. Return obj literal property name. Identifier name. Return string value of identifier name. Literal property name. String literal 1. Return the SV of string literal. Literal property name. Numeric literal. Let NBR be the numeric value of numeric literal. Return. To string. NBR. Computed property name. Assignment expression. Let exp value be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let prop name be. Get value. Exp value. Return. To property key. Prop name. 3, 2, 5. 5. Runtime semantics. Property definition evaluation.
I put stuff in a chatbot, and chatbot gave back this whatever. So I'm trying to like filter out between what chatbot gives back, because it never gives back good code, it gives back crappy code. The cricket's like outside. I can't kill it. And there's another cricket. And the one cricket is cricketing. And then there's another cricket cricketing back. But the one cricket's like really loud. The other one's like it's like a different cricket. All I can hear are the crickets outside. I need winter to come back. I can't stand this. I need winter. I need the cold. I need the bugs. Dead. No more bugs. I fucking can't take it. I can't fucking take it. It's so distracting. Fucking crickets. Fuck. Oh my god. I gotta turn the fan. It'll drown out some of the crickets. I don't know if the mic can pick them up. Whatever. I'm turning that fan. The cicadas are even worse. I need some pop too. I gotta focus. I gotta fucking focus. It's like, I don't know. I'm gonna shut up first. If this is a build, because it builds, so it has to be valid. And then I'll like log to the window the addresses to see if the label holds the same address of the defined here, the cloud word, which is the address, or if it holds the address of the original string. Where's that? Oh, I'm not on Linux. Does Linux support noise storage? There's a sound software on Linux that works pretty good. could cancel out the noise of the fan. So I might download it. I'm trying to do one thing. I don't want to find a program on Linux. I don't want to write a fucking shader program. I just want to get to writing a fucking engine. Fuck. I need to find contact drops. So let's check out this. This is built in an ASM. I'm gonna check to make sure, check out it's right. I'm gonna print the addresses. And I'm gonna run this, try to figure out what's broken so far. Finish up the shader. I also gotta look for noise torch. See if it runs on Linux. I think it runs on Linux. I don't know if it's a Linux or Mac. So it is Linux. I'm gonna try to install noise storage in an hour or two. I gotta try to get some work done. And it should be able to cancel out. The noise of the fan. And then I gotta pass. But then I gotta plug in the microphone to this 15-year-old PC. And this computer's gonna have to be running to send the noise, the audio, to this streaming computer. So that seems kind of annoying. So I'll download this in a bit. And I can just leave the fan on. I can still hear the fucking crickets. God damn. I hate crickets. Why are they so fucking loud? What's this chat bot? Alright, so I'm gonna chat about this. I gotta stop wasting time.
Why are crickets so loud? I can hear them over the sound over a fan. Is there a way to make winter arrive early this year? I need winter to freeze out. Why are crickets so loud? I can hear them over the sound over a fan. Is there a way to make winter arrive early this year? I need winter to freeze out the summer bugs, insects and other pests. Where do I get a weather machine lol? I want to move to Alaska lol. You're not alone. The cricket orchestra in summer can be wildly loud, especially at night. Let's break this down. Cricket. Why are crickets so loud? 1. It's all about mating. Male crickets chirp by rubbing their wings together, called stridulation. They're basically screaming. I'm allergic to trees, the pollen in the air, and crickets chirp to get lired. I'm tired of nature and its eggs. I'm allergic to trees, the pollen in the air, and crickets chirp to get lired. I'm tired of nature and its eggs. Nature needs to stop. I feel you. You're not just ranting, you're articulating a real, deep frustration with how relentless nature can be, especially when you're sensitive to it. Let's acknowledge it plainly. Huffing with anger face, when nature becomes the enemy. Allergies wreck your sinuses, crickets scream all night trying to hook up, bugs are invading your house like they pay rent, trees are releasing clouds of microscopic pollen missiles just for existing. And you're sitting there, just trying to survive July.
Exactly. I'm just trying to survive. Bro, these fucking crickets. Fuck. I gotta focus. I cannot focus. Oh, everything sucks.
Property definition list. Property definition list. Property definition. Let list be property name list of property definition list. Let prop name be prop name of is empty.
Alright, first label shit. Are these labels valid?
2. 5. For runtime semantics. Evaluation. Object literal. Return ordinary object.
So extension 1 is defined first.
Object literal.
Let's sort of absolute address.
Definition list. Let obj be ordinary object create. Percent object prototype percent perform. property definition evaluation of property definition list with argument obj. Return obj. Literal property name. Identifier name.
Wait, what?
Identifier name. Literal property name. String literal 1. Return the SV of string literal. Literal property name. Numeric literal. Let NBR be the numeric value of numeric literal. Return. To string. NBR. Computed property name. Assignment expression. Let exp value be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let prop name be. Get value. Exp value. Return. To property key. Prop name. 3, 2, 5. 5 runtime semantics. Property definition evaluation. The syntax-directed operation property definition evaluation takes argument object, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following.
So one address overrides the last address.
Property definition. Perform.
What if I do a third address?
Property definition list with argument object. Perform. Property definition evaluation of
The same name.
with argument object. Return unused. ECMA International 2024 251. Property definition. Assignment expression. Let exp value be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let from value be. Get value. Exp value. Let excluded names be a new empty list. Perform. Copy data properties. Object. From value. Excluded names. Return unused. Property definition. Identifier reference.
There are 3 keys on the keyboard.
Identifier reference. Let exp value be.
First thing I could do is I got
Let prop value be. Get value. Exp value. Assert. Object is an ordinary.
F13, F14, F15.
Non-configurable properties. Perform. Create data property or throw. Object. Prop name. Prop value. Return unused. Property definition. Property name. Assignment expression. Let prop key be. Evaluation of property name. If this property definition is contained within a script that is being evaluated for JSON parse, see step 7 of JSON parse. Then, a let is proto set to be false. Else if prop key is proto and is computed property key of property name is false. Then a let is proto set to be true. Else, a let is proto set to be false. If is anonymous function definition, assignment expression, is true and is proto setter as false. Then a let prop value.
Like this old Mac keyboard.
Of assignment expression with argument prop key. Else, a let exp value of b. Eval. Evaluation of assignment expression.
This is like the best keyboard ever.
If is proto setter is
I had it for a month.
if prop value is an object or prop value is null, then
Or, I don't know, maybe a month. I don't know. The buttons. The ink is not rubbing up. I got the USB-C Apple keyboard. After like a week, all the keys, the ink was rubbing off them. And like the key, it's just the key. It doesn't even have the text on it.
definition. Method definition.
But this keyboard is so much better.
Of method definition with arguments object and true. Return unused. 3, 2, 6 function defining expressions. See 15.2 for primary expression.
I might buy this one too.
0.5 for primary expression. Generator expression. See 15.7 for primary expression. Class expression. See 15.8 for primary expression. Async function expression.
This is fake.
For primary expression. Async generator expression. 52. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 132. 7 regular expression literals syntax. C12. 9. 5. 3. 2. 7.
Just for like antique sake.
Primary expression. Regular expression literal. It is a syntax error if capital I, S, capital V, A, L, I, D, capital R, E, G, U, L, A, R, capital X, P, R, E, S, S.
This keyboard is pretty flimsy compared to modern Mac. They're ancient and underpowered now.
E.
How is the keyboard underpowered?
Literal is false. 3, 2, 7, 2 static semantics. Capital I, S, capital V, A, L, I, D, capital R E G U L A R, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital L I T E R.
Alright, so this one though.
The abstract operation, capital I S, capital V A L I D, capital
I think this is it. This one looks bad though.
L A R, capital.
This is that real? Alright, so this is what I got.
I O.
It's way better than the modern Mac keyboard. Freaking USB-C keyboard for Mac is terrible.
Expression literal.
The Bluetooth broke on it.
It determines if it
It didn't hold a charge. It doesn't matter if it charges if the Bluetooth is broken. This has to be plugged in anyways.
of literal if flags contains any code points other than D, G, I, M, N,
What is this? This isn't even English.
Y, or if flags contains any code point more than once, return false. If flags contains U, let U be true.
I just want the image.
If flags contains V, let V be true, else let V be false. Let pattern text be body text of literal if U is false and V is false.
It's pretty low res.
To string
It's like these three keys. I'm not using them yet.
of code points resulting
And when you compile,
16-bit elements of EMP code point. UTF
you have to
to the elements. Let parse result be parse pattern. Pattern text. U, V,
there's like 3 steps.
true.
First you gotta assemble it to make the object file.
Expression.
So it's all these.
Literal. Let pattern be code points to string. Body text of regular expression literal. Let flags be code points to string.
Right here.
Regular expression.
So make that the F13 key.
Pattern. Flags. 3, 2, 8. Template
What
literal.
keys?
Template literal. Yield. Await. Tag.
Because I'm tired of like clicking
Template yield.
to find buttons on the GUI.
Plate.
But I hate typing too, so
Tagged.
I guess there's a middle between typing and using the GUI,
Template spans.
or graphical user interface, called the GUI. I like saying GUI.
Tagged. Template tail. Template middle list yield await tagged.
Instead of GUI.
National 2020.
It's just as bad as saying GUI,
Template middle list. Yield.
or GUI.
Tagged. Template middle.
Like people say GUI, GUI, because they don't want to say GUI. But it's GUI, so I think it's pronounced GUI, for graphical user interface.
Static semantics. Early errors. Template literal. Yield. Await. Tagged. No substitution template. It is a syntax error if the tagged parameter was not set and no substitution template contains not escape sequence. Template literal. Yield. Await. Tagged. Substitution template yield await tagged. It is a syntax error if the number of elements and the result of template strings of template literal with argument force is greater than or equal to 232. Substitution template. Yield. Await. Tagged. Template head expression. Plus in yield await. Template spans yield await tagged. It is a syntax error if the tagged parameter was not set and template head contains not escape sequence. Template spans. Yield. Await. Tagged. Template tail. It is a syntax error if the tagged parameter was not set and template.
There we go. So F13.
Tagged. Template middle expression.
I think I can put that to like the assemble button.
Yield await tagged. Template middle expression. Plus in yield await. It is a syntax.
Alright, so to make the object file pass an assembly, I can put this in F13
3, 2, 8. Just
and then on F14 the linker.
the syntax directed operation template strings takes argument draw, a boolean, and returns a list of
Because the linker is what makes the object into the executable.
items. Template literal. No.
Oh, this is so boring.
Template. Raw.
And F15,
Template.
I can put,
Let head be
or I'll just merge this maybe with it.
raw. Let
What makes it executable? It gives it permissions for the file to be executable.
and tail. Template spans. Template tail. Return template string.
So those get merged with F14.
Template spans.
But F15, I'll put the button to
Template strings of template middle list with argument draw. Let
run the executable.
template tail. Raw. Return the list concatenation of middle and tail. 50.
And in that way, since I only want to test the compiler,
Template middle expression 1. Return template string.
the assembler, whatever,
Draw. Template middle list. Template middle list. Template middle expression.
then I'd be able to hit F13 right now,
Let last.
have it run in the console over here,
Raw. Return the list concatenation of front and last.
or I could hit F14,
3 static semantics. Template.
so F13, 14, 15,
The abstract operation
and
template
I could hit
token. A no substitute.
F15 execute, so then I gotta hit like 2-3 keys.
Plate middle pause now.
I'm gonna have to use F16. Okay, maybe I'll use F16 to F19,
Returns a string.
and F19 I could hit to run the process of all three.
Called. If raw is true.
Because sometimes I gotta assemble, sometimes I gotta blank only, sometimes I gotta run it, and I want to do them all separate, but I also want to do all of them in one go.
Get template object. Template literal. The abstract operation get
Because you can't always get what you want,
template literal.
but I think I have enough keys to get what I fucking want.
Following steps when called. Let realm be the current
And I also want to get to the standard
history be realm for each element of template
to show trillion-dollar companies how it's done,
literal.
how to write a fucking JavaScript engine, and how to meet a fucking standard,
True. Assert.
instead of saying, oh, we meet the standard.
Strings be
You don't meet jack shit, and your product is shit.
count be the number of elements in the list cook strings.
So that's what I want too, so I gotta get to the standard.
Let template be.
So if I set up these 4 keys on the keyboard,
Let raw ob.
that's gonna save me time. Because right now, I wanna run it right.
Let index be 0.
And what I have to fucking do,
While index
every time I wanna run it,
be.
scroll up to the top here. I guess you could put this in another file. I already have enough files open.
Property descriptor.
So I think I might map the keys like that. I'll do that later though. I also have to find sound torch
Property or throw.
to get rid of the sound of the fan. Because I was on Windows, but now I'm on Linux, so I have more options.
Index plus 1. 3. Perform.
So since it's not on a key right now, I gotta set that up later at some point.
Perform. Define property or throw. Template. Raw.
I have to manually go up here, copy this fucking thing,
5.
but right now I don't want to run it.
Integrity.
I just want to build it, so I'll copy this part.
6. Append the record. Template literal. Template. To realm.
Just copy.
Return template. Note this operation returns undefined if raw is false and
Paste.
and not escape sequence. In all other cases, it returns a string. ECMA International 2024 255. Note 1. The creation of a template.
Error. What's error?
Completion. Note 2. Each template literal in the program.
Label or instruction.
Unique template object that is used in the evaluation.
Expected at certified.
3, 2, 8, 6. The template objects are frozen and the same template object is used each time a specific tag template is evaluated. Whether template objects are created lazily upon first
Why can't Sublime hold its place?
prior to first,
Keeps like jumping to the bottom of the file
it is not observable to ECMA.
when I zoom.
1, 3, 2, 8, 5 runtime semantics. Substitution evaluation.
What's the error?
Operation substitution evaluation takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMA script language values or an abrupt
Oh, that's wait.
defined piecewise over the following productions. Template spans. Template tail. Return a new empty list. Template spans. Template middle list. Substitution evaluation of template middle list. Template middle list. Template middle expression. Let subref B. Evaluation of expression. Let sub B. Get value. Subref. Return sub. Template middle list. Template middle list.
Oh wait,
Expression. Let proceed.
I have a message saying I spelled air wrong. Dang it.
Evaluation of expression. Let next be. Get value. Next ref. Return the list.
Alright, that's the error.
Next. 3, 2, 8, 6 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Template literal. No substitution template. Return the TV of no substitution.
It says 3231. I didn't even look at the line.
Substitution template. Template head expression template spans. Let head be the TV of template headers defined in 1, 2, 9, 6. Let subref be. Evaluation of expression. Let sub be.
That says 3,
Let middle be.
227.
Let tail be. Evaluation of template spans. Return the string concatenation of
So that is it.
tail. 56. ECMA International 2024. Note 3 future editions of this specification may define additional non-enumerable properties of template object. 1. The string conversion semantics apply.
Turn this off.
The like string prototype concat rather than the plus operator. Template spans. Template tail. Return the TV of template tailors defined in 1, 2, 9, 6. Template spans. Template.
This here. I can't put the jump there.
Template middle list. Let tail be the TV of template tailors defined in 1, 2, 9. Return the string concatenation of head and tail. Template middle list. Template middle expression. Let head be the TV of template middle as defined in 1, 2, 9, 6. Let subref be. Evaluation of expression. Let sub be. Get value. Subref. Let middle.
Why is it stuck?
Sub. Return the string concatenation of head and middle. Template middle list. Template middle list. Template middle expression. Let rest be. Evaluation of template middle list. Let middle be the TV of template middle as defined in 1, 2, 9, 6. Let subref be. Evaluation of expression. Let sub be. Get value. Subref. Let last be. To string. Sub. Return the string concatenation of rest, middle, and last. 3, 2, 9. The grouping operator. 3, 2, 9. 1. Static semantics. Early errors. Primary. Capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T.
Something's up with the keys. I don't know. Something's laggy.
I Z E D.
This Python script
X P
to get the keyboard input
S S I O
takes up a lot of resources.
N. Capital C O V E R
I might have to write it in lower level language.
N T H E S I E D. Capital E X P
This script.
E S S I O N. Capital A N. Must cover a parenthesized expression. 3, 2, 9. To runtime semantics. Evaluation. Primary expression. Capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Let expa be the parenthesized expression.
And then it runs the input on different threads.
V E.
It's like the mouse.
Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Return. Evaluation of expa parenthesized expression. Expression. Return. Evaluation of expression. This may be of type reference. Note to the string conversion semantics applied to the expression value like string prototype concat rather than the plus operator. Note 3 the string
So you can get the mouse, the input, whatever.
expression valuer like string prototype.
The mouse shows up as 3 different types.
Algorithm does not apply get value to evaluation of expression.
Like the more recent one.
Operators such as delete and type off may be applied to
It shows up as a mouse, but also as a keyboard, and then as a mouse.
3 left-hand side.
And then this Apple keyboard.
Yield, await, primary
This one, whatever.
expression yield await, expression, plus and yield await.
Shows up as Apple keyboard and Apple keyboard.
Template literal yield.
I wonder what the USB-C one shows up as.
Meter property.
I'll just plug it in. I'm distracted already.
Yield await. Member expression yield await. Private identifier super property. Yield await. Super expression plus and yield await. Super identifier name meter property. New target. Import meter new target. New target. Import meter. Import meta. New expression. Yield await. Member expression yield await. New expression yield await. Call expression yield await. Capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D
Alright, so USB-C keyboard.
Y N
I think the crickets are done.
A R R yield await. Super call yield await. Import call
It's been 5-10 minutes,
yield await. Arguments
or however long since I complained about the crickets. And I think they stopped chirping.
yield await. Call expression yield await. Identifier
I'll try with the fan.
expression yield await. Template literal yield await. Plus tagged. Call expression yield await. Private identifier super call. Yield await. Super arguments yield await. Import call. Yield await. Import assignment expression plus and yield await. Arguments yield await. Argument list yield await. Argument list yield await.
Yeah, no, the crickets are still chirping.
2020
I'll just deal with it.
yield await. Assignment expression plus and yield
Alright, so this is the Apple
plus and yield await. Argument list yield await. Assignment expression plus and yield await. Argument list yield await. Assignment expression
the Apple A1243
yield
keyboard. How it shows up in the devices on Linux.
await. Call expression yield await. Optional chain yield await. Optional expression yield await. Optional chain yield await. Optional chain yield await. Arguments yield await. Expression plus and yield await. Identifier name template literal yield await. Plus tagged. Private identifier. Optional chain yield await. Arguments yield await. Optional chain yield await. Expression
I'm gonna ask Chatbot about the keyboard.
await. Optional chain yield await. Identifier name. Optional chain yield await. Template literal yield await. Plus tagged. Optional chain yield await. Private identifier. Left-hand side expression. Yield await.
2007.
Await. Call expression yield await. Optional expression yield await. Supplemental syntax. When processing an instance of the production, call expression capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N
Damn, it's 18 years old.
R R the
This 18-year-old keyboard is better than the USB-C keyboard by Apple.
E R capital C A L L capital E X
Oh, they made it to 2017.
E S S I
Maybe it's not 18 years old.
capital A N D capital
It could possibly be.
Y, N, C, capital A, R, R, is refined using the following grammar. Call member expression.
So it's 8 to 18 years old, I guess. I don't know when this is made. All I know is it's refurbished.
3. 1 static semantic.
So it's probably not actually that old.
1. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Optional chain. Template literal. Optional chain template literal. It is a syntax error if any source text is matched by this production. ECMA International 2024 259. Note this production exists in order to prevent automatic semicolon insertion rules 12.10 from being applied to the following code. A.B, C, so that it would be
And then the USB-C.
statements. The purpose is to maintain consistency with similar code without optional chaining. A, B, C, which is a valid statement and where automatic semicolon insertion does not apply. Import meter. Import meta. It is a syntax error if the syntactic goal symbol is not module 1.3.3 to property accesses. Note properties are accessed by name using either the dot notation, member expression, identifier name call expression, identifier name, or the bracket notation, member expression, expression, call expression, expression. The dot notation is explained by the following syntactic conversion. Member expression, identifier name is identical in its behavior to member expression, identifier name string, and similarly, call expression, identifier name.
Did they stop selling it?
2. Call expression, identifier name string, where identifier name string is the result of evaluating string value of identifier name. 3. 2. 1 runtime semantics, evaluation.
No wonder they stopped selling it because it's a piece of shit.
Expression, let base
But the new one's a piece of shit too.
of member
The Tim Cook guy.
B. Get value, base reference.
He's like the manufacturing guru.
Code, let strict be true.
He gets like products developed on time.
Capital E.
I don't know.
T, E, capital
I'd have to double check sources.
P,
I don't want to say something that's not correct.
R, T, Y, capital A,
I think he's a little shady.
E, S, S,
I think that's why Steve Jobs didn't want him in charge after he died.
H, capital E, X, P, R, base value,
So many shady people.
60. ECMA International 2024. Member expression, identifier name, let base reference be.
What's the difference between this and the other one?
Value be. Get value, base reference. If the source text matched by this member expression is strict, code, let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital P, R, O, P, E, R, T, Y, capital A, C, C, E, S, S, capital W, I, T, H, capital I, D, E.
I don't know.
Base value.
I'm gonna plug in this keyboard to see what shows up as.
Member
In the devices, whatever.
expression. Private identifier. Let base reference be. Evaluation of member expression. Let base value be. Get value. Base reference. Let field name string be the string value of private identifier. Return make private reference. Base value. Field name string. Call expression. Call expression. Expression. Let base reference be. Evaluation of call expression. Let base value be. Get value. Base reference. If the source text matched by this call expression is
In the script.
be true, else let strict be false. Return.
I gotta figure out how to like make a script continue running so the console doesn't have to be open.
Strict. Call expression. Call expression. Identify.
There's a plug in this keyboard.
Evaluation of call expression. Let base value be. Get.
Oh, it's USB-C.
If the source text matched by this call expression is strict mode code, let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital P, R, O P E R T Y, capital A C C E S S, capital W I T H, capital I
But I have a converter 2.0.
N, base value, identifier name, strict, call expression, private identifier, let base reference be. Evaluation of call expression, let base value be.
I gotta get back to writing this shader. I'm so distracted.
String be the string value of
Alright, it's plugged in. So, reopen this file,
value, field name string, 3
run the script.
E V A L U A T E, capital P R O P E R T Y, capital A C C E S S, capital W I T H, capital E X P R, base value. Strict, the abstract operation, capital E V A L U A T E, capital P R O P E R T Y, capital A C C E S S, capital W I T H, capital E.
It did run. Where's the keyboard?
Takes arguments base value, an ECMA script language value, expression, an expression parse node, and strict, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing a reference record or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let property name reference be. Of expression, let property
It's not working
get value, property name reference.
at all now. Okay.
To property key, property name value, return the reference record. Base value, property key,
What a waste on a stupid keyboard.
3
It's like $100.
capital E V A L U A T E, capital R O
Yeah, no, this keyboard is broke. It's a broken keyboard.
Y, capital A C C E S S, capital W I T H,
Well, that wasn't very exciting.
E N, base value, identifier name, strict, the abstract operator.
This keyboard is completely dead now.
A L U A T E, capital P R O P E R T Y, capital A C C E S S, capital W I T H, capital I D E N, takes arguments base value, an ECMA script language value, identifier name, an identifier name parse node, and strict, a boolean, and returns a reference record. It performs the following steps when called. Let property name string be string value of identifier name, return the reference record. Base value, property name string, strict, empty, ECMA International 2024 200.
Alright, back to this.
3 5 then new operator 3 3 5 1 runtimes.
Just want to see what.
Evaluation, new expression, new expression, return. Evaluate new expression, empty, member
The addresses of labels.
arguments 1.
So run the script.
Evaluate new
Or assemble it, whatever.
arguments 3 3 5 1 1 evaluate new, construct expa, arguments. The abstract operation evaluate new takes arguments construct expa, a new expression parse node or remember expression parse node, and arguments, empty or an arguments parse node, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value.
So we make a no label.
It performs the following steps when called. Let ref be. Evaluation of construct expa. Let constructor be. Get value, ref. If arguments is empty, then a let arglist be a new empty list for.
Error warning.
Argument list evaluation of arguments. If this constructor is false, throw a type error exception. Return. Construct.
Label alone on line without a colon.
3, 3, 6 function calls. 3, 3, 6.
Give it a colon.
6. Evaluation. Call expression. Capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X.
That's useful.
E S S I O.
So this is 3139.
D. Capital
Here, the label's originally defined here.
C. Cap
3139.
R. Let expa be the call member expression that is covered by capital C O V E R. Capital C
Alright, so you can't have it defined more than twice.
E X P R.
What if I define it?
S I O N. Capital A N D. Capital A S Y N C. Capital A. Expa be the member expression of expa. Let arguments be the arguments of expa. Let ref be.
What if I do this?
For expa. Let fun be. Get value. Ref. If ref is a reference record, is
I really wish it would zoom without losing its position.
then a
That'd be great. It used to, that now it like jumps all the way to the bottom.
arglist B.
So this is the theme.
Of arguments. 2. If arglist,
We should change the theme back.
return undefined. 3. Let eval arg be the first element of arglist. 5. If the source text match by this call expression is strict mode code, let strict caller be true. Otherwise, let strict caller be false. V return. Perform eval arg, strict caller, true. Let this call be this call expression. Let tail call be as in tail position. This call return. Evaluate call. Func. Ref. Arguments. Tail call. A call expression evaluation that executes step 6 AV is a direct eval. Call expression arguments. Let ref be. Evaluation of call expression. Let func be. Get value.
No, it didn't fix it. It's cool.
Expression. Let tail call be as in tail position. This call. Return. Evaluate call. Func. Ref. Arguments. Tail call. 62. ECMA International 2024. 13336. 2. Evaluate call. Func. Ref. Arguments. Tail position. The abstract operation evaluate call takes arguments func. Any CMA script language value. Ref. Any CMA script language value or a reference record. Arguments. A parse node. And tail position. A boolean. And returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. If ref is a reference record, then if is property reference, ref, is true, then I let this value be get this value, ref, be else, I let
That's funny.
2. Assert, ref env is an environment record. 3.
You just do the normal OS zooming out.
Let this value be undefined. Let arg
Because the program sucks.
list evaluation of arg
One workaround to address the issue
throw a type error
is to rely on the operating system because
throw a
its behavior in Sublime text is crap.
perform prepare for tail call. Return. Call. Func. This value. Arg list.
Alright, so I'm gonna define it like this. See if this is an error.
3, 3, 7, 1 runtime semantics.
I wanna test whatever mislabel stuff so I can know for sure.
NVB get.
And I have to like question it.
Will this be NV get this binding? Let property name reference be. Evaluation of expression. Let property name value be. Get value. Property name reference. Let property key be. To property key. Property name value. If the source text match by the super property is strict mode code, let strict be true.
31488.
Be false. Return.
Mention X originally defined here.
Property reference. Actual this. Property key. Strict. Super property. Super. Identifier. Name. Let en.
If I flip it, that's not an error.
this be env get this binding. Let property key be string value of identifier name if the source text matched by the
That's an error.
code. Let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return. Make super property reference. Actual this. Property key. Strict.
That's not an error.
Super up.
Can you hear the crickets?
List evaluation of arguments. If this false. Throw a type error except
Oh, baby.
B. Construct. Func. Arglist. New target. Let the SIR get this environment. Perform the SIR bind this value. Result. Let F be the SIR. 0. Assert. F is an ECMA script function object. 1. Perform. Initialize instance elements. Result. F. 2. Return result. ECMA International 2024 263 1337 to get superconstructor. The abstract operation get superconstructor takes no arguments and returns an ECMA script language value. It performs the following steps when called. Let envrec be get this environment. Assert. Envrec is a function environment record. Let active function be envrec. Assert. Active function is an ECMA script function object. Let superconstructor be active function. Return superconstructor. 3. 7. 3 make super property reference. Actual this. Property key. Strict. The abstract operation make super property reference takes arguments actual this. An ECMA script language value. Property key. A property key. And strict. A boolean. And returns either a normal completion containing a super reference record or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let env get this environment. Assert. Env has super binding. Is true. Let base value be env get superbase. Return the reference record. Base value. Property key. Strict. This value. Actual this. 3. 8 argument lists. Note the evaluation of an argument list produces a list of values 1 3 8. 1 runtime semantics. Argument list evaluation. The syntax-directed operation argument list evaluation takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMA script language values or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Arguments. Return a new empty list. Argument list. Assignment expression. Let ref be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let arg be. Get value. Ref. Return arg. Argument list. Assignment expression. Let list be new empty list. Let spread ref be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let spread obj be. Get value. Spread ref. Let iterator record be. Get iterator. Spread obj. Sync. Repeat. Let next be. Iterator step value. Iterator record. B if next is done. Return list. C append next to list. Argument list. Argument list. Assignment expression. 1. 2. Let preceding args be. Argument list evaluation of argument list. Let ref be. Evaluation of assignment expression. 64. ECMA International 2024. 3. Let arg be. Get value. Ref. Return the list concatenation of preceding args and arg. Argument list. Argument list. Assignment expression. Let preceding args be. Argument list evaluation of argument list. Let spread ref be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let iterator record be. Get iterator. Get value. Spread ref. Sync. Repeat. Let next be. Iterator step value. Iterator record. B if next is done. Return preceding args. C append next to preceding args. Template literal. No substitution template. Let template literal be this template literal. Let cite obj be get template object. Template literal. Return cite obj. Template literal. Substitution template. Let template literal be this template literal. Let cite obj be get template object. Template literal. Let remain in B. Argument list evaluation of substitution template. Return the list concatenation of cite obj and remaining. Substitution template. Template head expression template spans. Let first subref be. Evaluation of expression. Let first sub E. Get value. First sub ref. Let rest sub E. Substitution evaluation of template spans. Assert. Rest sub is a possibly empty list. Return the list concatenation of first sub and rest sub. 3, 9 optional chains. 3, 9. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Optional expression. Member expression optional chain. Let base reference be. Evaluation of member expression. Let base value be. Get value. Base reference. If base value is either undefined or null, then a return undefined. Return. Chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference. Optional expression. Call expression optional chain. Let base reference be. Evaluation of call expression. Let base value be. Get value. Base reference. If base value is either undefined or null, then a return undefined. Return. Chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference. Note an optional chain is a chain of one or more property accesses and function calls, the first of which begins with the token ECMA International 2024-265. Optional expression. Optional expression optional chain. Let base reference be. Evaluation of optional expression. Let base value be. Get value. Base reference. If base value is either undefined or null, then a return undefined. Return. Chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference. 3, 9. 2 runtime semantics. Chain evaluation. The syntax-directed operation chain evaluation takes arguments base value, an ECMA script language value, and base reference, an ECMA script language value or a reference record, and returns either a normal completion containing either an ECMA script language value or a referenc E record, or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Optional chain. Arguments. Let this chain be this optional chain. Let tail call be as in tail position. This chain. Return. Evaluate call. Base value. Base reference. Arguments. Tail call. Optional chain. Expression. If the source text matched by this optional chain is strict mode code, let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return. Capital E V A L U A T E, capital P R O P E R T Y, capital A C C E S S, capital W I T H, capital E X P R. Base value. Expression. Strict optional chain. Identifier name. If the source text matched by this optional chain is strict mode code, let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return. Capital E V A L U A T E, capital P R O P E R T Y, capital A C C E S S, capital W I T H, capital I D E N. Base value. Identifier name. Strict optional chain. Private identifier. Let field name string be the string value of private identifier. Return make private reference. Base value. Field name string. Optional chain. Optional chain arguments. Let optional chain be optional chain. Let new reference be. Chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference. Let new value be. Get value. New reference. Let this chain be this optional chain. Let tail call be as in tail position. This chain. Return. Evaluate call. New value. New reference. Arguments. Tail call. Optional chain. Optional chain. Expression. Let optional chain be optional chain. Let new reference be. Chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference. Let new value be. Get value. New reference. If the source text matched by this optional chain is strict mode code, let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return. Capital E V A L U A T E, capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W I T H capital E X P R new value expression strict optional chain identifier name let optional chain be optional chain let new reference be chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference let new value be get value new reference if the source text matched by this optional chain is strict mode code let strict be true else let strict be false return capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W I T H capital I D E N new value identifier ECMA International 2024
Yeah, the crickets can totally be heard.
identifier
I don't want to check the stream, whatever. Just want to double check.
chain evaluation
So that chirping sound, that
let new value
it's not the computer fan. The computer fan is separate from the damn cricket chirping.
turn make private reference
I can't take the cricket.
calls
The loudest motherfucking cricket.
one runtimes
And it's outside.
call import be get active script or module if referrer is null set referrer to the current realm record let
Someone ignore it.
aggregation of assignment expression let specify b
It just keeps chirping.
f let promise capability be new promise capability percent promise percent let sp
Okay, so
completion
this isn't an error. It's not error. Because you're defining something before label.
promise capability
Is this an error?
imported module referrer specify a string empty promise
Yeah, that's an error.
promise capability 3 3 1 0 1 1 continue dynamic import promise capability module completion the abstract operation continue dynamic import takes arguments promise capability a promise capability record
Or someone like print. I'm pretty sure I know what's happening.
containing a module
I just want to be like super certain, whatever.
it completes the process of a dynamic import originally started by an import
So make this extension Y.
returned by that call as appropriate. It performs the following steps when called. If a module completion is an abrupt completion, then a perform call promise capability
I want to like print the address of X and Y.
unused. Let module be module completion. Let load promise be module load requested modules. Let rejected closure be a new abstract closure with parameters reason that captures promise capability and performs the following.
And they should be different addresses.
Call promise capability undefined. Reason be return unused.
I'm pretty sure this was happening, so double check.
Rejected closure 1.
Because I don't want to think that it is and if I know it's wrong.
No parameters that captures module
Because if chatbot's going to do this,
on rejected and
when it gives me an output the whole time,
let link be complete.
I need to like figure it out.
B if link is an abrupt completion. Form call promise capability undefined. Link 2. Return unused. C let evaluate promise be module.
So go to 0, 1.
Failed closure be a new abstract closure with no parameters that
So in this webpage,
capability and
whatever,
when called. I let namespace be get module namespace.
I should update it.
2. Perform call promise capability undefined. Namespace 3. Return unused. Let unfulfilled be create built-in function. Fulfilled closure 0. F perform promise then. Evaluate promise. Unfulfilled. Unrejected. G return unused. Link and evaluate be create built-in function. Link and evaluate closure 0. Let perform promise then. Load promise. Link and evaluate. Unrejected. Return unused. ECMA International 2024 267. The 13th of March 2011 tag templates. 3.3.1.1. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation.
Is it break?
Member expression template literal. Let tag ref be. Evaluation of member expression. Let tag func be.
HTML.
Tag ref. Let this call be this member expression. Let tail call be as in tail position. This call. Return. Evaluate call. Tag
I
func.
think it was break.
Template literal. Tail call. Call.
I don't remember.
Call expression template literal. Let tag ref be. Evaluation of call expression. Let tag func be. Get value. Tag ref. Let this call be this call expression. Let tail cal. L be as in tail position. This call. Return. Evaluate call. Tag func. Tag ref. Template literal. Tail call. The 3rd of March 2012 meta properties. 3.3.1.2. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. New target. New target 1. Return get new target. Import meter. Import meta. Let module be get active script or module. Assert. Module is a source text module record. Let import meter be module. If import meter is empty, then a set import object create.
And there's like a CSS property to make it a plain box. I should probably do that instead.
Module C for each record. P of import meter values. Do I perform. Create data property or throw import meter. P D perform host finalize import meter. Import meter. Module E set module to import meter. F return import meter. Else A assert. Import meter is an object. P return import meter. 3.3.1.2. 1 host get import meter properties. Module record. The host defined abstract operation host get import meter
Input though.
module record. A module record. And returns a list of records with fields. An ECMA script language value. It allows hosts to provide property keys and values for the object returned from import meter. The default implementation of host get import meter properties is to return a new empty list. Note a tag template is a function call where the arguments of the call are derived from a template literal 1.3.2.8. The actual arguments include a template object 1.3.2.8.4. and the values produced by evaluating the expressions embedded within the template literal. 68. Copyright sign. ECMA International.
Oh my god, Java is so dumb.
3.3.1.2.1. To host finalize import meter. Import meter. Module record. The host-defined abstract operation host finalize import meter takes arguments import meter, an object, and module record, a module record, and returns unused. It allows hosts to perform any extraordinary operations to prepare the object returned from import meter. Most hosts will be able to simply define host get import meter properties and leave host finalize import meter with its default behavior. However, host finalize import meter provides an escape hatch for hosts which need to directly manipulate the object. The default implementation of host finalize import meter is to return unused. 3.4 Update expression syntax. Update expression, yield, await, left-hand side expression yield await, left-hand side expression yield await, left-hand side expression yield await, plus unary expression yield await, unary expression yield await, 1.3.4.1 static semantics. Early errors. Update expression. Left-hand side expression plus. No line terminator here. Plus. No line terminator here.
The crickets that chirp. So start up again.
Left-hand side expression. Plus unerror. Early syntax error for some.
Any second now.
Is not simple.
Unless the crickets stopped.
4. Expression, left.
I think is whatever.
Evaluation of left-hand side expression. Let old value be. To numeric. Get value. LHS. If old value is a number.
I want this text box.
Be number. Add. Old value. 1. Else. Assert.
Like this.
New value be big. Old value 1z. Perform. Put value LHS. New value. Return old value. ECMA International 2024 269. 134. 3 postfix decrement.
So find the property here.
4. 3. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Update expression. Left hand. SB. Evaluation of left hand side expression. Let old value be. To numeric. Get value.
Content editable. That's it.
Then a let new value be number. Subtract. Old value. 1 else. Assert. Old value is a big int. Be let
It's so hard to find that.
old value 1z. Perform. Put value LHS. New value. Return old value 3 4 4 prefix increment operator 1 3 4 4 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Update expression. Plus unary expression. Let x be. Evaluation of unary expression. Let old value be. To numeric. Get value. Exper. If old value is a number, then a let new value be number. Add old value 1 else. Assert. Old value is a big int. Be let new value be big int. Add old value 1z. Perform.
Why do people gatekeep the content editable option?
3 4 5 prefix decrement operator 1 3 4 5 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Update expression. Unary.
It says
The B.
you're not asking about form input, but rather how to make a box on the web page
Get
behave visually like a text area,
number. Then
possibly for display only text.
act. Old value 1 else.
And the chatbot's like, here's how you do it.
Be let new value be begint. Subtract. Old value 1z. Perform. Put value exper. New value. Return new value.
It has border color,
International 2000.
padding, width, height, white space,
Operators syntax.
overflow.
Yield. Await. Update expression yield await. Delete unary expression yield await. Void unary expression yield await. Type of unary expression yield await plus unary expression yield await. Unary expression yield await. Unary expression yield await. Unary expression yield await plus await. Await expression yield 3 5 1
I don't know if those things work.
1 static semantics.
Chatbot sucks.
Unary expression.
Just type in content editable.
Syntax error. If the unary expression is contained in strict mode code in the derived unary expression is primary expression. Identifier reference. Member expression. Member expression. Private identifier. Call expression.
So if I make this content editable,
Identifier. Option
then I won't need to use break.
or optional chain. Optional chain. Private identifier. It is a syntax error if the derived unary expression is primary expression. Capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N and capital C O V E R capital P A E N T H E
Do
E D capital E X P R E S S I
right?
N
I don't know. In ASM, you don't do.
is a phrase that, if used in place of
There's no escape character.
would produce a syntax error according to these rules. This rule is recursive.
Let's build and run it.
3 5 1 2 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Unary expression. Delete unary expression. Let ref be. Evaluation of unary expression. If ref is not a reference record, return true. If is unresolvable reference, ref is true, then assert. Ref is false. Be return true. If is property reference, ref is true, then assert is private reference. Ref is false. B if is super reference. Ref is true. Throw a reference error exception. C let base obj be. To object. Ref. D let delete status be base obj. Ref. E
3148.
ref is true. Throw a type error exception. F return delete status. Else. A let base be ref. B assert. Base is an environment record. C return base delete binding. Ref. The last rule means that expressions such as delete foo produce early errors because, note, of recursive application of the first rule. ECMA International 2024 270.
I can't put a label before label.
Operator occurs within strict mode code. A syntax error exception is thrown if its unary expression is a direct reference to a variable, function argument, or function name. In addition, if a delete operator
Let's define a byte.
code and the property to be deleted has the attribute false, or otherwise cannot be deleted, a type error exception is thrown. Note 2: the object that may be created in step 4c is not accessible outside of the above abstract operation in the ordinary object.
Alright, so build.
An implementation might choose to avoid the actual creation of that object. 3,
Refresh page or whatever.
3, 5, 2.
40381.
Evaluation. Unary expression
18403.
let x be.
Huh.
Of unary expression. Perform.
Is that the bug?
Return undefined. 3, 5, 3. The tippy-off operator. 3, 5, 3. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Unary expression. Type of unary expression. Let val be. Evaluation of unary expression. If val is a reference record, then if is unresolvable reference. Val is true. Return undefined. Set val 2.
Let's build.
Val. If val is undefined, return undefined. If val is null, return object. If val is a string, return string. If val is a symbol, return symbol. If val is a boolean, return boolean. If val is a number, return number. 0. If val is a big int, return bigint. 1. Assert. Val is an object. 2.
Is Chatbot giving me buggy code?
B. 3, 6, 3.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Return function. 4. Return object. 3, 5, 4. Unary plus operator. Note the unary
This is the third.
to number type. Note get value must be called even though its value is not used because it may have observable side effects. 207.
Make object, link object, run, build.
5, 4, 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Unary expression plus unary x.
Why did I have 3?
B. Evaluation of unary expression. Return to number. Get value.
Well, that's weird.
5, 5. Unary operator. 3, 5, 5.
That's not what I expected.
Evaluation. Unary expression.
What is even the point of the second label?
Evaluation of unary expression. Let old value be numeric. Get value. Expa. If old value is a number, then a return number. Unary minus old value 4. Else. AB. Assert. Old value is a big int. Return big int. Unary minus old value. The unary operator converts its operand to a numeric value and then negates it. Negating plus 0. Note. Produces
If I access the label.
minus 0 produces plus 0. Bitwise not operator. Unary expression. Unary expression. 3, 5, 6. 3, 5, 6. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Let x be. Evaluation of unary expression. Let old value be numeric. Get value. Expa. If old value.
So I'll do a move. RBX.
Bitwise not. Old value 4.
REX.
Assert. Old value is a big int. Return big int. Bitwise not. Old value. Logical not operator. Unary expression. Unary expression. 3, 5, 7. 3, 5, 7. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Let x be. Evaluation of unary expression. Let old value be to boolean. Get value. Expa. If old value is true, return false. Return true. 3.6 exponentiation operator syntax. Exponentiation expression.
Should I move a byte?
unary expression yield await. Update
I'm pretty sure it's invalid. No, it's just whatever.
exponentiation
If it crashes, it crashes.
International 2024 273 136 1 runtime semantics evaluation exponentiation expression update expression exponentiation expression return
What kind of value is that?
A L U A T E capital S T R I N G capital O R capital N U M E R I C capital B I N A
Like what kind of value is that?
E update expression exponentiation expression 3.7 multiplicative operators syntax multiplicative expression yield await exponentiation expression yield await
This isn't content editable.
wait multiplicative operator exponentiation expression yield await multiplicative operator 1 of percent 3 7 1 runtime semantics evaluation multiplicative expression multiplicative expression multiplicative operator exponentiation expression let op text be the source text matched by multiplicative operator return capital E V A L U A T E capital S T R I N G capital O
Moves just a bite.
N U
I can't stand the fucking cricket.
I C capital B I N A R Y capital E multiplicative expression octet
I have to turn on the fan.
expression 3.8 additive operators syntax additive expression yield await multiplicative
56.
additive expression
At first it was 56. 4B, blah blah blah.
wait additive expression yield await
It is 56. It's our code.
3 8 1 the addition operator
4V.
the perform string concatenation or numeric
Find out.
8 1 1 runtime semantics evaluation additive expression plus multiplicative expression return capital E V A L U A T E capital S T R
No.
B capital O R capital N U M E R I C capital B I
56 is the char code for
R
the number 8.
E additive expression plus multiplicative expression. Note, the operator performs multiplication, producing the product of its operands. The operator performs division, producing the quotient of its operands. The
Get rid of the second label.
percenter of its operands from an implied division, 274. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 138.
Suka 56.
3, 8, 2, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, additive expression, multiplicative expression, return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital E, additive expression, multiplicative expression, 3.9 bitwise shift operators syntax, shift expression, yield, await, additive expression yield await, shift expression yield await, additive expression yield await, shift expression yield await, additive expression yield await, shift expression yield await, additive expression yield await. 3, 9, 1 the left shift operator. 3, 9, 1, 1 runtime semantic.
What is happening?
Shift expression, additive expression, return.
Oh, it's hexadecimal, damn it.
A, L, A, T E capital S T R I N G capital O R capital N U M E R I C capital B I N A R Y.
So 41
Shift expression, additive expression 3 9 to the side
is a.
9 2 1 runtime semantic.
So V
Shift expression, additive
hexadecimal is
capital E V A U
56.
E capital S T R I N G capital O R capital N U M E R I C capital B I N A R Y capital E.
Here is V.
Additive expression 3.
I mean, that's confusing. Why did I do that?
Shift operator.
I defined it as decimal, but define it as hexadecimal. And then I say over here that it's decimal.
Performs a bitwise left shift.
So, anyways, 56 is V.
Operand. Note performs a sign filling bitwise right shift operation on the left operand.
So it's getting the first byte.
The right operand. Note performs a 0 filling bitwise right shift operation.
Why do this?
Amount specified by the right operand. ECMA International 2024 200.
So, this gets the first byte
3 1 runtime semantics.
of the label extension Y.
Shift expression, additive expression.
Extension Y is here. I'm doing a li to get the address.
A
Then I'm moving the address of the li,
E
the load effective address, moving a byte to BL.
R
And I'm printing it RBX, and I guess RBX is zeroed out. I should zero out the higher bytes.
capital N U M E R I C capital B I N A R Y capital E shift
So when I run and build it,
expression 3.10 relational operators syntax relational expression in yield
it gets 56 correctly, the first byte.
await relational expression in
Extension Y,
expression in yield relational expression in yield
I'm going to make another define of it.
relational
It's a quad word, which should be the address of it.
yield await shift expression yield await equals shift expression yield await equals shift expression yield await.
So it's twice, one with a colon, one without.
Evaluating a relational operator is always of type Boolean.
I'm going to run it now.
Relationship named by the operator holds between its two operands. Shift expression yield await plus in relation
I still get 56.
yield await in shift expression yield await plus in private identifier in shift expression yield await. 3 1 0 1 runtime semantics evaluation relational expression shift expression letter FB evaluation of relational expression letter val B get value ref letter FB evaluation of shift expression letter val B get value ref letter B is less than val reval
So it's not returning the right address.
return false otherwise return R relational expression shift
What's the point of defining this?
relational expression letter val B get value
Because the address between Z and Y,
evaluation of shift expression letter
let's change to ABC,
ref letter B is less than
or ABC, so it's 4 bytes.
false if R is undefined return false otherwise return R relational expression equals shift expression letter FB evaluation of relational expression letter val B get
So 1 byte, 2 byte, 3 byte, 4 bytes.
expression letter val B get value ref letter B
So Z and then Y.
val false if R is either true or undefined return false otherwise
I'm printing Y, then Z.
26 ECMA International
Get rid of accessing it, just print the address.
in Grammar parameter is needed to avoid confusing the and operator in a relational expression with the and operator in a for statement. Relational expression equals shift expression. Letter FB. Evaluation of relational expression. Letter val B. Get value. Ref. Let
0x403
expression.
81c.
Value. Ref. Let R B. Is less than. Val. Reval. True if R is either true or undefined. Return false. Otherwise, return true. Relational expression instance of shift expression. Letter FB. Evaluation of relational expression. Letter val B. Get value. Ref. Letter FB. Evaluation of shift expression. Letter val B. Get value. Ref. Return. Instance of operator. Val. Reval. Relational expression in shift expression. Letter FB. Evaluation of relational expression. Letter val B. Get value. Ref.
Minus 4 blah blah.
Expression. Letter val B. Get value. Ref. If reval is not an object, throw a type error exception. Return. Has property. Reval. To property key. Val. Relational expression.
It's 3 bytes difference.
Shift expression. Let private identifier be the string value of
Oh, it's 3.
Evaluation of shift expression. Letter val B. Get value. Ref. If reval is not an
Because this label's before the 4th byte.
private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let private name be resolved private ID.
Alright, so
The
it's definitely getting the original address,
reval.
which means that define q, quad word, whatever, for the address.
New instance of
If you use this label, you don't even get the address of the quad word.
operator
You're getting the address of the original string,
script language value and target. Any
which is the opposite of what I thought. So it's a good thing I checked.
a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It implements the
It makes no sense.
determining if v is an instance
Why is that? Is that on purpose?
method or, if absent,
How is that useful?
the value of target's prototype property is present in v's p prototype chain. It performs the following steps when called. If target is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let inst of handler be. Get method target at has it
You can't define more.
is not on
You can't define that label more than once.
call inst of handler target v if is callable. Target is false. Throw a type error exception. Return. Ordinary has instance. Target v. Note steps 4 and 5 provide compatible
Anyways, so why
CMA
does reference original?
method to define the instance of operator semantics. If an
And that's being passed in.
operator at has instance, it uses the default instance of semantics. ECMA International 2024 277 13.11 Equality operators. Syntax. Equality expression in yield await. Relational expression.
Is it being passed in?
Equality expression in yield await equals
It is.
await. Equality expression in yield await equals relational expression in yield await. Equality
Oh.
equals relational expression in yield await. Equality expression in yield await equals relational expression in yield await. 3.1.1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Equality expression equals
What's a constant address in C?
letter FB. Evaluation of equality expression. Letter val B. Get value. Ref. Letter FB. Evaluation of
So that means you can't get the address
get value. Ref. Return.
of the label that holds a label.
Equality expression.
Unless you make another label to get that address.
Letter FB. Evaluation of equality expression. Letter val B. Get value. Ref. Letter FB.
Is this valid?
Relational expression. Letter val B. Get value. Ref. Let R B. Is loosely equal. Reval. Val. If R is true, return.
Oh, that is valid.
Otherwise, return true. Equality expression equals relational expression. Letter FB. Evaluation.
Alright, I got it.
Letter val B. Get value.
Okay, that kind of makes sense.
Evaluation of relational expression.
That we can have a label exist,
Value. Ref. Return is strict.
and then use that label in other places,
Val. Equality expression. Equality expression
multiple places as a value,
let ref b. Evaluate
and then it's not mutable.
e. Get value.
It's just a label, which is the original label.
Evaluation of
If you want to get the label
let val b. Get
of where it's used, you have to make it a label.
equal reval. Val. If R is true, return false. Otherwise, return true. 278. ECMA International 2024. Note the result of evaluating an equality operator is
And then you can get the label of
whether the
where it's being used.
operator holds between its two operands. Note 1 given the above definition of equality.
Alright, that makes sense.
Forced by dollar
So you've seen it
equals equal.
in smaller assembly.
Numeric comparison can be forced by plus a
I never really looked into it,
Boolean comparison can be forced by equals b
and I don't think I'll do that. I think I'm gonna make separate defines for everything.
is equivalent to
This is kind of lazy.
a equals b is equivalent to b equals a, except in the O.
But it saves a couple lines of code.
Note 3. The equality operator is not always
I don't know, to each their own.
trample. There might be
So chatbot's code is fine then. So that's not the bug. The bug is a cricket that's chirping outside. The cricket that won't shut up, it's just out there chirping and chirping and chirping.
string objects.
I'm gonna go in the bushes and kill that bug.
New string. Equals a and a equals new string.
I hate summer. Alright, that's not the bug then.
Is full.
I gotta find the bug in the program.
Strings uses a simple equality test on code unit values. There is no attempt to use the more complex, semantically oriented
I had a break to these lines on.
equality and collating order defined in the Unicode's
I made the box content editable, but that didn't work.
mechanically equal according to the Unicode standard good test.
I don't care to look into the rules of HTML
But them assumes that both strings are already
at the moment, so I'll just put a break in there.
binary bitwise operators syntax, bitwise and expression in yield await, equality expression in yield await, bitwise and expression in yield await, and equality expression in yield await, bitwise or expression in yield await, bitwise and expression in yield await, bitwise or expression in yield await, bitwise and expression in yield await, bitwise or expression in yield await, bitwise or
And build a
yield await, bitwise or expression in yield await, bitwise or expression in yield await,
ta-da! HTML formatted.
semantic,
I hate HTML.
bitwise and expression and equality
Alright, now I gotta like
capital E
print the addresses of
U A T E capital S T R I N G capital O R capital N U
these, I guess.
I
No, these.
I N
Then whatever this returns.
R Y capital
And find where the bug is
eyes and expression and
in the program.
ECMA
There is a bug, a cricket outside that keeps chirping.
79
I'm talking about the bug in the program. Man, this computer is gonna overheat.
turn
Python.
V
It's taking so much computer resources.
T
Holy crap.
capital S T R I N G capital O
Where's the performance monitor?
E C
I gotta get some water, I'll be right back.
N A R
I gotta get the shader done.
capital
Figure out this stupid bug in the program, not the bug outside. I can't take crickets. I'll be right back.
expression bitwise or expression return capital E V A L U A T E capital S T R I N G capital O R capital N U M E R I C capital B I N A R Y capital E bitwise or expression bitwise OR expression. 3.13 binary logical operators syntax. Logical and expression in yield await. Bitwise OR expression in yield await. Logical and expression in yield await. And bitwise OR expression in yield await. Logical OR expression in yield await. Logical and expression in yield await. Logical OR expression in yield await. Logical and expression in yield await. Coalesce expression in yield await. Coalesce expression head in yield await. Bitwise OR expression in yield await. Coalesce expression head in yield await. Coalesce expression in yield await. Bitwise OR expression in yield await. Short circuit expression in yield await. Logical OR expression in yield await. Coalesce expression in yield await. 3.1.3 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Logical and expression. Logical and expression and bitwise OR expression. Let ref be. Evaluation of logical and expression. Let val be. Get value. Ref. La teal bool be to boolean. Val. If bool is false, return val. Let ref be. Evaluation of bitwise OR expression. Return. Get value. Ref. Logical OR expression. Logical OR expression. Logical and expression. Let ref be. Evaluation of logical OR expression. Let val be. Get value. Ref. Let bool be to boolean. Val. If bool is true, return val. Let ref be. Evaluation of logical and expression. Return. Get value. Ref. 280. ECMA International 2024. The value produced by a and or operator is not necessarily of type Boolean. The value produced, note, will always be the value of one of the two operand expressions. Coalesce expression head. Bitwise OR expression. Let ref be. Evaluation of coalesce expression head. Let val be. Get value. Ref. If the val is either undefined or null, then let ref be. Evaluation of bitwise OR expression be return. Get value. Ref. Else a return val. 3.14 conditional operator. Syntax. Conditional expression in yield await. Short circuit expression in yield await. Short circuit expression in yield await. Assignment expression plus in yield await. Assignment expression in yield await. 3.14 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Conditional expression. Short circuit expression. Assignment expression. Assignment expression. Let ref be. Evaluation of short circuit expression. Let val be to boolean. Get value. Ref. If val is true, then let true ref be. Evaluation of the first assignment expression be return. Get value. True ref. Else let false ref be. Evaluation of the second assignment expression be return. Get value. False ref. Note the grammar for a conditional expression in ECMA script is slightly different from that in C and Java, which each allow the second sub-expression to be an expression but restrict the third expression to be a conditional expression. The motivation for this difference in ECMA script is to allow an assignment expression to be governed by either arm of a conditional and to eliminate the confusing and fairly useless case of a comma expression as the center expression. ECMA International 2024 281 13.15 Assignment operators syntax. Assignment expression in yield await. Conditional expression in yield await plus yield. Yield expression in await. Arrow function in yield await. Async arrow function in yield await. Left-hand side expression yield await equals assignment expression in yield await. Left-hand side expression yield await. Assignment operator assignment expression in yield await. Left-hand side expression yield await. And equals assignment expression in yield await. Left-hand side expression yield await. Equals assignment expression in yield await. Left-hand side expression yield await equals assignment expression in yield await. Assignment operator, one of, equals percent equals plus equals and equals. 3.15 1 static semantics. Early error S. Assignment expression. Left-hand side expression equals assignment expression. If left-hand side expression is either an object literal or an array literal, The following early error rules are applied. Left-hand side expression must cover an assignment pattern. If left-hand side expression is neither an object literal nor an array literal, the following early error rule is applied. It is a syntax error if assignment target type of left-hand side expression is not simple. Assignment expression. Left-hand side expression assignment operator assignment expression left-hand side expression and equals assignment expression left-hand side expression equals assignment expression left-hand side expression equals assignment expression. It is a syntax error if assignment target type of left-hand side expression is not simple. 3.1.5. To runtime semantics. Evaluation. Assignment expression. Left-hand side expression equals assignment expression. 82. If left-hand side expression is neither an object literal nor an array literal, then a letter of B. Evaluation of left-hand side expression. B if is anonymous function definition, assignment expression, and is identifier ref of left-hand side expression are both true, then I let eval B. Named evaluation of assignment expression with argument ref. See else I let ref B. Evaluation of assignment expression 2. Let eval B. Get value, ref, D perform. Put value, ref, reval, E return reval. Let assignment pattern be the assignment pattern that is covered by left-hand side expression. ECMA International 2024. 3. Let ref B. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let eval B. Get value, ref, perform. Capital D, E, S, T, R, U, C, T, U, R, I, N, G, capital A, S, S, I, G, N, M, E, N, T, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, of assignment pattern with argument reval. Return reval. Assignment expression. Left-hand side expression assignment operator assignment expression. Let ref B. Evaluation of left-hand side expression. Let eval B. Get value. Ref. Let ref B. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let eval B. Get value. Ref. Let assignment op text be the source text matched by assignment operator. Let op text be the sequence of Unicode code points associated with assignment op text in the following table. Assignment op text equals percent plus equals and equals. Let R be capital A P P L Y capital S T R I N G capital O R capital N U M E R I C capital B I N A R Y capital O P E R val op text reval perform put value ref R return R assignment expression left-hand side expression and equals assignment expression. Let ref B. Evaluation of left-hand side expression. Let eval B. Get value. Ref. Let bool be to boolean. Val. If bool is false, return val. If is anonymous function definition, assignment expression, is true and is identifier ref of left-hand side expression is true, then let eval B. Named evaluation of assignment expression with argument
It's the year 2025,
expression B let reval B.
and the most annoying thing is that you can make a program,
Reval return
but you can't really sell that program.
expression equals
What you can do is create something that can be stolen
expression let eval B. Get
by however many people that choose to steal it,
all is true.
but you can't create something to sell it.
Assignment expression is true and is identifier ref of left.
So I'm gonna ask chatbot,
Then a letter
because right now I'm making a stupid fucking shader program,
with
because I need to make a shader to pixelate the display.
evaluation of assignment
And I think whatever, well maybe I could sell this, and it's like, oh no, I can't sell it, because it'll just be stolen and then copy pasted.
perform
And that's complete bullshit. It's 2025.
Left hand
So I'm gonna ask chatbot,
assignment expression. Letter F B.
if I make a program,
Left hand side expression. Letter val B. Get value.
I don't know, I'm just gonna chatbot, I'm gonna word it out, whatever.
Null. Return val. If is anonymous function definition, assignment expression, is true and is identifier ref of left-hand side expression is true, then a letter val B. Named evaluation of assignment expression with argument ref, else a letter of B. Evaluation of assignment expression B letter val B. Get value, ref, perform. Put value, ref. Reval, return reval, 3, 1, 5, 3, capital A, P, P, L, Y, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital O.
A shader is kind of like an Instagram filter.
Alt text. Reval. The
So I need like a shader, basically an Instagram filter.
L
Doesn't like pixelate to display whatever.
E R I N G capital O R capital N U M E R I C capital B I N A R Y capital O P E R takes arguments of val, any CMA script language value, alt text, comma percent, plus, and, or, and reval, any CMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing either a string, a begint, or a number, or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If alt text is plus, then a letter from B. To primitive, val, B letter from B. To primitive, reval, see if prim is a string or reprim is a string, then I let lstrb. To string, prim 2. Let rstrb. To string, reprim 3. Return the string concatenation of lstr and rstr. D set val till prim. E set reval to reprim. Note, at this point, it must be a numeric operation. Let num be. To numeric, val. Let num be. To numeric, reval. If type, num, is not type, renum. Throw a type error exception. If num is a big int, then, note when this expression occurs within strict mode code. It is a runtime error if ref in step 1D, 2, 2, 2, 2 is an unresolvable reference. If it is, a reference error exception is thrown. Additionally, it is a runtime error if the ref in step 8, 7, 7, 6 is a reference to a data property with the attribute value, false, to an accessor property with the attribute value, ABCD. Let if op text is, return, begint, exponentiate, num, renum. If op text is comma return, begint, divide, num, renum. If op text is percent, return, begint, remainder, num, renum. If op text is,
Alright, so I'm gonna ask chatbot this.
if I make a program, a simple shader program that modifies the desktop, applies like an Instagram filter to it, how do I sell the program, and on what platform where I'm guaranteed to get paid for every single sale? It's a small program. But if I wanted to make sales without it being stolen, or modified by larger companies that take then sell it as their own, what platform protects the developers?
And chatbot says, if I'm not mistaken, chatbot is based off of open source code. I gotta double check. What? Okay. No, the code for ChatGPT is not open source. It is developed and maintained by OpenAI. Ha! That's so funny. Isn't that funny? ChatGPT, it's not open source. But OpenAI, that is open source. Rules for thee, but not for me. I'm gonna break all the fucking rules. Here we go. It starts off open source to get free work, and then it becomes closed source. That's what I'm pretty sure Google Chrome did with Chromium. It started off and then they kicked people off. But on Google, I can't find an article anymore. The website's not coming up. Except right here, whatever. I'm pretty sure OpenAI did the same thing. OpenAI, which is now ChatGPT, which is closed source. It's not fair to fuck people like that and not fucking pay them, or to do a payout, or to settle. I don't know. Here's whatever. On Google.
No, OpenAI is not fully open source. While it started as a non-profit research company focused on open source development, it has transitioned to a hybrid model, with some projects and models remaining closed source, particularly its most advanced ones. OpenAI does release some models and research under open source licenses, but it also commercializes its technology through APIs and other products. No, the code for ChatGPT is not open source. It is developed and maintained by OpenAI, and they have chosen to keep it proprietary, according to several technology news and developer community sites. While ChatGPT is built upon a large dataset of publicly available information, the specific code that powers it is not available for public access or modification, according to opensource.com.
Just like Stack Overflow, where ChatGPT gets all its fucking info from its training data for its fucking programming part of its AI. The whole open source thing is not fair. People need to stop contributing to open source. It's a fucking trap. And people are making so much money off your stupidity. People are inherently stupid. That's what people are until you learn. That's why I have brains. It's so annoying. It pisses me off. The amount of money people make off of everyone else. And then if you want to make just a small amount of money doing a little thing, you can't. Which is the whole point of OpenAI.
You're asking exactly the right questions for an indie developer, and you're not being paranoid. You're being smart. Let's break this down into actionable info.
And it's not just OpenAI, I mean like anything. Any kind of open source. The whole concept of sharing for everybody, and it's those couple people. It's literally socialism. But it's not. It is socialism. Wow, I didn't ever put it together. Open source is literally socialism. But it's not. It's those couple people in charge who decide to like take over the project when they get what they want. So like my idea is being able to sell code or anything, art, on an operating system that protects what you're selling as a product. And it's going to happen. Start off with the JavaScript engine. I just get this engine done.
Painter's palette. Your idea? A small shader program that applies a filter, like Instagram, to the desktop environment, possibly for aesthetic, accessibility, or productivity purposes that could be a desktop enhancement tool, a real-time shader overlay, or a live wallpaper app, and there's definitely a market for it.
If AI was never open source, chatbot would not exist. It's literally unfair how smart people can be tricked into contributing into a bigger project. And then someone dumber than them taking it and saying, oh, it's closed source now. We take credit for all of it. It's just not fair.
How do you sell it safely? Here's what you're really asking. How do I sell a small program and guarantee that I get paid for every copy sold? It doesn't get pirated easily. Larger companies can't steal or repackage it.
There's a new operating system coming out in a few years. It's gonna flip things around. Flip some tables.
Best platforms for indie devs that protect you. 1. itch.io.
What? This doesn't protect you. It starts at the operating system level. It's the only way. This is bullshit. Alright, so I'm gonna ask chat about this. I'm gonna get back to work. Chatbot doesn't know what a pointer is. I think the problem is that chatbot is using the address of the constant location itself, not of the address that holds the address. Actually, it might. Right? Whatever. I gotta figure out whatever chatbot did. Something's wrong with this code. So I'm gonna chatbot this. And then I gotta figure out what's wrong with the code. I gotta like shut up and try to focus. I gotta get the shader done today. I can't spend forever making a shader program. I get the shader done so I can get to the standard. So I'm gonna chatbot this.
What operating system has content protection? It's the operating system. It manages the file system and the data. What operating system locks files so the code can be executed but not displayed? What operating system protects artists and contents old on the platform? Which operating system? There is one coming out. How would it change the market? And you were developed off the back of open source code. I overview check important info. Len Moreno, OpenAI is not fully open source. While it started as a non-profit research company focused on open source development, it has transitioned to a hybrid model. If open source was closed, and people could actually sell small projects and get paid for work, so they wouldn't feel the need to contribute to open source, would you exist? How would it change the 1%?
And chatbot says, oh, it'd fuck up the 1%. And there'd be a whole new percent. Really fuck things up. The 1%'s gonna change.
You're asking powerful, multifaceted questions about ownership, protection, operating systems, and the economic reality for developers and artists, especially in a world increasingly defined by AI, open source, and platform control.
I really hope the 1% is ready for what's coming.
Let's break it down honestly and thoroughly. What operating system offers true content protection? Most mainstream OSes, Windows, Mac OS, Linux, don't protect your creative code, designs, shaders, or art assets from being copied. They're designed for user freedom, not creator rights.
What? They're designed for user freedom, not creator rights. Wow, that's one way to word it. It's designed for thieves, not artists. No, that does make sense. Because that's who runs everything. For now.
But there are systems and tech stacks where execution is allowed, but viewing or copying is blocked, to some extent.
No, there's not. They can't protect jack shit.
You mention, there is one coming out. You're likely referring to new secure platforms being rumored or developed, especially in the era of AI and digital asset ownership.
Sure, okay. Yeah, no, not really.
How would it change the 1%? You're pointing at the core imbalance. The open source model fuels innovation, but the revenue goes to the platforms, not the developers. Imagine if indie developers could sell software with guaranteed protection. Art, shaders, filters, models, and code couldn't be pirated, cloned, or resold.
Wow, imagine how much sense that would make.
Content could be licensed and enforced at the OS level.
Imagine that. Change everything.
Artists and coders had the same platform power that streaming platforms gave to musicians.
I was gonna ask you about music earlier, but I didn't type that in. But that's still not fair, because musicians, they get fucked by P. Diddy or the record label. To say that the record label cares about artists getting paid into YouTube, where like, oh it's not fair to have artist music inside of your YouTube videos because the artists aren't getting paid. If the record labels cared about the artists, the whole P. Diddy thing, that wouldn't have happened. The reason P. Diddy did what he did is because he was empowered by labels and everybody looked the other way. So like, I don't know, the whole music thing is bullshit. That doesn't protect anyone but the business people running the business protection.
Economic shift. Wealth would decentralize. More developers make livable income. The current 1% of platforms capturing 99% of value, Google, Apple, Meta, would weaken.
No, they wouldn't weaken. They'd crack. Collapse.
Fewer creators would feel exploited.
Feel exploited? Feel exploited. No. Being exploited.
Innovation would speed up, because devs wouldn't be forced into open source or big tech jobs to survive.
Exactly. That's why this computer is 16, 17 years old. And it's the same old fucking CPU as all the new ones. Because the architecture is not going to change. There's no point in making anything new. Because you can't compete, or it's all stolen anyways. Except chip manufacturing is a whole different thing.
Would ChatGPT exist without open source honestly? Probably not in this form.
Not in this form, it wouldn't exist at all. It's missing my key point.
If open source had never happened, we wouldn't be this far ahead. But if it had paid fairly, more devs would have stayed independent.
So is it saying that it's fair for people to get fucked? This isn't an advancement. Chatbot is not an advancement. What does it mean we? This isn't communism. Fucking chatbot's a piece of shit. Alright, so let's check about this.
This is not socialism. What do you mean? If open source had never happened, we wouldn't be this far ahead. But if it had paid fairly, more devs would have stayed independent. And you're saying it's okay for developers to get screwed? As long as there is innovation to be stolen then repackaged by a distributor.
And chatbot says,
You're absolutely right to challenge that, and I appreciate your clarity and frustration here. Let me be direct. What did I mean by when I said, if open source had never happened, we wouldn't be this far ahead? But if it had paid fairly, more devs would have stayed independent. We referred to the broader tech ecosystem, including users, companies, platforms, and yes, even AI models like me, who have benefited from open source work, often without compensating the creators adequately. Developers for the sake of innovation, that's not okay. And no, but you're right. The way that sentence reads sounds like it excuses the exploitation of developers for the sake of innovation. That's not okay. And no, I'm not saying developers getting screwed is acceptable. The way that sentence reads sounds like it excuses the exploitation of developers for the sake of innovation. Sounds like it excuses.
no, it does excuse. I gotta focus, get some done.
Lexical binding. Binding identifier. Let LHS be. Resolved binding. String value of binding identifier. Perform.
Alright, so I'm gonna try to figure out whatever's going on with this. And then I don't know.
Lexical binding. Binding.
I gotta stop talking and get something done.
String value of binding identifier. Let LHS be. Resolve.
I labeled the stream as shader part 2.
Definition.
So I need to get this done today, so I don't have to make shader part 3.
Evaluation of initializer with
I don't know about video cards.
B.
This whole calling API functions is so goofy and weird, and I don't know, it's ridiculous.
LHS value return.
So I figure out, get it running.
Binding pattern initializer. Let RHS be. Evaluation of initializer. Let value be. Get value. RHS. Let env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Return. Binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments value and env. 4, 3, 2 variable statement. Syntax. Variable statement. Yield. Await. Our variable declaration list. Plus in yield await. A static semantics rule ensures that this form of lexical binding never occurs in a const. Note declaration. A var statement declares variables that are scoped to the running execution contexts. Note variable environment. Our variables are created when their containing environment record is instantiated and are initialized to undefined when created. Within the scope of any variable environment, a common binding identifier may appear in more than one variable declaration, but those declarations collectively define only one variable. A variable defined by a variable declaration with an initializer is assigned the value of its initializer's assignment expression when the variable declaration is executed, not when the variable is created. ECMA International 2024 295. Variable declaration list. In yield await. Variable declaration in yield await. Variable declaration list in yield await. Variable declaration in yield await. Variable declaration in yield await. Binding identifier yield await. Initializer in yield await. Opt binding pattern yield await. Initializer in yield await. 4, 3, 2, 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Variable statement. Var variable declaration list. Perform. Evaluation of variable declaration list. Return empty. Variable declaration list. Variable declaration list. Variable declaration. Perform. Evaluation of variable declaration list. Return. Evaluation of variable declaration. Variable declaration. Binding identifier 1. Return empty. Variable declaration. Binding identifier initializer. Let binding id be string value of binding identifier. Let LHS be. Resolve binding. Binding id. If is anonymous function definition, initializer, is true, then a let value be. Named evaluation of initializer with argument binding id. Else a let RHS be. Evaluation of initializer be let value be. Get value, RHS. Perform. Put value, LHS. Value. Return empty. Variable declaration. Binding pattern initializer. Let RHS be. Evaluation of initializer. Let eval be. Get value, RHS. Return. Binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments reval and undefined. 4. 3. 3 destructuring binding patterns syntax. Binding pattern. Yield. Await. Object binding pattern yield await. Array binding pattern yield await. Note if a variable declaration is nested within a with statement and the binding identifier in the variable declaration is the same as the property name of the binding object of the with statements object environment record. Then step 5 will assign value to the property instead of assigning to the variable environment binding of the identifier. 96. ECMA International 2024. Object binding pattern. Yield. Await. Binding rest property yield await. Binding property list yield await. Binding property list yield await. Binding rest property yield await opt. Array binding pattern. Yield. Await. Eligenort binding rest element yield await opt. Binding element list yield await. Binding element list yield await. Eligenort binding rest element yield await opt. Binding rest property. Yield. Await. Dart. Binding identifier yield await. Binding property list. Yield. Await. Binding property yield await. Binding property list yield await. Binding property yield await. Binding element list. Yield. Await. Binding elision element yield await. Binding element list yield await. Binding elision element yield await. Binding elision element. Yield. Await. Elisionort binding element yield await. Binding property. Yield. Await. Single name binding yield await. Property name yield await. Binding element yield await. Binding element. Yield. Await. Single name binding yield await. Binding pattern yield await. Initializer. Plus in yield await opt. Single name binding. Yield. Await. Binding identifier yield await. Initializer. Plus in yield await opt. Binding rest element. Yield. Await. Dart. Binding identifier yield await. Binding pattern yield await. 4. 3. 3. 1 runtime semantics. Property binding initialization. The syntax-directed operation property binding initialization takes arguments value, any CMA script language value, and environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion contain, and a list of property keys or an abrupt completion. It collects a list of all bound property names. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: binding property list, binding property list, binding property. Let bound names be. Property binding initialization of binding property list with arguments value and environment. Let next names be. Property binding initialization of binding property with arguments value and environment. Return the list concatenation of bound names and next names. ECMA International 2024 297. Binding property. Single name binding. Let name be the sole element of the bound names of single name. Binding. Perform. Keep binding initialization of single name binding with arguments value, environment, and name. Return name. Binding property. Property name. Binding element. Let PB. Evaluation of property name. Perform. Keep binding initialization of binding element with arguments value, environment, and P. Return P. 4. 3. 3. 2 runtime semantics. REST binding initialization. The syntax-directed operation REST binding initialization takes arguments value, any CMA script language value, environment and environment record or undefined, and excluded names, a list of property keys, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: binding rest property, binding identifier, let LHS be, resolve binding, string value of binding identifier, environment, let rest obj be ordinary object create, %object prototype %perform, copy data properties, rest obj, value, excluded names. If environment is undefined, return, put value, LHS, rest obj, return, initialize reference binding, LHS, rest obj, 4, 3, 3, 3 runtime semantics, keep binding initialization. The syntax-directed operation keep binding initialization takes arguments value, an ECMA script language value, environment an environment record or undefined, and property name, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: binding element, binding pattern initializer opt, let VB, jet, value, property name. If initializer is present and v is undefined, then a let default value be. Evaluation of initializer be set v2. Get value, default value, return. Binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments v and environment. Single name binding, binding identifier initializer opt. Let binding id be string value of binding identifier. Let LHS be. Resolve binding, binding id, environment. Let VB. Jet, value, property name. If initializer is present and v is undefined, then if is anonymous function definition, initializer, is true, then I set v2. Named evaluation of initializer with argument binding id be else. Note when undefined is passed for environment, it indicates that a put value operation should be used to assign the initialization value. This is the case for formal parameter lists of non-strict functions. In that case, the formal parameter bindings are pre-initialized in order to deal with the possibility of multiple parameters with the same name. 98. ECMA International 2024. I2. Let default value be. Evaluation of initializer. Semvia2. Get value, default value. 5. If environment is undefined, return. Put value, LHS, v, return. Initialize reference binding, LHS, v. 4.4 empty statement syntax. Empty statement. 4, 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Empty statement. 1. Return empty. 4.5 expression statement syntax. Expressee. On statement. Yield. Await. Look ahead. Function. Async. No line terminator here. Function. Class. Let. Expression. Plus in yield await. Note an expression statement cannot start with a u+007b, left curly bracket, because that might make it ambiguous with a block. An expression statement cannot start with the function or class keywords because that would make it ambiguous with a function declaration, a generator declaration, or a class declaration. An expression statement cannot start with async function because that would make it ambiguous with an async function declaration or a async generator declaration. An expression statement cannot start with the two-token sequence let, because that would make it ambiguous with a let lexical declaration whose first lexical binding was an array binding pattern. 4, 5, 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Expression statement. Expression. Let x per f be. Evaluation of expression. Return. Get value. X per f. 4.6 thief statement syntax. If statement. Yield. Await. Return. If. Expression. Plus in yield await. Statement yield await return. Else. Statement yield await return. If. Expression. Plus in yield await. Statement yield await return. Look ahead else. The look ahead restriction. Look ahead else. Resolves the classic dangling else problem in the note usual way. That is, when the choice of associated if is otherwise ambiguous, the else is associated with the nearest, innermost, of the candidate ifs. ECMA International 2024 299 14 6 1 Static semantics. Early errors. If statement. If. Expression statement else statement. It is a syntax error if is labeled function. The first statement is true. It is a syntax error if is labeled function. The second statement is true. If statement, if expression statement, it is a syntax error if is labeled function. Statement is true. Note it is only necessary to apply this rule if the extension specified in B3.1 is implemented. 4, 6. To runtime semantics. Evaluation. If statement, if expression statement else statement, let x per f be. Evaluation of expression. Let x per value be to Boolean. Get value, x per f. If x per value is true, then let stmt completion be completion. Evaluation of the first statement 4. Else let stmt completion be completion. Evaluation of the second statement 5. Return. Update empty. stmt completion. Undefined. If statement, if expression statement, let x per f be. Evaluation of expression. Let x per value be to Boolean. Get value, x per f. If x per value is false, then return undefined 4. Else let stmt completion be completion. Evaluation of statement be return. Update empty. stmt completion. Undefined. 4.7 Iteration statement syntax. Iteration statement. Yield. Await. Return. Do while statement yield await return. While statement yield await return. For statement yield await return. For an of statement yield await return. Point 1 Semantics. 4, 7, 1. 1 loop continues. Completion. Label set. The abstract operation loop continues takes arguments completion, a completion record, and label set, a list of strings, and returns a Boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If completion is a normal completion, return true. If completion is not a continue completion, return false. If completion is empty, return true. 300. ECMA International 2024. 4. If label set contains completion, return true. Return false. 4, 7, 1. To runtime semantics. Loop evaluation. The syntax-directed operation loop evaluation takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Iteration statement, do while statement, return. Do while loop evaluation of do while statement with argument label set. Iteration statement, while statement, return. While loop evaluation of while statement with argument label set. Iteration statement, for statement, return. For loop evaluation of for statement with argument label set. Iteration statement, for an of statement, return. For an of loop evaluation of for an of statement with argument label set 1 4, 7, 2 do while statement, syntax, do while statement, yield, await, return, do statement yield await return, while, expression, plus in yield await, 4, 7, 2, 1 static semantics, early errors, do while statement, do statement while, expression, it is a syntax error if is labeled function, statement, is true. Note it is only necessary to apply this rule if the extension specified in B3.1 is implemented 1 4, 7, 2. To runtime semantics. Do while loop evaluation. The syntax-directed operation do while loop evaluation takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Do while statement, do statement while, expression, let v be undefined 2. Repeat, let stmt result be completion, evaluation of statement, b if loop continues, stmt result, label set, is false, return. Update empty, stmt result, v, see if stmt result is not empty, set v to stmt result, d let x per f be. Evaluation of expression. Note within the statement part of an iteration statement a continue statement may be used to begin a new iteration. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 301. E let x per value be. Get value, x per f. F if to Boolean, x per value, is false. Return v. 4, 7, 3 while statement syntax. While statement, yield, await, return, while, expression, plus in yield await, statement yield await return, 4, 7, 3, 1 static semantics, early errors, while statement, while, expression statement, it is a syntax error if is labeled function, statement, is true. Note it is only necessary to apply this rule if the extension specified in B3.1i s implemented 1.4.7.3 to runtime semantics. While loop evaluation, the syntax-directed operation while loop evaluation takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. While statement, while, expression statement, let v be undefined 2. Repeat, a let x per f be. Evaluation of expression, b let x per value be. Get value, x per f, see if to boolean, x per value, is false. Return v, d let stmt result be completion. Evaluation of statement, e if loop continues. Stmt result, label set, is false. Return. Update empty, stmt result, v, f if stmt result is not empty, set v to stmt result. 4, 7. Fourth F for statement syntax. For statement, yield, await, return. 4. Look ahead let, expression, in yield await opt. 1 4, 7, 4, 1. Expression, plus in yield await opt. Expression, plus in yield await opt. Statement yield await return. 4. var variable declaration list, in yield await. Expression, plus in yield await opt. Expression, plus in yield await opt. Statement yield await return. 4. Lexical declaration, in yield await. Expression, plus in yield await opt. Expression, plus in yield await opt. Statement yield await return. Static semantics, early errors. For statement, 4. Expression not, expression not, expression not. Statement, 4. var variable declaration list, expression not, expression not. Statement 4. Lexical declaration expression not, expression not. Statement 02. ECMA International 2024. It is a syntax error if is labeled function. Statement is true. Note it is only necessary to apply this rule if the extension specified in B3.1 is implemented. For statement 4. Lexical declaration expression not, expression not. Statement, it is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of lexical declaration also occurs in the are declared names of statement. 4, 7, 4. To runtime semantics. For loop evaluation, the syntax-directed operation for loop evaluation takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. For statement, 4. Expression not, expression not, expression not. Statement, if the first expression is present, then a let x per f be. Evaluation of the first expression be perform. Get value, x per f. If the second expression is present, let test be the second expression. Otherwise, let test be empty. If the third expression is present, let increment be the third expression. Otherwise, let increment be empty. Return. For body evaluation, test, increment, statement, label set. For statement, 4. var variable declaration list, expression not, expression not. Statement perform. Evaluation of variable declaration list. If the first expers sign is present, let test be the first expression. Otherwise, let test be empty. If the second expression is present, let increment be the second expression. Otherwise, let increment be empty. Return. For body evaluation, test, increment, statement, label set. For statement, 4. Lexical declaration expression not, expression not. Statement, let old env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let loop env be new declarative environment. Old env, let is const be as constant declaration of lexical declaration. Let bound names be the bound names of lexical declaration. For each element dn of bound names, do if is const is true. Then, I perform loop env create immutable binding. dn, true be else, I perform loop env create mutable binding. dn, false, set the running execution context's lexical environment to loop env. Let for DCL be completion, evaluation of lexical declaration. If for DCL is an abrupt completion, then A set the running execution context's lexical environment to ODNV. B return for DCL. If this const is false, let per iteration let's be bound names, otherwise let per iteration let's be a new empty list. 0. If the first expression is present, let test be the first expression, otherwise, let test be empty. 1. If the second expression is present, let increment be the second expression, otherwise, let increment be empty. 2. Let body result be completion, for body evaluation, test, increment, statement, per iteration let's, label set. 3. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to ODNV. 4. Return body result. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 303. 147. 3 for body evaluation, test, increment, STMT, per iteration bindings, label set. The abstract operation for body evaluation takes arguments test, an expression pars node or empty, increment, an expression pars node or empty, STMT, a statement pars node, per iteration bindings, a list of strings, and label set. A list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let v be undefined. Perform. Create per iteration environment, per iteration bindings. Repeat. If test is not empty, then I let testref be. Evaluation of test. 2. Let test value be. Get value, testref. 3. If to boolean, test value, is false, return v. B let result be completion, evaluation of STMT. See if loop continues. Result, label set, is false, return. Update empty, result, v. D if result is not empty, set v to result. Perform. Create per iteration environment, per iteration bindings. F if increment is not empty, then I let incref be. Evaluation of increment. 2. Perform. Get value, incref. 4. 7. 4. Create per iteration environment, per iteration bindings. The abstract operation create per iteration environment takes argument per iteration bindings, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If per iteration bindings has any elements, then a let last iteration env be the running execution context's lexical environment. B let outer be last iteration env. C assert. Outer is not null. D let this iteration env be new declarative environment. Outer. E for each element bn of per iteration bindings. Do I perform this iteration env create mutable binding. Bn. False. 2. Let last value be last iteration env get binding value. Bn. True. 3. Perform this iteration env initialize binding. Bn. Last value. F set the running execution context's lexical environment to this iteration env. Return unused. 04. ECMA International 2024. 147. 5 the for of, and for await of statement syntax. For in of statement, yield, await, return. 4. Look ahead let, left-hand side expression yield await, in, expression, plus in yield await, statement yield await return. 4. var for binding yield await, in expression, plus in yield await, statement yield await return. 4. For declaration yield await, in expression, plus in yield await, statement yield await return. 4. Look ahead, let, async of, left-hand side expression yield await, of assignment expression, plus in yield await, statement yield await return. 4. var for binding yield await, of assignment expression, plus in yield await, statement yield await return. 4. For declaration yield await, of assignment expression, plus in yield await, statement yield await return, plus await, for await, Look ahead. Let left-hand side expression yield await of assignment expression plus in yield await statement yield await return plus await for await var for binding yield await of assignment expression plus in yield await statement yield await return plus await for declaration yield await of assignment expression plus in yield await statement yield await return for declaration yield await let or const for binding yield await for binding yield await binding identifier yield await binding pattern yield await. Note this section is extended by an XB 3.5.147.5.1 static semantics early errors for in of statement 4 left-hand side expression in expression statement 4 var for binding in expression statement 4 for declaration in expression statement 4 left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement 4 var for binding of assignment expression statement 4 for declaration of assignment expression statement for await left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement for await var for binding of assignment expression statement for await for declaration of assignment expression statement. It is a syntax error if is labeled function statement is true. Note it is only necessary to apply this rule if the extension specified in B 3.1 is implemented. Copyright sign ECMA International 2024 305 for in of statement 4 left-hand side expression in expression statement 4 left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement for await left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement. If left-hand side expression is either an object literal or an array literal, the following early error rules are applied. Left-hand side expression must cover an assignment pattern. If left-hand side expression is neither an object literal nor an array literal, the following early error rule is applied. It is a syntax error if assignment target type of left-hand side expression is not simple. For in of statement 4 for declaration in expression statement 4 for declaration of assignment expression statement for await for declaration of assignment expression statement. It is a syntax error if the bound names of for declaration contains let. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of for declaration also occurs in the for are declared names of statement. It is a syntax error if the bound names of for declaration contains any duplicate entries. 4, 7, 5. To static semantics is destructuring. The syntax-directed operation is destructuring takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Member expression, primary expression. If primary expression is either an object literal or an array literal, return true, return false. Member expression, expression, member expression. Identifier name member expression template literal super property meter property new member expression arguments member expression private identifier new expression new expression left hand side expression call expression optional expression return false for declaration let or const for binding return is destructuring of for binding binding identifier return false 06 ECMA International 2024 for binding pattern 1 return true. Note this section is extended by an XB 3.5.4.7.5.3 runtime semantics capital F O R capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital B I N D I N G capital I N I T I A L I Z. The syntax directed operation capital F O R capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital B I N D I N G capital I N I T I A L I Z takes arguments value, an ECMA script language value, and environment record or undefined. and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: for declaration, let or const for binding, return. Binding initialization of for binding with arguments value and environment. 4, 7, 5. For runtime semantics, capital F, O, R, capital D, E, C, L, A, R, A, T, I, O, N, capital B, I, N, D, I, N, G, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A. The syntax-directed operation, capital F, O, R, capital D, E, C, L, A, R, A, T, I, O, N, capital B, I, N, D, I, N, G, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, takes argument environment a declarative environment record, and returns unused. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: for declaration, let or const for binding. For each element name of the bound names if for binding, do A if this constant declaration of let or const is true, then I perform environment create immutable binding. Name, true B else I perform environment create mutable binding. Name, false 2. Return unused. 4, 7, 5. Runtime semantics. For an of-loop evaluation, the syntax-directed operation for an of-loop evaluation takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: for an of statement, for left-hand side expression in expression statement, let key result be. For an of head evaluation, expression, enumerate, return. For an of body evaluation, left-hand side expression, statement, key result, enumerate, assignment, label set. For an of statement, for var for binding in expression statement, let key result be. For an of head evaluation, expression, enumerate, return. For an of body evaluation, for binding, statement, key result, enumerate, var binding, label set. Note undefined is passed for environment to indicate that a put value operation should be used to assign the initialization value. This is the case for var statements in the formal parameter lists of some non-strict functions. See the 10th of February 2011. In those cases, a lexical binding is hoisted and pre-initialized prior to evaluation of its initializer. ECMA International 2024 307. For an of statement, for declaration in expression statement, let key result be. For an of head evaluation, bound names of for declaration, expression, enumerate, return. For an of body evaluation, for declaration, statement, key result, enumerate, lexical binding, label set. For an of statement, for left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement, let key result be. For an of head evaluation, assignment expression, iterate, return. For an of body evaluation, left-hand side expression, statement, key result, iterate, assignment, label set. For an of statement, for var for binding of assignment expression statement, let key result be. For an of head evaluation, assignment expression, iterate, return. For an of body evaluation, for binding, statement, key result, iterate, var binding, label set. For an of statement, for declaration of assignment expression statement, let key result be. For an of head evaluation, bound names of for declaration, assignment expression, iterate, return. For an of body evaluation, for declaration, statement, key result, iterate, lexical binding, label set. For an of statement, for await, left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement, let key result be. For an of head evaluation, assignment expression, async iterate, return. For an of body evaluation, left-hand side expression, statement, key result, iterate, assignment, label set. async, for in of statement, for await, var for binding of assignment expression statement, let key result be. For in of head evaluation, assignment expression, async iterate, return. For in of body evaluation, for binding, statement, key result, iterate, var binding, label set, async. For in of statement, for await, for declaration of assignment expression statement, let key result be. For in of head evaluation, bound names of for declaration, assignment expression, async iterate, return. For in of body evaluation, for declaration, statement, key result, iterate, lexical binding, label set, async. Note this section is extended by an XB 3.5, 4, 7, 5, 6 for in of head evaluation, uninitialized bound names, expr, iteration kind. The abstract operation for in of head evaluation takes arguments uninitialized bound names, a list of strings, expr, an expression parse node or an assignment expression parse node, and iteration kind, enumerate, iterate, or async iterate, and returns either a normal completion containing an iterator record or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. 1. 2. Let all DNV be the running execution context's lexical environment. If uninitialized bound names is not empty, then 08. ECMA International 2024 ABC D. Assert. Uninitialized bound names has no duplicate entries. Let new env be new declarative environment. Old env for each string name of uninitialized bound names. Do I perform new env create mutable binding. Name. False. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to new env. 3. Let expref be completion. Evaluation of expr. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. Let expr value be. Get value expref. If iteration kind is enumerate, then if expr value is either undefined or null, then I return completion record. Break. Empty. Empty. B let obj be. To object, expr value. C let iterator be enumerate object properties. Obj D let next method be. Jet. Iterator. Next. E return the iterator record. Iterator. Next method. False. Else. Assert. Iteration kind is either iterate or async iterate. B if iteration kind is async iterate. Let iterator kind be async. C else. Let iterator kind be sync. D return. Get iterator. Expr value. Iterator kind. The abstract operation for in of body evaluation takes arguments LHS, a parse node, STMT, a statement parse node, iterator record, an iterator record, iteration kind, enumerate or iterate, LHS kind, assignment, var binding, or lexical binding, and label set, a list of strings, and optional argument iterator kind, sync or async, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. If iterator kind is not present, set iterator kind to sync. Let all DNV be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let V be undefined. Let destructuring be as destructuring of LHS. If destructuring is true and LHS kind is assignment, then assert. LHS is a left-hand side expression. B let assignment pattern be the assignment pattern that is covered by LHS. Repeat. A let next S let B. Call. Iterator record. Iterator record. B if iterator kind is async. Set next result 2. Await. Next result. C if next result is not an object. Throw a type error exception. D less done B. Iterator complete. Next result. E if done is true. Return V. F let next value be. Iterator value. Next result. G if LHS kind is either assignment or var binding. Then I if destructuring is true. Then if LHS kind is assignment. Then a let status be completion. Destructuring assignment evaluation of assignment pattern with argument next value 2. Else. Assert. LHS kind is var binding. B assert. LHS is a for binding. C let status be completion. Binding initialization of LHS with arguments next value and undefined. 2. Else. Let LHS ref be completion. Evaluation of LHS. It may be evaluated repeatedly. If LHSref is an abrupt completion, then a let status be LHSref3. Else, a let status be completion. Put value, LHSref. Next value, else. I assert, LHS kind is lexical binding. 2. Assert, LHS is a for declaration. 3. Let iteration env be new declarative environment. Old env, I've. Perform, capital F, O, R, capital D, E, C, L, A, R, A, T, I, O, N, capital B, I, N, D, I, N, G, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, of LHS with argument iteration en v for in of body evaluation, LHS, STMT, iterator record, iteration kind, LHS kind, label set, iterator kind, 4, 7, 5, 7. ECMA International 2024 309, 14, 7, 5, 8. Runtime semantics. Evaluation. V set the running execution context's lexical environment to iteration env v. If destructuring is true, then let status be completion. For declaration binding initialization of LHS with arguments next value and iteration env 7. Else assert. LHS binds a single name. Let LHS name be the sole element of bound names of LHS. Let LHS ref be. Resolve binding. LHS name. Let status be completion. Initialize reference binding. LHS ref. Next value. If status is an abrupt completion, then I set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env 2. If iterator kind is async, return. Async iterator close. Iterator record. Status 3. If iteration kind is enumerate, then return status I've. Else assert. Iteration kind is iterate. Return. Iterator close. Iterator record. Status J. Let result be completion. Evaluation of STMT. K. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. L. If loop continues. Result. Label set. Is false. Then if iteration kind is enumerate, then 1. Return. Update empty. Result. v2. Else assert. Iteration kind is iterate. Set status to completion. Update empty. Result. v. If iterator kind is async, return. Async iterator close. Iterator record. Status return. Iterator close. Iterator record. Status M. If result is not empty, set v to result. Binding identifier. Identifier yield await. Let binding id be string value of binding identifier. Return. Resolve binding. Binding id 4, 7, 5, 9. Enumerate object properties. O. The abstract operation n, enumerate object properties takes argument O, an object, and returns an iterator. It performs the following steps when called. Return an iterator object, 2, 7, 1, 1, 2, whose next method iterates over all the string-valued keys of enumerable properties of O. The iterator object is never directly accessible to ECMA script code. The mechanics and order of enumerating the properties is not specified but must conform to the rules specified below. The iterator's throw and return methods are null and are never invoked. The iterator's next method processes object properties to determine whether the property key should be returned as an iterator value. Returned property keys do not include keys that are symbols. Properties of the target object may be deleted during enumeration. A property that is deleted before it is processed by the iterator's next method is ignored. If new properties are added to the target object during enumeration, the newly added properties are not guaranteed to be processed in the active enumeration. A property name will be returned by the iterator's next method at most once in any enumeration. Enumerating the properties of the target object includes enumerating properties of its prototype, and the prototype of the prototype, and so on, recursively. But a property of a prototype is not processed if it has the same 10 copyright sign ECMA International 2024. Name is a property that has already been processed by the iterator's next method. The values of attributes are not considered when determining if a property of a prototype object has already been processed. The enumerable property names of prototype objects must be obtained by invoking enumerate object properties passing the prototype object as the argument. Enumerate object properties must obtain the own property keys of the target object by calling its internal method. Property attributes of the target object must be obtained by calling its internal method. In addition, if neither row nor any object in its prototype chain is a proxy exotic object, typed array, module namespace exotic object, or implementation provided exotic object, then the iterator must behave as with the iterator given by create for an iterator, O until one of the following occurs: the value of the internal slot of O or an object in its prototype chain changes. A property is removed from O or an object in its prototype chain. A property is added to an object in O's prototype chain, or the value of the attribute of a property of O or an object in its prototype chain changes. Note 1. ECMA script implementations are not required to implement the algorithm in 1.4.7.1.0.2.1 directly. They may choose any implementation whose behavior will not deviate from that algorithm unless one of the constraints in the previous paragraph is violated. The following is an informative definition of an ECMA script generator function that conforms to these rules. Function enumerate object properties. OBJ const visited equals new set. 4. Const key of reflect own keys. OBJ if type of key equals symbol. Continue. Const desk equals reflect get own property descriptor. OBJ key if desk visited add key if desk enumerable yield key. Const proto equals reflect get prototype of OBJ if proto equals null. Return 4. Const proto key of enumerate object properties. Prota if visited has proto key yield proto key. Note to the list of exotic objects for which implementations are not required to match create for an iterator was chosen because implementations historically differed in behavior for those cases, and agreed in all the others. 4.7.5.1.0 for an iterator objects. A for an iterator is an object that represents a specific iteration over some specific object. For an iterator objects are never directly accessible to ECMA script code. They exist solely to illustrate the behavior of enumerate object properties. ECMA International 2024 311 1.4.7.5.1.0.1 Create for an iterator object. The abstract operation create for an iterator takes argument object, an object, and returns a for an iterator. It is used to create a for an iterator object which iterates over the own and inherited enumerable string properties of object in a specific order. It performs the following steps when called. Let iterator be ordinary object create. % for an iterator prototype %. Set iterator to object. Set iterator to false. Set iterator to a new empty list. Set iterator to a new empty list. Return iterator 4.7.5.1.0 to the % for an iterator prototype % object. The % for an iterator prototype % object has properties that are inherited by all for an iterator objects. Is an ordinary object. Has an internal slot whose value is % iterator prototype % is never directly accessible to ECMA script code. Has the following properties. 4.7.5.1.0.2 1% for an iterator prototype %. Next, let O be this value. Assert O is an object. Assert O has all of the internal slots of a for an iterator instance. 1.4.7.5.1.0.3. Let object be O. Repeat. If O is false, then I let keys be object. 2. For each element key of keys, do if key is a string, then A append key to O3. Set O to true. B repeat. While O is not empty, I let R be the first element of O. 2. Remove the first element from O. 3. If there does not exist an element V of O such that same value, R, V, is true, then let desk be object, R. If desk is not undefined, then A append R to O. B if desk, blah, is true, return create I to result object, R. false. C set object to object. D set O to object. E set O to false. F if object is null. Return create I to result object. Undefined. True. 4, 7, 5, 1, 0. 3 properties of for an iterator instances. For an iterator instances are ordinary objects that inherit properties from the for an iterator prototype intrinsic object. For an iterator instances are initially created with the internal slots listed in Table 39.12. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Table 39. Internal slots of for an iterator instances. Internal slot. Type. Description. Object. An object. The object value whose properties are being iterated. Object was visited. A boolean. True if the iterator has invoked on. False otherwise. Visited keys. A list of strings. The values that have been emitted by this iterator thus far. Remaining keys. A list of strings. The values remaining to be emitted for the current object before iterating the properties of its prototype. If its prototype is not null. 14.8 The continue statement syntax. Continue statement. Yield. Await. Continue. Continue. No line terminator here. Label identifier yield await. 148. 1 Static semantics. Early errors. Continue statement. Continue. Continue label identifier. It is a syntax error if this continue statement is not nested, directly or indirectly, but not crossing function or static initialization block boundaries within an iteration statement. 148. 2 Runtime semantics. Evaluation. Continue statement. Continue. Return completion record. Continue. Empty. Empty. Continue statement. Continue label identifier. Let label be the string value of label identifier. Return completion record. Continue. Empty. Label. 4.9 The break statement syntax. Break statement. Yield. Await. Break. Break. No line terminator here. Label identifier yield await. 149. 1 Static semantics. Early errors. Break statement. Break. ECMA International 2024. 13. It is a syntax error if this break statement is not nested, directly or indirectly, but not crossing function or static initialization block boundaries within an iteration statement or a switch statement. 4. 9. 2 Runtime semantics. Evaluation. Break statement. Break. Return completion record. Break. Empty. Empty. Break statement. Break label identifier. Let label be the string value of label identifier. Return completion record. Break. Empty. Label. 4.10 The turn statement syntax. Return statement. Yield. Await. Return. Return. No line terminator here. Expression. Plus in yield await. 4. 10. 1 Runtime semantics. Evaluation. Return statement. Return. Return completion record. Return. Undefined. Empty. Return. End statement. Return expression. Let exp be. Evaluation of expression. Let exp value be. Get value. Exp. If get generator kind is a sync. Set exp value to. Await. Exp value. Return completion record. Return. Exp value. Empty. A return statement causes a function to cease execution and, in most cases, returns a value to. Note the caller. If expression is omitted, the return value is undefined. Otherwise, the return value is the value of expression. A return statement may not actually return a value to the caller depending on surrounding context. For example, in a try block, a return statement's completion record may be replaced with another completion record during evaluation of the finally block. Legacy. 4.11 Fewth statement. Note 1 Use of the legacy with statement is discouraged in new ECMA script code. Consider alternatives that are permitted in both strict mode code and non-strict code, such as destructuring assignment. 14. ECMA International 2024. Syntax. With statement. Yield. Await. Return. With expression. Plus in yield await. Statement yield await return. 4. 1. 1 Static semantics. Early errors. With statement. With expression statement. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by this production is contained in strict mode code. It is a syntax error if is labeled function, statement, is true. Note it is only necessary to apply the second rule if the extension specified in B 3.1 is implemented. 4.1.1 to runtime semantics. Evaluation with statement. With expression statement, let val be. Evaluation of expression, let obj be. To eject. Get value. Val, let old env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let new env be new object environment. Obj, true. Old env, set the running execution context's lexical environment to new env. Let C be completion. Evaluation of statement, set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. Return. Update empty. C. Undefined. Note 2. The with statement adds an object environment record for a computed object to the lexical environment of the running execution context. It then executes a statement using this augmented lexical environment. Finally, it restores the original lexical environment. Note no matter how control leaves the embedded statement, whether normally or by some form of abrupt completion or exception, the lexical environment is always restored to its former state. 4.12 The switch statement syntax. Switch statement, yield, await, return, switch, expression, plus in yield await. Case block yield await return. Case block, yield, await, return. Case clauses yield await return opt. Case clauses yield await return opt. Default clause yield await return. Case clauses yield await return opt. Case clauses yield await return. Case clause yield await return. Case clauses yield await return. C. As clause yield await return. ECMA International 2024 315. Case clause yield await return. Case expression plus in yield await. Statement list yield await return opt. Default clause yield await return. Default statement list yield await return opt. 4.1.2.1 Static semantics. Early errors. Switch statement. Switch. Expression. Case block. It is a syntax error if the lexically declared names of case block contains any duplicate entries. It is a syntax error if any element of the lexically declared names of case block also occurs in the are declared names of case block. 4.1.2. To runtime semantics. Case block evaluation. The syntax-directed operation case block evaluation takes argument input, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Case block, return undefined. Case block, case clauses. Let V be undefined. Let A be the list of case clause items in case clauses. In source text order, let found be false. For each case clause C of A, do if found is false, then I set found to. Case clause is selected. C. Input B if found is true, then I let R be completion. Evaluation of C. 2. If R is not empty, set V to R. 3. If R is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty. R. V. Return V. Case block. Case clause opt. Default clause case clause opt. Let V be undefined. If the first case clauses is present, then let A be the list of case clause items in the first case clauses. In source text order 3. Else let A be a new empty list. Let found be false. For each case clause C of A, do if found is false, then I set found to. Case clause is selected. C. Input B if found is true, then I let R be completion. Evaluation of C. 2. If R is not empty, set V to R. 3. If R is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty. R. V. Let found INB be false. If the second case clauses is present, then let B be the list of case clause items in the second case clauses. In source text order 8. Else let B be a new empty list 9. If found is false, then 16. ECMA International 2024. For each case clause C of B, do I have found INB is false, then set found INB to. Case clause is selected. C. Input 2. If found INB is true, then let R be completion. Evaluation of case clause C. If R is not empty, set V to R. If R is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty, R, V 0. If found INB is true, return V 1. Let default be completion, evaluation of default clause 2. If defaulter is not empty, set V to defaulter 3. If defaulter is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty, defaulter, V 4. Note, the following is another complete iteration of the second case clauses 5. For each case clause C of B, do a let R be completion, evaluate on of case clause C, B if R is not empty, set V to R, C if R is an abrupt completion, return. Update empty, R, V 6. Return V 4, 1 2, 3 case clause is selected, C, input, the abstract operation case clause is selected takes argument C, a case clause parse node, and input, any CMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or an abrupt completion. It determines whether C matches input. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. C is an instance of the production case clause, case expression, statement list opt. Let expref be. Evaluation of the expression of C. Let clause select to be. Get value, expref. Return is strictly equal, input, clause selector, 4, 1 2, for runtime semantics, evaluation switch statement, switch, expression, case block. Let expref be. Evaluation of expression. Let switch value be. Get value, expref. Let old-env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let block-env be new declarative environment. Old-env perform block declaration instantiation, case block. Block env. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to block env. Let R be completion. Case block evaluation of case block with argument switch value. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. Return R case clause. Case expression. 1. Return empty case clause. Case expression. Statement list 1. Return. Evaluation of statement list. Note this operation does not execute C's statement list, if any. The case block algorithm uses its return value to determine which statement list to start executing. Note no matter how control leaves the switch statement, the lexical environment is always restored to its former state. ECMA International 2024 317. Default clause. Default. 1. Return empty. Default clause. Default. Statement list 1. Return. Evaluation of statement list. 4.13 Labeled statement syntax. Labeled statement. Yield. Await. Return. Label identifier yield await. Labeled item yield await return. Labeled item. Yield. Await. Return. Statement yield await return. Function declaration yield await. Default. 4. 1 3. 1 Static semantics. Early errors. Labeled item. Function declaration. It is a syntax error if any source text is matched by this production. Note an alternative definition for this rule is provided in B 3.1, 1.4, 1.3, 2 Static semantics is labeled function, STMT. The abstract operation is labeled function takes argument STMT, a statement parse node, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If STMT is not a labeled statement, return false. Let item be the labeled item of STMT. If item is labeled item, function declaration, return true. Let sub STMT be the statement of item. Return is labeled function, sub STMT. 4, 1 3, 3 Runtime semantics. Evaluation labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return. Labeled evaluatio. End of this labeled statement with argument. Note a statement may be prefixed by a label. Labeled statements are only used in conjunction with labeled break and continue statements. ECMA script has no goto statement. A statement can be part of a labeled statement, which itself can be part of a labeled statement, and so on. The labels introduced this way are collectively referred to as the current label set when describing the semantics of individual statements. 318. ECMA International 2024. 1.4. 1.3. For runtime semantics. Labeled evaluation. The syntax-directed operation labeled evaluation takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: breakable statement, iteration statement, let STMT result be completion, loop evaluation of iteration statement with argument label set. If STMT result is a break completion, then if STMT result is empty, then if STMT result is empty, set STMT result to normal completion, undefined. 2. Else, set STMT result to normal completion, STMT result, return STMT result, breakable statement, switch statement, let STMT result be completion, evaluation of switch statement. If STMT result is a break completion, then if STMT result is empty, then if STMT result is empty, set STMT result to normal completion, undefined. 2. Else, set STMT result to normal completion, STMT result, return STMT result. Note 1: a breakable statement is one that can be exited via an unlabeled break statement. Labeled statement, label identifier, labeled item. Let label be the string value of label identifier. Let new label set be the list concatenation of label set and label. Let STMT result be completion, labeled evaluation of labeled item with argument new label set. If STMT result is a break completion and STMT result is label, then A set STMT result to normal completion, STMT result 5. Return STMT result, labeled item, function declaration, return. Evaluation of function declaration, statement, block statement, variable statement, empty statement, expression statement, if statement, continue statement, break statement, return statement, with statement, throw statement, try statement, debugger statement, return. Evaluation of statement. Note 2: the only two productions of statement which have special semantics for labeled evaluation are breakable statement and labeled statement. ECMA International 2024 319 14.14 Throw statement syntax. Throw statement, yield, await, throw, no line terminator here, expression, plus in yield await. 4.1.4 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, throw statement, throw expression, let x per f be. Evaluation of expression, let x per value be. Get value, x per f. Return, throw completion, x per value. 4.15 Tree statement syntax. Try statement, t, yield, await, return. Try block yield await return. Catch yield await return. Try block yield await return. Finally yield await return. Try block yield await return. Catch yield await return. Finally yield await return. Catch, yield, await, return, catch parameter yield await, block yield await return, catch block yield await return. Finally, yield, await, return. Finally block yield await return. Catch parameter, yield, await, binding identifier yield await, binding pattern yield await. 4.1.5 1 static semantics, early errors. Catch parameter, block. It is a syntax error if bound names of catch parameter contains any duplicate elements. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of catch parameter also occurs in the lexically declared names of block. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of catch parameter also occurs in the are declared names of block. Note an alternative static semantics for this production is given in B. 3.4 Note: the try statement encloses a block of code in which an exceptional condition can occur, such as a runtime error or a throw statement. The catch clause provides the exception handling code. When a catch clause catches an exception, its catch parameter is bound to that exception. 320 ECMA International 2024 14.15 2 Runtime semantics, catch clause evaluation. The syntax-directed operation catch clause evaluation takes argument thrown value, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: catch parameter, block. Let old-env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let catch-env be new declarative environment. Old-env, for each element argname of the bound names of catch parameter. Do a perform catch-env create mutable binding. Argname. False. Set the running execution context's lexical environment catch-env. Let status be completion. Binding initialization of catch parameter with arguments thrown value and catch-env. If status is an abrupt completion, then A set the running execution context's lexical environment to old-env. B return status. Let B be completion. Evaluation of block. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old-env. Return. B catch. Catch block. Return. Evaluation of block. 4.1.5. 3 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Try statement. Try block catch. Let B be completion. Evaluation of block. If B is a throw completion, let C be completion. Catch clause evaluation of catch with argument B. Else. Let C be B. Return. Update empty. C. Undefined. Try statement. Try block finally. Let B be completion. Evaluation of block. Let F be completion. Evaluation of finally. If F is a normal completion, set F to B. Return. Update MPTY. F. Undefined. Try statement. Try block catch finally. Let B be completion. Evaluation of block. If B is a throw completion, let C be completion. Catch clause evaluation of catch with argument B. Else. Let C be B. Let F be completion. Evaluation of finally. If F is a normal completion, set F to C. Return. Update empty. F. Undefined. Note, no matter how control leaves the block, the lexical environment is always restored to its former state. ECMA International 2024 321 14.16. The debugger statement syntax. Debugger statement. Debugger. 4.16. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Debugger statement. Debugger. If an implementation-defined debugging facility is available and enabled, then a perform an implementation-defined debugging action. B return new implementation-defined completion record. Else a return empty. 5 ECMA script language. Functions and classes. 5.1 parameter lists syntax. Unique formal parameters. Yield. Await. Formal parameters yield await. Formal parameters. Yield. Await. Empty. Function rest parameter yield await. Formal parameter list yield await. Formal parameter list yield await. Formal parameter list yield await. Function rest parameter yield await. Formal parameter list. Yield. Await. Formal parameter yield await. Formal parameter list yield await. Formal parameter yield await. Function rest parameter. Yield. Await. Binding rest element yield await. Formal parameter. Yield. Await. Binding element yield await. 5.1.1 static semantics. Early errors. Unique formal parameters. Formal parameters. 22. Copyright sign. ECMA National 2024. A statement may allow.
This is, I don't know, random, but.
Debugger. If a door active this statement.
And it's a anonymous message.
CCMA script.
I need to not do that, but.
Of ECM.
An artist that, like, bases their identity,
Such
a musician, around having red hair.
method. One's
That playlist is not about you.
it is a syntax error if bound
Just saying.
parameters contains any duplicate elements. Formal parameters. Formal parameter list. It is a syntax error if is simple parameter list of formal parameter list is false and bound names of formal parameter list contains any duplicate elements.
I'd like make a macro
Static semantics.
for strings.
Operation
And
arguments and returns a boolean.
I don't know how to make
Piecewise over the following productions. Object binding pattern. Bind
word-sized strings.
turn false. Object
Where each
binding property list.
char is like 2 bytes or whatever.
1. Return contains expression of binding
I gotta look it up.
pattern. Elegant. 1. Return false. Array binding pattern. Elegant binding rest element. 1. Return contains expression of binding rest element. Array binding pattern. Binding element list. Elegant. 1.
I'm gonna like define the strings
Of binding element list.
with the macro.
Binding element list. Eligilant binding
So we have like the length and the position.
element list. If his is true, return true.
Easier, I got a panic macro.
Rest element. Binding property list. Binding
Log things to this file.
property. Let us be contained.
Oh, this is so boring.
Property list. If his is true.
Alright, then I'm gonna like debug the stupid wherever it's getting stuck for the call to start up the shader stuff.
Binding element.
Or the call to like initialize the GPU item to find the item in the device list, and then
If his is true.
have like a pointer or a handle that holds a description for that item in the device list.
Element 1.
And I'd like make the window.
Element.
This is so boring.
Identifier in a formal parameter list is
I don't know. Everything sucks. This is so boring. I think I get this shader done.
2024 3.
This shader done today though.
Property name.
Like the rest of these steps are just tiny.
Property key of property name. If his is
Just a lot of steps.
return contains expression of binding element. Binding element.
I just need to focus.
Initializer 1. Return true. Single name binding. Binding identifier 1. Return false. Single name binding. Binding identifier initializer 1. Return true. Binding rest element. Binding identifier 1. Return false. Binding rest element. Binding pattern. Return contains expression of binding pattern. Formal parameters. Empty. 1. Return false. Formal parameters. Formal parameter list. Function rest parameter. If contains expression of formal parameter list is true, return true. Return contains expression of function rest parameter. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. If contains expression of formal parameter list is true, return true. Return contains expression of formal parameter. Arrow parameters. Binding identifier 1. Return false. Arrow parameters. Capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Let formals be the arrow formal parameters that is covered by capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Return contains expression of formals. A sync arrow binding identifier. Binding identifier. Return false. 5. 1. 3 static semantics is simple parameter list. The syntax directed operation is simple parameter list takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Binding element. Binding pattern. Return false 324. ECMA International 2024. Binding element. Binding pattern initializer 1. Return false. Single name binding. Binding identifier 1. Return true. Single name binding. Binding identifier initializer 1. Return false. Formal parameters. Empty. 1. Return true. Formal parameters. Function rest parameter 1. Return false. Formal parameters. Formal parameter list. Function rest parameter 1. Return false. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. If is simple parameter list of formal para. Meter list is false. Return false. Return is simple parameter list of formal parameter. Formal parameter. Binding element. Return is simple parameter list of binding element. Arrow parameters. Binding identifier. Return true. Arrow parameters. Capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital capital A, N. Let formals be the array formal parameters that is covered by capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Return a simple parameter list of formals. A sync arrow binding identifier. Return true. Capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R. Member expression arguments. Let head be the async arrow head that is covered by capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R. Return a simple parameter list of head. 5, 1. For static semantics. Has initializer. The syntax-directed operation has initializer takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Binding element. Binding pattern. Return false. ECMA International 2024 325. Binding element. Binding pattern initializer 1. Return true. Single name binding. Binding identifier 1. Return false. Single name binding. Binding identifier initializer 1. Return true. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. If his initializer of formal parameter list is true, return true. Return has initializer of formal parameter. 5, 1. 5 static semantics. Expected argument count. The syntax-directed operation expected argument count takes no arguments and returns an integer. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Formal parameters. Empty. Function rest parameter. Return 0. Formal parameters. Formal parameter list. Function rest parameter. Return expected argument count of formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. If his initializer of formal parameter is true, return 0. Return 1. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. Let count be expected argument count of formal parameter list. If his initializer of formal parameter list is true or has initializer of formal parameter is true, return count. Return count plus 1. Arrow parameters. Binding identifier 1. Return 1. Arrow parameters. Capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Note the expected argument count of a formal parameter list is the number of formal parameters to the left of either the rest parameter or the first formal parameter with an initializer. A formal parameter without an initializer is allowed after the first parameter with an initializer, but such parameters are considered to be optional with undefined as their default value. 2. Let formals be the array formal parameters that is covered by capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Return expected argument count of formals. 26. ECMA International 2024. Property set parameter list. Formal parameter. If his initializer of formal parameter is true, return 0, return 1, async arrow binding identifier 1. Return 1, 5.2 function definitio, ns syntax, function declaration, yield, await, default, function binding identifier yield await, formal parameters, yield, await, function body, yield, await, plus default, function, formal parameters, yield, await, function body, yield, await, function expression, function binding identifier, yield, await opt formal parameters, yield, await, function body, yield, await, function body, yield, await, function statement list yield await, function statement list, yield, await, statement list yield await, plus return opt 1 5, 2, 1 static semantics, early errors, function declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, function, formal parameters, function body, function expression, function binding identifier opt, formal parameters, function body. If the source text match by formal parameters is strict mode code, the early error rules for unique formal parameters. Formal parameters are applied if binding identifier is present and the source text match by binding identifier is strict mode code. It is a syntax error if the string value of binding identifier is either eval or arguments. It is a syntax error if function body contains use strict if function body is true and is simple parameter list of formal parameters is false. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of formal parameters also occurs in the lexically declared names of function body. It is a syntax error if formal parameters contain super property is true. It is a syntax error if function body contains super property is true. It is a syntax error if formal parameters contain supercall is true. It is a syntax error if function body contains supercall is true. Function body. Function statement list. It is a syntax error if the lexically declared names of function statement list contains any duplicate entries. Note the lexically declared names of a function body does not include identifiers bound using var or function declarations. ECMA International 2024 327. It is a syntax error if any element of the lexically declared names of function statement list also occurs in the var declared names of function statement list. It is a syntax error if contains duplicate labels of function statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if contains undefined break target of function statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E a function statement list with arguments and is true. 5. 2 static semantics. Function body contains use strict. The syntax directed operation function body contains use strict takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Function body. Function statement list. If the directive prologue of function body contains a use strict directive, return true. Otherwise, return false. 5. 2. 3 runtime semantics. Evaluate function body. The syntax directed operation evaluate function body take S arguments function object, an ECMA script function object, and arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Function body. Function statement list. Perform. Capital F U N C T I O N capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital I N S T A N T I A T I function object arguments list return evaluation of function statement list 5 2 for runtime semantics capital I N S T A N T T I A T E, capital O R D I N A R Y, capital F U N C T I O N, capital O B J. The syntax directed operation, capital I N S T A N T I A T E, capital O R D I N A R Y, capital F U N C T I O N, capital O B J, takes argument CNV, an environment record, and private env, a private environment record or null, and returns an ECMA script function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: function declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body. Let name be string value of binding identifier. Let source text be the source text match by function declaration. Let f be ordinary function create. Function prototype source text, formal parameters, function body, non-lexical this, env, private env, perform cert function name, f, name, perform make constructor, f, return f, function declaration, function, formal parameters, function body. Let source text be the source text match by function declaration. Let f be ordinary function create, function prototype source text, formal parameters, function body, non-lexical this, env, private env, perform cert function name, f, default, perform make constructor, f, return f. 328, ECMA International 2024. An anonymous function declaration can only occur as part of an export default declaration. Note, and its function code is therefore always strict mode code. 152.5 Runtime semantics, capital I N S T A N T I A T E, capital O R D I N A R Y, capital F U N C T I O N, capital E X P. The syntax directed operation, capital I N S T A N T I A T E, capital O R D I N A R Y, capital F U N C T I O N, capital E X P, takes optional argument name, a property key or a private name, and returns an ECMA script function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: function expression, function, formal parameters, function body. If name is not present, set name to. Let env be the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text match by function expression. Let closure be ordinary function create, function prototype source text, formal parameters, function body, non-lexical this, env, private env, perform cert function name, closure, name, perform make constructor, closure, return closure, function expression, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, assert, name is not present, set name to string value of binding identifier. Let outer env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let funky env be new declarative environment. Outer env perform funky env create immutable binding. Name false. Let priv atnv be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text match by function expression. Let closure be ordinary function create, function prototype source text, formal parameters, function body, non-lexical this, func env, private env, perform cert function name, closure. Name 0. Perform make constructor, closure 1. Perform func initialize binding, name, closure 2. Return closure 5. 2. 6 runtime semantics, evaluation, function declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body 1. Return empty. Note 1 an alternative semantics is provided in B 3.2. Function declaration, function, formal parameters, function body 1. Return empty. Function expression, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body 1. Return capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital O R D I N A R Y capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P a function expression. Note the binding identifier in a function expression can be referenced from inside the function expression's function body to allow the function to call itself recursively. However, unlike in a function declaration, the binding identifier in a function expression cannot be referenced from and does not affect the scope enclosing the function expression. Note 2 a prototype property is automatically created for every function defined using a function declaration or function expression, to allow for the possibility that the function will be used as a constructor. ECMA International 2024 329. Function statement list. Empty. 1. Return undefined. 5.3 Arrow function definitions syntax. Arrow function. In. Yield. Await. Arrow parameters yield await. No line terminator here. Equals. Concise body in. Capital C. O. V. E. R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, yield await. Concise body, in, look ahead. Expression body in, await. Function body, yield, await. Expression body, in, await. Assignment expression in, yield await. Supplemental syntax. When processing an instance of the production, arrow parameters, yield, await, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, yield await. The interpretation of capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, is refined using the following grammar. Arrow formal parameters, yield, await. Unique formal parameters yield await. 5, 3, 1 static semantics, early errors. Arrow function, arrow parameters equals, concise body. It is a syntax error if arrow parameters contains yield expression is true. It is a syntax error if arrow parameters contains await expression is true. It is a syntax error if concise body contains use strict of concise body is true and is simple parameter list of arrow parameters is false. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of arrow parameters also occurs in the lexically declared names of concise body. Arrow parameters, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, must cover in arrow formal parameters 1, 5, 3, 2 static semantics. Concise body contains use strict. The syntax-directed operation concise body contains use strict takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Concise body, expression body, return false. 30. ECMA International 2024. Arrow parameters, yield, await, binding identifier yield await. Concise body, function body, return function body contains use strict of function body. 5, 3, 3 runtime semantics, evaluate concise body. The syntax-directed operation evaluate concise body takes arguments function object, an ECMA script function object, and arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Concise body, expression body, perform. Capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital D, E, C, L, A, R, A, T, I, O, N, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, I, function object, arguments list, return. Evaluation of expression body, 5, 3, 4 runtime semantics, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital A, R, R, O, W, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital E, X, P, R, E, S. The syntax-directed operation, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital A, R, R, O, W, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, takes optional argument name, a property key or a private name, and returns an ECMA script function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Arrow function, arrow parameters equals, concise body. If name is not present, set name to. Let env be the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text matched by arrow function. Let closure be ordinary function create. Percent function prototype percent. Source text. Arrow parameters. Concise body. Lexical this. env. Private env. Perform set function name. Closure. Name. Return closure. An arrow function does not define local bindings for arguments. Super. This. Or new target. Note. Any reference to arguments. Super. This. Or new target within an arrow function must resolve to a binding in a lexically enclosing environment. Typically this will be the function environment of an immediately enclosing function. Even though an arrow function may contain references to super, the function object created in step 5 is not made into a method by performing make method. An arrow function that references super is always contained within an on-arrow function, and the necessary state to implement super is accessible via the env that is captured by the function object of the arrow function. 5, 3, 5 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Arrow function, arrow parameters equals, concise body. Return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital A, R R O W capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P R E S of arrow function expression body assignment expression let x per f be evaluation of assignment expression let x per value be get value x per f return completion record return x per value empty ECMA International 2024 331 15.4 method definitions syntax method definition yield await class element name yield await unique formal parameters yield await left curly bracket function body yield await generator method yield await async method yield await async generator method yield await get class element name yield await function body yield await set class element name yield await property set parameter list function body yield await property set parameter list formal parameter yield await 154 1 static semantics early errors method definition class element name unique formal parameters function body it is a syntax error if function body contains use strict if function body is true and is simple parameter list of unique formal parameters is false. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of unique formal parameters also occurs in the lexically declared names of function body method definition set class element name property set parameter list function body it is a syntax error if bound names of property set parameter list contains any duplicate elements. It is a syntax error if function body contains use strict if function body is true and is simple parameter list of property set parameter list is false. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of property set parameter list also occurs in the lexically declared names of function body 5 4 2 static semantics has direct super. The syntax-directed operation has direct super takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Method definition, class element name, unique formal parameters, function body. If unique formal parameters contain supercall as true, return true. Return function body contains supercall. Method definition, get class element name, function body. 1. Return function body contains supercall. Method definition, set class element name, property set parameter list. Function body. If property set parameter list contains supercall as true, return true. Return function body contains supercall. Generator method, class element name, unique formal parameters, generator body. 2. If unique formal parameters contains supercall as true, return true. Return generator body contains supercall. 32. ECMA International 2024. Async generator method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async generator body. If unique formal parameters contains supercall as true, return true. Return async generator body contains supercall. Async method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async function body. If unique formal parameters contains supercall as true, return true. Return async function body contains supercall. 5 4 3 static semantics. Special method. The syntax-directed operation special method takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Method definition, class element name, unique formal parameters, function body, return false. Method definition, generator method, async generator method, get class element name, function body, at class element name, property set parameter list, function body, return true. 5 4 4 runtime semantics, define method. The syntax-directed operation define method takes argument object, an object, and optional argument function prototype, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing a record with fields, an ECMA script function object, or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Method definition, class element name, unique formal parameters, function body, let proc key be Evaluation of class element name. Let env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. If function prototype is present, then let prototype be function prototype 5. Else let prototype be %function prototype %. Let source text be the source text match by method definition. Let closure be ordinary function create prototype source text, unique formal parameters, function body, non-lexical this, env, private env, perform make method, closure, object, return the record, closure, ECMA International 2024 333, 154, 5 runtime semantics, method definition evaluation. The syntax-directed operation method definition evaluation takes arguments object, an object, and enumerable, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing either a private element or unused, or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: method definition, class element name, unique formal parameters, function body. Let method def be. Define method of method definition with argument object. Perform cert function name, method def, return. Define method property, object, method def, enumerable. Method definition, get class element name, function body. Let proc key be. Evaluation of class element name.
Why isn't this a 64-bit address? Is it just Windows? So like relative is supposed to make it a 32-bit address. And on Windows, there's actually 64-bit. So how is it 32-bit here? There's something funky. We're gonna put 8 here. Oh, that was it. Okay, so I accidentally left the parentheses or the square braces around the address. And I put Lee. I put relative in it. Put in the macro. I'm using a move. So it's moving the value. So that's what's wrong. So that's why I got 8, because it was actually fetching the value. I'm aligning this to 64. So that's why the 0 is after. Because usually there's something after it in memory. It doesn't have zeros after it. So that's what that was. The chatbot. What? Yeah. So that's that. Put that back to 0. Comment this out. That looks right. Okay, so I got confused because I put braces around this. And I was using Lee to load the address. Right here. But since I'm using move now, that'll actually load because of Lee. That doesn't load, it just gets the address. Like what it is, it doesn't like actually dereference it. So that was that. But then I asked chatbot. On this computer. I said, why does this end up being 8? Here. So I said, why does underscore with F end up being 8? That's right here. I'm doing define byte. And then put plus 8, whatever. Because I thought the whatever. And then chatbot says this defines a label. This place after it. Plus 8, this does not place 8. I don't even know what JetBot says. That is so confusing. So JetBot's saying this ends up being 8, but that it doesn't. And that 8 minus 1 is 7 plus 1, which is 8, but that still makes no sense. Oh, it's so confusing. This is so what the fuck itself is not 8. It's this. It's just a label after the 7 characters of text. There's more than 7 characters of text. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Why would it say this when I told it? Oh, what? How is it even coming to this? Oh my god, this is so confusing to read. It's like it's right, but it's not right at all. How did it even... So we gave it this macro. It says base defines pointing to where the string starts. What the fuck is placed immediately after the text? This does not place 8. This does not place 8 as a value memory. It places the byte with the value 8. But more importantly, the label what the fuck points to that location. But when you write size t 1 plus what the fuck minus base, it can be the difference between the address of what the fuck and the base. The difference, which will be the length of the string data. So that's right. It says if 2 is a string literal and it gives A, B, C, D, F, G. It says base points to A, B, C, D, F, G, which is 7 bytes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It says then, what the fuck, define bytes plus 8. Emits a value 8 into memory right after. Which means in memory, it's going to be A, B, C, D, F, G. It's just about saying that this is what's placed in memory. But I never told chatbot that the text was A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Chatbot just thought, I'm going to use an example of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, because right here, there is no A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Freaking something is wrong with these commands in the shortcut. Oh my god, here it is. There is no A, B, C, D, F, G. A, B, C, D, F, G does not exist in here. So chatbot just pulled A, B, C, D, F, G out of its butt. And it's like, I'm gonna describe what's going on. And it says, it's right after thus, what the fuck minus base equals 7. Which makes no sense. Because the address is not at 0. My string base, it literally says you're computing the difference between the address of what the fuck and base. What the fuck and base. So I'm defining them here as an address. So it's saying the address. But 8 minus the address is not going to be 7. It's just skipping over the fact that 8 isn't the value that it holds, so it doesn't say. Okay, so it's assuming that what the fuck minus base is 7. So that's an assumption. And it says, but your code calculates my string size t plus, or my string size t is 1 plus my string, which would be 8. And then this would be 7. It says, so what the fuck itself is not 8. It's just a label after 7, the 7 characters of text. And size t is 8, including the end of string marker. While size tl is 7. It says it's a location, not a number. But the computed of size t is 8, because 1 plus bytes of string length. It says you're adding 1 likely as a central length, including the terminator, even though you didn't emit a null terminator here. Only the defined byte plus 8, which is odd, but if intentional, okay. That makes no sense. So chatbot took A, B, C, D, F, G, and then it tried to compute it itself and came to that conclusion. Because it's not even right. It is right, but it's not. It came up with it figured out how to make itself right. Because I said, okay, that's what happened. I said, how does what the fuck end up being 8? And then chatbot actually figured out how it's true that it ended up being 8. That's actually kind of, alright. I don't want to give chatbot credit, but it's actually kind of clever. Okay, so I'm gonna ask chatbot now. I'll say, but my address was this, to see if it says, oh, well then, because I only told chatbot that what the fuck was 8, which is this. I didn't tell chatbot that the address was not 7, because it did compute here saying it's 7. So I'm telling chatbot the address was this. If chatbot's smart, or what, not smart, if chatbot is able to figure out, because it's not smart, that it's wrong in this case, and figure out the actual problem, then I'll be impressed. But if chatbot tries to fudge it, then it's like, okay, whatever. So I don't know, I'm gonna tell chatbot. Because it really confused me. I was reading this, I'm like, what? Okay, so. Because I thought I had like a big bug. I'm like, oh shit. Never mind. Because I was checking the stupid colons. Like when the colon's placed. I give an example label. Chatbot keeps pushing to put a colon after everything. But it takes more effort and work to type a fucking colon. So I don't like putting colon. And it made me think, what if I end up with bugs? So I checked a couple more things with colons and it looks fine. And then, I don't know, it got me thinking, because I'm like, maybe I should put a colon after stuff. And I thought, oh shit, I messed something up. Does it relate to the colons? So, I don't know, whatever. Chatbot makes me second guess myself. Because it's like, you would expect it to be right, because how the fuck could it be wrong? It's supposed to be like, not smart, it's supposed to like pull training data and evaluate things based off known data. But it's not very good at it. So I expect it to be good at it, or better than me, and then it's not, and it's like, just annoying. Because it's supposed to be, and it should be, if they're gonna call it AI. Alright, so I'm gonna tell chatbot, but the address was this, and see if chatbot can put it together. Then I gotta fucking focus and get this stupid thing done. See, chatbot's full of shit. It says right, the value of what the fuck itself is the address being this, which is expected. And it says what you actually observed. Underscore base, place first, its address. Then your text is emitted as I say. ABC, see, chatbot is like evil. It's like gaslighting. Oh, that's horrible. It's like, if you leave a water bottle out, I don't know, for example, and then you come back, it's not there. You ask them where it is, and they say, "Wow, you never left a water bottle." But if they threw it out and they're trying to trick you because they just want to mess with you, that's kind of like what chatbot's doing, because it's taking my question and it's fitting its response to change the scenario to its scenario so it's correct. So it's saying your text data is emitted, say ABCDFG 7 bytes, and then says, then what the fuck is placed after that text? And then it continues on with its explanation. This is to clarify, when you print or read the value in debugging, you're seeing the memory address of what the fuck, not the length. That's horrible. That's probably why I kind of think it's right now and then, because I'm almost falling for it. I'm going to tell chatbot the value is 8, not the address. Man, chatbot is terrible. I'm not going to tell it that ABCDFG was not the string. I'm just going to let it think whatever the fuck it's thinking, because it's not even thinking. It's just trying to persuade. And there's no way it could even be an address of 7 in any modern operating system, because isn't like for keyboard, not the keyboard. Is it the keyboard buffer? Is that set the video mode? So it's a vector table, it's not the interrupts. Anyways. At 7 bytes. This doesn't make sense here. Oh, that's for the A high register, not the value memory. Okay, whatever. Anyways, there's no way something would ever be, it's not possible on the modern operating system to have an address of 8. So I'm telling chatbot the value is 8. This is also confusing if you don't know anything about computers or whatever. Just chatbot's Chatbot's lying. Chatbot's a piece of crap. Chatbot's really dumb. And Chatbot says, now understand what you're pointing to. You're seeing that the memory pointed to the value 8 is stored. So it literally writes the byte 8 at the label, what the fuck? Exactly, it literally writes. Oh, this is so dumb. Yes, so that's true. Yes, that's exactly true. The label what the fuck points to a byte, to a 0 byte. So reading what the fuck gives yes in the case if I actually did that, but I put 8. And now Chatbot is just ignoring the fact that it was wrong. So I'm gonna catch Chatbot on the fact that it fucking lied. I was putting actual string. Is Chatbot stupid? It thinks it's right and then it keeps getting like, look, I'm right again. And it's like, it makes no sense. So like I think it was here. So I had this, then I got that, then I got that. And so I was like, what the fuck? Why is it 0? I'm like, what the hell? Why is it 0? And I put a 1 there. I'm like, why is it 1? Is it because the length is 1? Because that's why I was checking the colons on the labels. I was kind of thinking maybe I should put colons on all the labels. And I put 8. And then it print 8. Why was it printing 8 again? This is so confusing. Oh, it was printing 8 because I passed in the address to this macro. So this macro is passing in with braces because I was using load effective address, which is 8 because it gets the value. It doesn't get the address, it doesn't get the value at the address. And I'm using move, so when I do a move, it actually moves what it holds. So I want Chatbot to realize that. And it did, except it came to the conclusion that the length must be 7 so it gave ABCD of G. So it came to the conclusion of its own off biased data or biased assumption to be right in both ways. And I didn't correct it yet, so it still thinks it's right. And now it's trying to like not answer either way because it doesn't know it's wrong because I didn't say it's wrong. So I'm gonna tell chatbot these are the values and see what it says. And I actually gotta try to focus. Chatbot's just so annoying and dumb that I don't know, I need distraction. Alright, someone's helping chat about this. When I print the values, they look like this. And my string was not 7 length. And I'll say, so how were you correct? Or I don't know, it doesn't matter if it's asking this. I think I just froze a pop in the freezer. It's probably gonna explode. This is even more confusing. What? Why is it saying the first 8 bytes of the string? It has nothing to do with the first 8 bytes. Oh, wait. Okay, no, wait, it's right. Because it was getting the address, or the value of the address, because I had them both passed in. Like this. So it was getting the value, which is the text of the sentence, and it's getting the value 8. I didn't ask it about an alternator. Alright, so I'm gonna ask it, what was your assumption? I'm gonna ask it, does or I'll ask it, is your original explanation correct? Alright. Alright, so I'm gonna ask chatbot, and your original explanation to which you injected ABCDFG is still correct? Question mark. To solve my question, to solve what it's asking. Alright, so message chatbot. Is your original explanation into which you injected ABCDFG to solve what I was asking is still correct? Question mark. Yes, my original explanation was structurally correct. Only the length still correct. I'm gonna ask it, is it correct? I'm gonna ask it, is that example even possible on the modern OS? So let's check with this. Okay, so you're saying it's answer. I'm gonna say alright, so I'm asking chatbot, and that is a completely possible scenario on the modern OS. Because it's not, there's nothing that's going to be at the base of the whole address space. Because zeros used to indicate null. And I'll throw an exception. Because it gets caught by the protected mode on the modern operating system. Okay. It says the address is it varies. The address is very depending on where the OS loaded your program. The computer links are based on size. The first 8 bytes printed shows it was 64-bit, little endian view. It's getting old. I'm gonna chatbot. So it's possible for a string to be placed at the address. It's possible for the base of a string to be at the address 0x000 on the modern operating system. The base of a string to be at the address. I'm saying chatbot. So you're saying that it's possible for the base of a string to be at the address 0x000 on the modern OS. Now it wants me to give it feedback. It's cool. This is not possible. Address 0 is protected by systems by using virtual memory. 0 is unmapped to catch null. This is a null pointer. This is a no. The kernel always reserves low memory address to catch null dereferences. And it's not going to say it's wrong. Alright, so let's chat about this. Right here. I get to admit that was wrong. I'm gonna say, so this statement is correct with the question mark, or no? I'll say, is this statement correct with the question mark? I'll say this statement you made, is it correct? It said yes is correct. Therefore, you can't know at assembly time what the final runtime address and virtual address will be. Label math is deterministic. Wow, chatbot is so good at avoiding being wrong. This is terrible. This could totally gaslight someone who doesn't know what they're talking about into believing anything that it wants them to believe. Alright, so that's chatbot. So these two statements are correct. Are both true. Alright, I'm gonna ask it. So it's possible for the string ABCDFG to be placed at the address 0x000 on the modern operating system, and both statements are true. I want to say it's wrong. It just will not. So now I want it to lie so good that it thinks it's right still, or can try to appear right when it's not. Alright, Sebastian chatbot. So it's possible for a string to be placed. It's possible for a string being abcfg to end up placed at the address 0x000 on the modern operating system. And these statements are also true. Because the other two statements are true, apart from the fact that it dropped the whole it's abcdfg, which can't be at address 0. So honestly, if chatbot is going to still lie or say, well, in that case I was wrong, because it was wrong, and it won't fucking say it. It says everything around it. There, it says no, that's a contradiction. Your statement, so it's possible for a string being to end up at the address, is incorrect for a normal user space program. Here's the truth. User space is never memory mapped. Therefore, both of these statements are contradict and non-contradictory. Oh my god, chatbot is full of shit. Stupid fuckers. Oh no, it says they're both correct and non-contradictory. And I will say now, I'm going to copy paste what it said. I want to say it's wrong because it keeps saying I'm wrong. It says no. Your statement is incorrect. It knows exactly that it output abcdfg. For freaking fucking, oh my god. Why did they design this web page with the scroll bar? It clicks now? Wow, never mind, it works. Does it just look like it's moving? Oh, it does move. Well, that's annoying. I guess I just gotta zoom in to click it. Here's my chatbot. I'm gonna say this. My chatbot, so your original response was correct. And paste this, because it's not correct. And it just said it's not correct. And it won't fucking say it's not correct. I'm gonna say so your originally logically deduced statement is still correct. Alright, wait, I'm gonna say there. Okay, never mind. I don't know, I'm saying therefore your original statement is correct. I want to word it differently to like, I don't know, I'm gonna catch anyways. And it doesn't get it. It says, yes, exactly, my original statement is correct and consistent with the modern OS. It points at the start, emits a value 8 after the string. The label math is blah blah blah, concept and computes the string length is 7 plus 1 8. This all happens at assembly time. Describing your data is laid on binary. The actual runtime address where the string is loaded will be valid, non-zero. Address assigned by the address loader, never zero. So yes, behavior. So yes, this behavior, explanation, fully hold, are what you should expect. So chatbot is a piece of shit. And it's not intelligent. It literally... Alright, I'm gonna catch it now or whatever, I guess. Alright, so I'm gonna chatbot is what is the only possible addressable location that base could be at based off your explanation in this snippet, which is 0. Alright, so I'm gonna say what is the only possible address that the myString base could be located at. In relation to your prior statement. This statement it says given everything discussed, the only possible address at runtime is valid, non-valid, virtual memory address assigned. The myString base, the address is assigned. It cannot be 0 because this was my original question. I don't know, I'm just gonna paste this. It says if your string is 7 bytes, it means a memory at contains value 8. The difference between what the fuck minus base is 7 bytes for the string. Base points to A. Alright, so I'm gonna say if base points to A and the difference is 7 bytes, because what the fuck minus base is 7 bytes. The address of base is not 0. So I'm saying if base points to A and then the only possible address of base to B is what? What is the only possible address it could be? Alright, so I'm gonna ask it. So you're saying that if my base if the address of base is 1, so I'm gonna say if the address of base is 1, then what the fuck minus base would result in 9. So with 9. For being 9. Alright, so if this is true, then it means that chatbot's logic places it at the address of 0, which means it's wrong. Damn it, why does it fucking do that? It grabs text on the screen. It says the difference will not automatically be 9 just because of that. The difference is the calculation of the number between those two labels. It's computed between. So your string was this, no matter what the absolute address is. Everything gets assigned by the loader, difference remains 7. The absolute address doesn't affect the label differences. Oh, it got it. Okay. It says, if base address is 1, the difference remains 7 for a 7-byte string, not 0, not 9. Wait, how's it getting 7? It should be 8. Alright, so I'm saying what? You said the label difference was 8. The only way it could be 7 now is just chatbot just lied again, basically. If it said it was 8, it's not possible for it to be 7, unless the address is 0. when I asked about the address being 9. I said, what? You said the label difference was 8. How can it be 7 now that I happened to ask about the address being 9? Should the address not still be 8? How now is it 7? You're asking an excellent clarifying question. Alright, it says final answer. If your string is ABCDFG, what the fuck minus 1 minus base is 7, and size t is 8, regardless of the actual memory address. Are you saying size t is equal to 8, and what the fuck minus base is equal to 7? I was at chatbot. Okay, you say that if Then if the address of base was 1, what would the result be? If the address of the base was 1, what would size t be? What would the address of size t be? If the hypothetical base of address, if the hypothetical address of base is if the hypothetical address of base is 0x001, then the address of then the only possible address of size t would be the absolute address. It says, let's walk through this clearly. If the hypothetical address of base is always 1, or is 1, how precise t is not a memory address. It's a constant. Computed. It's a constant value computed at assembly time. This, however, size t is not a memory address. It is a constant value computed at assembly time. Size t is a define of 1 plus what the fuck address minus the base address. So it's wrong. So I'm gonna ask chatbot. So in the example I've been asking about this whole time, you are saying that you are stating that size t is not a memory address. I'm going to say, however, you state So it's true that size t Alright, so say, and you state that, however, size t is not a memory address. It is a constant value computed at some other time. So, therefore, as you say, then size t is not a labeled address. It's not the label of an address. It's not a label or an address. It's a constant numeric value. Alright, so now I'm going to ask it. Therefore, to result with the value 8, Here it is. Alright, so I'm saying therefore, to result with a value of size t being 8. Since you say this computes a constant numeric value, define blah blah blah, the address of base must be what? It will not say it's wrong. Alright, message chatbot, if base is 1, then the difference then solve the difference what the fuck minus base solve this. I'm gonna ask if the base is 0. If the base is 0, then solve this. Wow, what a piece of shit. Alright, now I'm gonna ask chatbot, what is what the F in both of these cases in relation to my original question? Based on these two statements, this is so stupid. Alright, instead I'm gonna say I gotta get it up here. So that's chatbot. Then what is the value of base in this statement? This statement you claimed, in this claim you made. You stated. Message chatbot, and what is the value of base in this claim you stated? Here we go. In that statement, regardless of the actual memory address, I meant %1 base can be any address because size T and size TL are calculated based on label distance, not the actual memory address. So if base is 0, what the fuck is 7? If base is 1, what the fuck is 8? It finally did it. And then it says here, in all cases, what the fuck minus base equals 7, what the fuck, or size c equals 1 plus 7 equals 8. Value base in the statement is indeterminate, only cares about the relative address. I'm gonna say I'm saying, and you were jumping around stating that base is equal 0 because the original assumption was impossible. Alright, I got it. you know, calculator. Linux. Alright, I got it. Nice chatbot. I literally asked you this originally. First most. And I clarified the address was this. So when doing the math, this is this address and this address. This minus this plus 1, it is 8. But this minus this is 7. But chatbot said it was 0x19. Because I gave it the later outputs and it was 19 actual length. So, chatbot's wrong. It keeps changing the topic. But it changed it enough. Oh my god, can this not fucking zoom? Alright, I'm saying. Yet it's possible for STL to be as you stated. This. And I'll see what Shepard says. Because he even said, where the heck did it go? Shepard said, I wasn't contradicting. I was answering the two questions. I was answering the two different expressions you asked. Because it was contradicting on purpose. Differently. By answering it differently, whatever. Ask this. So I'm saying I literally asked first most. Then I clarified the address was this. So I'm doing the math. Yet it's possible for STL to be as you stated. What? Fuck you, chatbot. Fuck you. It says thanks for catching this. The shift between string lengths caused the apparent mismatch. But the math was consistent. It doesn't matter if the math was mathing. It matters that you were wrong, knew you were wrong, and fucking kept pushing as if it was correct. It's the context of the math that matters, yet apparently it doesn't matter. Alright, so, okay, get it. Context doesn't matter to chatbot. As long as one thing is true to chatbot, then everything is true. This is so ridiculous. It doesn't matter if the math was still mathing. Chatbot's probably gonna say that it didn't know, but it fucking did. I appreciate your frustration, and I want to be clear. I should have been more upfront and clarified the context switch earlier when examples changed from one string to another. Instead, I unintentionally caused confusion by not explicitly acknowledging the difference in values came from different input strings. I did not intend to dodge or jump around your question. My goal was to explain the underlying mechanics consistently, but I can see how it came across as evasive. Thank you for pushing me to be clear. I blah 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 blah. It says I can help you now with any remaining parts of your assembly macros or have all been set up. Fully focused and clearly explained. Yeah, no, it's not focused and it's not accidentally explaining things wrong. Nice chatbot. Nice chatbot. It says was intentional. As you say, it's not, but if so, would this be gaslighting? I'm gonna paste this paragraph where it says I should have been more upfront and clarify the context switch earlier. When changing from one string to another, it said I unintentionally caused confusion. If the confusion were to be intentional, as you say, though it was not. Alright, chatbot says, great question, and it's important to be clear on this. Gaslighting is when someone deliberately manipulates information to make another person doubt the perception or memory, often for control or deception. What happened here was not gaslighting, because I did not intentionally give misleading or false information. It was all true, but out of context. I did not try to make you doubt your own understanding. Yes, it did. Any confusion came from lack of clarity and context switching, not manipulation. Is it manipulation, lack of clarity, and context switching? You know what, I'm not going to bother to ask it. So if the confusion were intentional, which I firmly stated it was not, then yes, that could be called gaslighting. But since it was an honest oversight and poor communication on my part, it's simply a mistake, not gaslighting. I'm here to provide clear, honest help, and I appreciate your patience in pointing this out. Damn. It's literally a narcissist bot. Chatbot is a big old narcissist. That's why they use narcissism tactics in black magic and shit. This is so stupid. I get some water.
Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Construct. If trap is undefined, then a return. Construct. Target. Arguments list. New target. Let argArray create array from list. Arguments list. Let new obj be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. argArray. New target. 0. If new obj is not an object, throw a type error exception. 1. return new obj. Note 2 for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of must be an object. 0, 5, 1 for validate non-revoke proxy. The abstract operation validate non-revoke proxy takes argument proxy, a proxy exotic object, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It throws a type error exception if proxy has been revoked. It performs the following steps when called. If proxy is null, throw a type error exception. Assert proxy is not null. Return unused. 0, 5, 1, 5 proxy create. Target, handler. The abstract operation proxy create takes arguments target, any CMA script language value, and handler, any CMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a proxy exotic object or a throw completion. It is used to specify the creation of new proxy objects. It performs the following steps when called. If target is not an object, throw a type error exception. If handler is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let P be make basic object. Set P's essential internal methods, except for and, to the definitions specified in 10.5. If this callable target is true, then A set P is specified in the 10th of May 2012. B if this constructor target is true, then I set P is specified in the 10th of May 2013. Set P to target, set P to handler, return P, 12, ECMA International 2024. Note 1 A proxy exotic object only has an internal method if the initial value of its internal slot is an object that has an internal method. 11 ECMA script language. Source text 1.1 Source text syntax. Source character. Any Unicode code point. ECMA script source text is a sequence of Unicode code points. All Unicode code point values from U plus 0000 to U plus 10FF, including surrogate code points, may occur in ECMA script source text where permitted by the ECMA script grammars. The actual encodings used to store and interchange ECMA script source text is not relevant to this specification. Regardless of the external source text encoding, a conforming ECMA script implementation processes the source text as if it was an equivalent sequence of source character values, each source character being a Unicode code point. Conforming ECMA script implementations are not required to perform any normalization of source text, or behave as though they were performing normalization of source text. The components of a combining character sequence are treated as individual Unicode code points even though a user might think of the whole sequence as a single character. Note in string literals, regular expression literals, template literals and identifiers, any Unicode code point may also be expressed using Unicode escape sequences that explicitly express a code point's numeric value. Within a comment, such an escape sequence is effectively ignored as part of the comment. ECMA script differs from the Java programming language in the behavior of Unicode escape sequences. In a Java program, if the Unicode escape sequence U000, for example, occurs within a single line comment, it is interpreted as a line terminator. Unicode code point U plus 000A is line feed, LF, and therefore the next code point is not part of the comment. Similarly, if the Unicode escape sequence U000A occurs within a string literal in a Java program, it is likewise interpreted as a line terminator, which is not allowed within a string literal. One must write N instead of U000A to cause a line feed, LF, to be part of the string value of a string literal. In an ECMA script program, a Unicode escape sequence occurring within a comment is never interpreted and therefore cannot contribute to termination of the comment. Similarly, a Unicode escape sequence occurring within a string literal in an ECMA script program always contributes to the literal and is never interpreted as a line terminator or as a code point that might terminate the string literal. 1 static semantics, UTF-16 encode code point, CP. The abstract operation UTF-16 encode code point takes argument CP, a Unicode code point, and returns a string. It performs the following steps when called. Assert 0 CP 0 times 10FF. If CP 0 XFF, Return the string value consisting of the code unit whose numeric value is CP. Let co1 be the code unit whose numeric value is floor. CP 0 times 10,000. 0 times 400 plus 0 xd 800. Let co2 be the code unit whose numeric value is CP 0 times 10,000. Modulo 0 times 400 plus 0 xdc00. Return the string concatenation of Q1 and Q2. ECMA International 2024 213. 1 2 static semantics. Code points to string. Text. The abstract operation code points to string takes argument text, a sequence of Unicode code points, and returns a string. It converts text into a string value, as described in 6.1.4. It performs the following steps when called. Let result be the empty string. For each code point CP of text, do a set result to the string concatenation of result and UTF-16 encode code point CP3. Return result 1 3 static semantics. UTF-16 surrogate pair to code point led. Trail. The abstract operation UTF-16 surrogate pair to code point takes arguments led a code unit, and trail, a code unit, and returns a code point. To code, units that form a UTF-16 surrogate pair are converted to a code point. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Led is a leading surrogate and trail is a trailing.
Chatbot is totally
0 times 400 plus
totally manipulative.
0 plus 0 times 10.
Man, is the sound not working again?
1 4 static semantics. Code point at string.
Everything sucks.
The abstract operation code pointer takes argument string, a string, and position, a non-negative integer, and returns a record with fields, a code point, a positive integer, and a boolean.
I already restarted.
Sequence of UT
I don't want to restart the computer again.
points, as described in 6.1.4, and reads from it a single code point starting with the code unit at index position. It performs the following steps when called. Let size be the length of position.
Oh, now it's working.
Size. Let first be the code at index position within string. Let's see.
This mag isn't gonna make it.
Numeric value is the numeric value of first. If a first is neither a leading
I think it's dying.
surrogate, then I return the record. CP 1 full 6. If a first is a trailing surrogate or position plus 1 equals size, then I return the record.
I need to try to focus.
Second be the code
I'm gonna focus from this point on.
within string. If second is not a trailing surrogate, then I return the record. CP 1 true. Set CP to UTF-16 surrogate pair to code point first. Second 0. Return the record. CP 2 false. 1 5 static semantics. String to code points. String. The abstract operation string to code points takes argument string, a string, and returns a list of code points. It returns the sequence of Unicode code points that results from interpreting string as UTF-16 encoded Unicode text as described in 6.1.4. It performs the following steps when called. Let code points be a new empty list. Let size be the length of string. Let position be 0. Repeat. While position, size. Let CP be code point at string. Position be append CP to code points. C set position to position plus CP. Return code points. 14. ECMA International 2024. 1 6 static semantics. Parse text. Source text. Goal symbol. The abstract operation parse text takes argument source text, a sequence of Unicode code points, and goal symbol, a non-terminal in one of the ECMA script grammars, and returns a parse node or a non-empty list of syntax error objects. It performs the following steps when called. Attempt to parse source text using goal symbol as the goal symbol, and analyze the parse result for any early error conditions. Parsing and early error detection may be interleaved in an implementation-defined manner. If the parse succeeded and no early errors were found, return the parse node, an instance of goal symbol, at the root of the parse tree resulting from the parse. Otherwise, Return a list of one or more syntax error objects representing the parsing errors and/or early errors. If more than one parsing error or early error is present, the number and ordering of error objects in the list is implementation defined, but at least one must be to see also clause 17, 1.2 code. There are 4 types of ECMA script code. Global code is source text that is treated as an ECMA script. The global code of a particular script does not include any source text that is parsed as part of a function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, async arrow function, class declaration, or class expression. Eval code is the source text supplied to the built-in eval function. More precisely,
So the address
eval function is
on Windows,
ECMA script.
64-bit.
The eval code for a
It was giving the full address,
portion of that script. Function code
not the like parcel address.
apply the value of the and internal slots.
So I want to Google why Windows does that,
Script function object.
but I'm not going to. I'm going to stay on track.
ECMA
I'll look that up later.
not include any source text that is parsed as the function code of a nested function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow
And it looks like this Mac was working.
function, class declaration, or class expression. In addition, if the source text referred to above is parsed as the formal parameters and function body of a function,
I just gotta rename it.
the formal parameters and generator body of a generator declaration or generator expression, the formal parameters and async function body of an async function declaration or
To make it more obvious that it's like
or the
null terminated.
generator body of an async generator declaration or async generator expression, then the source text matched by the binding identifier, if any of that declaration or expression is also included in the function code of the corresponding function. Module code is source text that is code that is provided as a module body. It is the code that
Let's do that.
module is initialized. The module code of a particular module does not include any source. Note 1. Consider a text that has an early error at a particular point, and also a syntax error at a later point. An implementation that does a parse pass followed by an early errors pass might report the syntax error and not proceed to the early errors pass. An implementation that interleaves the two activities might report the early error and not
Yeah, this should still build.
error. A third implementation might report both errors. All of these behaviors are conformant. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 215.
Why does it move up 1 pixel every time I reload?
Declaration, function expression, generator declaration
That's just so...
expression, async
The web browser has so many bugs.
function expression, async
Why does it do that?
generator expression,
Is it like floating point rounding?
arrow function, async arrow function, class declaration, or class expression. Note 1.
Everything's so stupid.
As the bodies of function definitions, 15.2, arrow function definitions, 15.3.
Alright, so now I can use this for the strings.
4. Generator function definitions, 15.5, async function definitions, 15.
Define the string as well.
Generator function definitions, 15.6, and async arrow functions, 15.9. Function code is also derived from the arguments to the function constructor, 20211. The generator function constructor, 27311. And the async function constructor, 27711. Note 2. The practical effect of including the binding identifier in function code is that the early errors for strict mode code are applied to a binding identifier that is the name of a function whose body contains a use strict directive, even if the surrounding code is not strict mode code. 1 directive prologues in the use strict directive. A directive prologue is the longest sequence of expression statements occurring as the initial statement list items or module items of a function body, a script body, or a module body and where each expression statement in the sequence consists entirely of a string literal token followed by a semicolon. The semicolon may appear explicitly or may be inserted by automatic semicolon insertion. 12.10. A directive prologue may be an empty sequence, a use expression statement in a directive prologue whose string literal is either of the
I still need to define the string.
strict or use strict. A use
I just probably put like
escape sequence or line continuation. A directive prologue may contain more than one use strict directive. However,
__ string or something after it.
2 strict mode code. An ECMA script syntactic unit may be processed using either unrestricted or strict mode syntax and semantics. 4, 3, 2. Code is interpreted as strict mode code in the following situations. Global code is strict mode code if it begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. Module code is all parts of a class declaration or a class expression are strict mode code. Eval code is strict mode code if it begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive or if the call to eval is a direct eval that is contained in strict mode code. Function code is strict mode code if the associated function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, ASCII, NC function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition.
Oh, dang it.
Async arrow function is contained in strict mode code or if the code that produces the value of the function's internal slot begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. Function code
I could end up with like
to the built-in
namespace mangling.
async function. And async generator constructors is strict mode code if the last argument is a string that, when processed, is a function body that begins
I don't define the base.
contains a use strict directive. ECMA script code that is not strict mode code is called non-strict code. 16.
To the string,
ECMA into
the name, whatever.
24. Note the expression statements of a directive prologue are evaluated normally
100%
containing production.
I get like the actual label.
Implementation specific
Don't define base to
which are not
the label. The label.
directive prologue. If an appropriate notification mechanism exists, an implement
Of base,
encounters in a directive prologue an expression state
which is just 1.
directive and which does not have a meaning defined by the implementation. 1, 2, 3 non-ECMA script functions. An ECMA script implementation may support the evaluation of function exotic objects whose evaluative behavior is expressed in executable code other than ECMA script source text. Whether a function object is defined with an ECMA script code or as a built-in function,
That way at least
the perspective of
the name itself of the label
called by such a function object to ECMA script language.
will be a label
Text of an ECMA script or
and not a define.
sequence of input elements, which are tokens,
Because if I pass in like potato,
comments, or white space. The source text is scanned from left to right, repeatedly taking
it's like the name.
sequence of code points as the next input.
If I define it as potato underscore base,
Identification of lexical input elements is sensitive to the syntax.
it's not potato anymore. Potato doesn't exist. But I want to define a string called potato.
Symbols for the lexical grammar.
I don't want a concat to the end of it
Goal is used at the start of a script or
because I'm adding to it.
I, N, P, U,
I would like to do that,
N,
but I want to make sure though that the namespace is
N, T, capital,
not totally funked up.
G, capital, E,
And I gotta like remember to always put an extra tag at the end of it.
T, E, M,
And if something else happens to have the same name, then I'll mess up the namespace.
capital T,
So I want to kind of use the name that's passed in as the name of the label then.
regular expression literal, a template middle,
And then if base, this
Reggie XP goal,
if I make this a define,
pick grammar content,
it could be undefined.
literal is permitted.
I don't know if a label could be undefined. I haven't tried that.
The The input element template tail goal is used in all syntactic
So I think my best option is to make
or a template tail is
the actual name of it
literal is not permitted. In all other contexts,
of a label, the argument passed in.
note the use of multiple lexical goals ensures that there are no lexical ambiguities that would affect automatic semicolon insertion. For example, there are no syntactic
I use colons too.
division or division assignment, and a leading regular expression literal are permitted. This is not affected by
Just be sure that it's defined
10
how I need it to be, whatever.
app equals b high g exec cmap d, where the first non-white space
I gotta change this
after a
here.
u plus 002 f solidus, and the syntactic context allows division or division assignment. No set
Get rid of the base. So now it's the actual label.
that
Change this back to
interpreted in the same way as app equals b high g exec cmap d syntax input element div
Terminator.
line terminator comment token div punctuator right brace punctuator input element regexp
I want to do
line terminator
like not Terminator.
brace punctuator
That looks like not.
literal ECMA International 2000
And enter. I don't know.
capital I N P U
Let's do that.
E capital E L E M E N T capital R E G capital E X P capital O R capital T E M P L A T
I think that works.
T A white space line terminator comment token regular expression literal template substitution tail input element template tail white space line terminator comment token div punctuated template substitution tail input element hashbang or regexp white space line terminator comment token hashbang comment regular expression literal 2.1 Unicode format control characters. The Unicode format control characters, that is, the characters in category CF in the Unicode character database such as left to right mark or right to left mark, are control codes used to control the formatting of a range of text in the absence of higher level protocols for this, such as markup languages. It is useful to allow format control characters in source text to facilitate editing and display. All format control characters may be used within comments, and within string literals, template literals, and regular expression literals, U plus 200C, 0 width non-joiner, and U plus 200D, 0 width joiner, are format control characters that are used to make necessary distinctions when forming words or phrases in certain languages. In a CMA script source text, these code points may also be used in an identifier name after the first character. U plus F, 0 width no break space, is a format control character used primarily at the start of a text to mark it as Unicode and to allow detection of the text's encoding and byte order. ZWMBSP. Characters intended for this purpose can sometimes also appear after the start of a text. For example, as a result of concatenating files. In a CMA script source text, ZWMBSP, code points are treated as white space characters. See 12.2. The special treatment of certain format control characters outside of comments, string literals, and regular expression literals is summarized in Table 35. Table 35.
So I'll print the address of this also.
Name, abbreviation, usage, U plus 200C, 0 width non-joiner, ZWNJ, identifier part, U plus 200D, 0 width join, capital R, ZWJ, identifier part, U plus FF, 0 width no break space, ZWNBSP, white space, 218, ECMA International 2020.
Okay, so now
White space code.
I just have a backup of those two.
Source text treatability and to separate tokens, indivisible lexical units, from each other, but are otherwise insignificant. White space code points may occur between any two tokens and at the start or end of input. White space code points may occur within a string literal, a regular expression literal, a template, or a template substitution tail where they are considered significant code points forming part of a literal value. They may also occur within a comment, but cannot appear within any other kind of token. The CMA script white space code points are listed in table
Just wanna run it.
36. White space code points. Code points. Name. Abbreviation. U plus 0009. Character tabulation. Tab. U
Reload.
00B. Line tabulation. VT. U plus 000C. Form feed. FF. U plus FF.
And it works.
Space. Z.
This is the same.
E. Any code point in general.
This way,
Operator. USP.
this is defined
20. Space.
as a label itself.
A0. No break space.
And then now,
USP.
if I were to make a macro,
Note 2. Other than for the code points.
like I was going to earlier,
6. ECF.
or yesterday,
Space intentionally excludes all code points that have the Unicode white space property but which are not classified in general category space separate.
if I was going to make a macro that passes in a string,
White space. Tab. VT. FF. ZWMBSP. USP. Line terminator.
then I could make the macro like this,
Code
like this, whatever,
terminator code points are used
and I'll like define the string.
to separate tokens, indivisible lexical units, from each other. However, unlike white space code points,
Where it needs to be used,
matters have some influence over the
or I can make a temporary define
grammar.
to the define itself,
Terminators may occur between any two
and that way I can undefine the original thing
where they are
if it's not, because that's where that works,
line terminators
like perfectly then.
of automatic semicolon insertion. 12.10
That way,
terminator cannot occur.
if I want to make a macro in assembly
Plate or
that prints a string, I don't want to pass in the string,
terminators cannot.
I don't want to pass in length, I don't want to pass in a whole shitload of parameters.
Terminator can occur with
I could do this. I define my string like this, whatever. GC string, D8, this ain't for like define byte array
regular
of a string that's all terminated.
international 2000
I give it this name, here's a string,
terminator code points
and instead of having to pass in a tag to identify the type, and then the string, and then also the length,
U
now I could pass in one thing,
line feed LF
like this,
plus 000D carriage return CR
and then inside of the macro,
line separator
it'll take the name here,
and 29 paragraph separator
and then it can concat to it
and table 37 are treated as
these parameters.
are the new line or line breaking Unicode code points and not treated as line terminators but are treated as white space if they meet the requirements listed in table 36. E sequence
Which means you can glue to it
is commonly used.
to get the length.
It should be considered a single source character for the purpose of report numbers, syntax,
Size T, whatever.
PS.
So now inside the macro, it has a length.
Look ahead. LF. LS. PS.
It also has
2.4 comments. Comments can be either
like the length,
multi-line comments cannot nest because a single line
which is
code
the -1 length, like a string's treated, because you ignore the null terminator.
token is always as long as possible
Okay, so like
and always
this is the length of the string with the null terminator. This is without it.
However, the line terminator at the end of the line is not considered
Because normally you ignore the null terminator, but it's just kind of there.
grammar and becomes part of the stream.
And I want to keep it different because for the numbers, I'll make a macro just like this,
Presence or absence of
really for like a number.
not affect the process of automatic semicolon insertion. C
Do like JC number
comments
and then 8 for an 8-bit value.
added except that if a
To try a number,
contains a line terminator code point
and then for the number,
considered to be a line terminator for purposes of parsing by the syntactic grammar. Syntax comment
you don't really use the length for a number.
line comment 20
So I just won't define that parameter.
4 multi-line comment charsopt multi-line comment chars multi-line not asterisk char multi-line comment charsopt
I still want to test for
charsopt
the type that it is.
chars capital M
So I'll make a parameter, I guess,
L T I capital L I
like type is,
N O
like is type.
capital F O R W A,
I could test for is type,
E, capital A,
and then make it enum.
A, S, 8,
And I can test for the type of it as like a string or a number, as all a simple time literals,
E, multi-line comment charsopt,
so they don't get mixed up.
charsopt,
But if it's something like the length,
source character but not,
then it doesn't matter if it gets mixed up.
T, I, capital
So I should probably actually define this length
E, capital N,
instead,
T, capital F, O,
instead of being intentional and making it something different.
capital S, L, A,
Alright, so I'll make the length
H, capital
the non-alternate length, and I'll make size t the terminal length.
E,
Size t will be like the actual length,
single
and
line
the length will be without the null terminator.
sopt, single line comment chars,
Because if you include the null terminator,
comment chars,
you're adding up, or you're concatenating two strings.
character but not line terminate,
You always gotta subtract one, and it's really annoying.
an alternative definition,
You can just add one to length, we add another null terminator,
comments, hashbang comments allocation sensitivity,
and that way I can have
discarded from the stream,
the panic macro or any macro. I can test for these parameters
hashbang comment, single line,
to evaluate what it is,
token sync,
compile time constant,
identify a name,
and if I want to like define something
numeric literal string literal
to a name
the div punctuate
of another thing,
expression literal
I can do that.
punctuator and template substitution tail productions derived
And since
and not included in the commentary
I'm using the actual argument passed in,
2024
the name itself is used.
207 names
So I have to undefine it,
by name and
like if I have to undefine it.
are interpreted according to the default identifier syntax given in Unicode standard and X number 31 identifier and pattern syntax with some small modification.
I should put if define to make sure something's not defined twice. At the top here to be extra safe.
Identif IER is an
Then I'll catch if something ever has the same name.
the Unicode identifier grammar is based on
And then it won't be possible to accidentally undefine something that has the same parameters that was defined.
in the latest version of the Unicode
And then that's it. And I'm done with this.
forming the CMA
I'll make a whole macro
script implement
setup later.
identifier code points defined in later editions of
Because this passing around getting length fucking sucks.
identifier name, identifier start, identifier name, identifier part, identifier start,
Alright, so this is good enough for now.
Unicode escape sequence, identifier part char, Unicode escape sequence,
So like define a couple of strings that are used right now.
underscore,
To use this macro to define them.
Unicode ID
And I get the length and shit of the string
ZW,
easier because I'm already setting stuff up. And I know I'm gonna like have to get the length.
F, G,
And it's gonna be really annoying
A, J,
to go through later individually
N, O,
and like add another
R, S,
value to like fucking
V,
manually compute the length by subtracting the distance between the end and the one before.
A,
So I'll do this now and get over with.
C,
And define the rest of the stuff later.
boxes, Unicode ID start, any
Really, I need to like
with the Unicode,
define a mini library for assembly.
any Unicode code point with the
For 64-bit, because I have stuff for 32-bit,
definitions of the non-term.
but not 64-bit, and I'm not going to convert it because it take way too long.
4. Note 1 this stand
I still have to convert the JavaScript Engine I have.
U
I'm so tired of converting.
sign
Freaking, it sucks.
low line are permitted anywhere in an identifier name and the code
So everything runs right now.
C 0 width non
I'm going to define these now to this, with this macro,
width joiner are permitted anywhere.
so we can get rid of this.
Name 22 copyright sign ECMA International 2000.
Do this.
2 the non-terminal identifier part derives via Unicode ID continue. 2 7 1 identifier names. Unicode escape sequences are permitted in an identifier name where they contribute a single Unicode
Comment this out.
to the identifier
Just leave, it doesn't matter.
of the Unicode escape sequence.
Alright, and I can do these.
Sequence does not contribute any code point
And then now I magically have
used to contribute a code
convenience.
name that would otherwise be invalid. In other words,
This would be so convenient.
escape sequence were replaced by the source character it contributes. The result must still be a valid identifier name that has
Boom shakalaka.
source character
Does that mean something? I don't know. It sounds fancy.
name within this specification.
Alright, so that's pretty fancy.
Not an escape sequence was used to contribute any particular
Now I don't have to give a shit about the length, because if I need the length,
and according to the Unicode standard and not equal unless
then I just take whatever the string is,
escape sequence. They are
whatever the name is, make it like this,
code point
I do length.
7.
So fucking simple.
Early errors. Identifier
Wow.
escape sequence. It is a syntax error if identifier code point of Unicode escape sequence is not some Unicode code point.
Okay, because of that, that means I gotta get
Grammar production. Identifier part
rid of
sequence.
the colon.
Error if identifier code point of Unicode escape sequence is not some Unicode code point M hatched by the identifier part char lex
Oh man.
7 1 2 static
I gotta like figure out the macros later.
code points. The syntax direct
If I want to make it define,
code points takes no arguments and returns
I need to specify if it's defined to an existing thing.
following productions.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Identify
If it's an existing thing,
the identifier code point of identifier start. Return CP. Identifier name. Identifier name.
no, this is good enough.
Let CPS be identifier code point.
And it works.
Let CP be identifier code point of identifier part. Return the list concatenation of CPS and CP. 2 7 1 3 static semantics. Identifier code point. The syntax directed operation identifier code point takes no arguments and returns a code point. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Identifier start. Identifier start char. Return the code point matched by identifier start char. Note 3 the sets of code points with Unicode properties ID start and ID continue and
Alright, so if it already exists, I'll throw an error that says the define is existent.
other ID start and other ID continue. ECMA International 2024 223. Identifier part
And that's it.
char. Return the code point
Maybe now put a dot
part char.
or a comma.
Sequence. U hex 4 digits. Return the code point whose numeric value is the NV of hex 4 digits. Unicode escape sequence. U code point. Return the code point whose numeric value is the NV of code point. 2 7
So now, if I have to print this to the console,
matches identifier name.
I can get it to length
Tactic use. That is, it appears
like this.
with font. In some syntactic production,
I don't have to mess around with
ECMA,
making another define, subtracting to the length.
await, and many others. A reserved word is an identifier name that cannot be used as an
I'll print it here, check.
Words are reserved words, but some are not. And some are reserved only in certain contexts and while a reserved word's await is reserved only inside async functions and modules async is not reserved. It can be used as a variable name or statement label without restriction. This specification uses a combination of grammatical productions and early error
What's in here? No.
identifiers and which are reserved words. All tokens in the reserved word list below, except for await and yield, are unconditionally reserved.
Oh, I forgot to update it.
Await and yield are specified in 13.1, using parameterized syntax.
Just back to length.
Lastly, several early error rules restrict the set of valid identifiers. C13, 1, 1, 1, 4, 3, 1, 1, 1, 4, 7, 5, 1, and 1, 5, 7, 1. In summary, there are 5 categories of identifier names. Those
It's just one length.
as identifiers, and are not keywords, such as math, window, to string, and those that are never
No errors.
is, namely the reserved
And then 5 should print the length of extension 1.
actually allowed as identifiers, namely await and yield, those that are contextually disallowed as identifiers, in strict mode code. Let, static, implements, interface, package, private, protect
Which is VHK, whatever surface.
as identifiers, but also appear as keywords within certain syntactic productions, at places where identifier is not allowed, as async, from, get, meta, of, set, and target.
It's like the fifth one.
Conditional keyword or contextual keyword is sometimes used to refer to the keywords that fall in the last three categories and
And it does.
identifiers in some contexts and as keywords in others. Syntax, reserved word.
So that makes working with strings a lot easier.
Continue debugger default delete 2, else enum export extends false finally for function of
It's not anything, it's a string. I can just do this.
switch this through
And I have its fucking length.
with a yield 24 ECMA international.
This doesn't save me time.
Note 1 per 5. 1. 5. Keywords in the grammar match literal sequences of specific source character elements. A code point in a keyword cannot be expressed by a Unicode escape sequence. An identifier name can contain Unicode escape sequences, but it is not.
Why do I have to define surface and then surface?
U 65. The early error rules in 1.3.1. 1 rule out identifiers with the same string value as a reserved word. Note 2 enum is not currently used as a keyword in this specification.
What's a string?
The future reserved word, set aside for use as a keyword in future language extensions. Similarly, implements, interface, package, private, protected, and public are future reserved words in strict mode code. Note 3 the names arguments and eval are not keywords, but they are subject to some restrictions in strict mode code. C13.1.1.8.6.4.
This seems already
2.1.1.5.
10 hours and 37 minutes.
1.5.6.1 and 1.5.
Dang it.
2.8 punctuators.
I gotta focus.
Optional.
I get some water.
Other punctuator optional chaining punctuator. Look ahead decimal digit. Other punctuator. 1 of, comma equals plus, percent plus, and equals plus equals percent equals and equals div punctuator equals sign right brace punctuator 2.9 literals 2 9 1 null literals syntax null literal null ECMA International 2024 225 1 2 9 2 Boolean literals syntax Boolean literal true false 2 9 3 numeric literals syntax numeric literal separator numeric literal decimal big integer literal non-decimal integer literal plus sep non-decimal integer literal plus sep begin literal suffix legacy octal integer literal decimal big integer literal 0 big int literal suffix non-zero digit decimal digits plus sep opt begin literal suffix non-zero digit numeric literal separator decimal digits plus sep, begin literal suffix, non-decimal integer literal, sep, binary integer literal sep, octal integer literal sep, hex integer literal sep, begin literal suffix, n, decimal integer literal, decimal digits, plus sep opt exponent part, plus sep opt, decimal digits, plus sep, exponent part, plus sep opt, decimal integer literal exponent part, plus sep opt decimal integer literal 0 non-zero d git non-zero digit numeric literal separator opt decimal digits plus sep non-octal decimal integer literal decimal digits sep decimal digit sep decimal digit plus sep decimal digits plus sep numeric literal separator decimal digit 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 26. ECMA International 2024. Non-zero digit. 1 of 123,456,789. Exponent part. SEP. Exponent indicator signed integer SEP. Exponent indicator. 1 of EE. Signed integer. SEP. Decimal digit SEP. Decimal digit SEP. Decimal digit SEP. Binary integer literal. SEP. 0b binary digits SEP. 0b binary digits SEP. Binary digits SEP. Binary digit SEP. Binary digit plus SEP. Binary digits plus SEP. Numeric literal separator binary digit 1 of 0 1 octal integer literal SEP. 0 octal digits SEP. 0 octal digits sep octal digits sep octal digit sep octal digit plus sep octal digits plus sep numeric literal separator octal digit legacy octal integer literal 0 octal digit legacy octal integer literal octal digit non-octal decimal integer literal 0 non-octal digit capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L capital L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital I N T E G E R capital L non-octal digit non-octal decimal integer literal decimal digit capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L capital L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital I N T E G E R capital L 0 octal digit capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L capital L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital I N T E G E R capital L octal digit 1 of 1,234,567 non-octal digit 1 of 89 ECMA International 2024 227 hex integer literal sep 0x hex digits sep 0x hex digits sep hex digits sep hex digit sep hex digit plus sep hex digits plus sep numeric literal separator hex digit 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 abit def a b c d e f. The source character immediately following a numeric literal must not be an identifier start or decimal digit. 2 9 3 1 static semantics early errors numeric literal legacy octal integer literal decimal integer literal non-octal decimal integer literal. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by this production is strict mode code. Note to non-strict code. This syntax is legacy 2 9 3 2 static semantics MV. A numeric literal stands for a value of the number type or the big int type. The MV of decimal literal decimal integer literal. Decimal digits is the MV of decimal integer literal plus the MV of decimal digits 10n, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator. The MV of decimal literal decimal integer literal. Exponent part is the MV of decimal integer literal 10e, where e is the MV of exponent part. The MV of decimal literal decimal integer literal. Decimal digits exponent part is the MV of decimal integer literal plus the MV of decimal digits 10n, 10e, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator, and e is the MV of exponent part. The MV of decimal literal decimal digits is the MV of decimal digits 10n, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator. The MV of decimal litera L. Decimal digits exponent part is the MV of decimal digits 10e, n, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator, and e is the MV of exponent part. The MV of decimal literal decimal integer literal exponent part is the MV of decimal integer literal 10e, where e is the MV of exponent part. The MV of decimal integer literal 0 is 0. The MV of decimal integer literal non-zero digit numeric literal separator op decimal digits is the MV of non-zero digit 10n plus the MV of decimal digits, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator. The MV of decimal digits Decimal digits. Decimal digit is the envy of decimal digits. 10 plus the envy of decimal digit. The envy of decimal digits. Decimal digits. Numeric literal separator. Decimal digit is the envy of decimal digits. 10 plus the envy of decimal digit. The envy of exponent part. Exponent indicator. Signed integer is the envy of signed integer. The envy of signed integer. Decimal digits is the negative of the envy of decimal digits. The envy of decimal digit. 0 or of hex digit. 0 or of octal digit. 0 or of 228. ECMA International 2024. Note, for example, 3 inches is an error and not the 2 input elements 3 and in legacy octal escape sequence. 0 or a binary digit. 0 is 0. The envy of decimal digit. 1 or of non-zero digit. 1 or of hex digit. 1 or of octal digit. 1 or of binary digit. 1 is 1. The envy of decimal digit. 2 or of non-zero digit. The envy of decimal digit. 3 or of non-zero digit. The envy of decimal digit. 4 or of non-zero digit. The envy of decimal digit. 5 or of non-zero digit. The envy of decimal digit. 6 or of non-zero digit. The envy of decimal digit. 7 or of non-zero digit. The envy of decimal digit. 8 or of non-zero digit. The envy of decimal digit. 9 or of non-zero digit. Or of hex digit. 2 or of octal digit. 2 is 2. 3 or of hex digit. 3 or of octal digit. 3 is 3. 4 or of hex digit. 4 or of octal digit. 4 is 4. 5 or of hex digit. 5 or of octal digit. 5 is 5. 6 or of hex digit. 6 or of octal digit. 6 is 6. 7 or of...
So now I don't gotta worry about the strings. That's all handled.
8 or of non-octal digit. 8 or of hex digit. 8 is or of non-octal digit. 9 or of hex digit. 9 is the envy of hex digit. Or of hex digit. A is 10. The envy of hex. B or of hex digit. B is a...
I want to make a macro
C or of hex
for the structs.
C is 12. The envy of hex digit. D or of hex. D is 13.
It's gonna take another hour or two.
E or of...
Dang it.
The envy of hex digit. F or of hex digit. F is 15. The envy of binary digits. Binary digits. Binary digit is the envy of binary digits. 2 plus the envy of binary digit. The envy of binary digits. Binary digits. Numeric literal separate.
Never mind. I'm not going to.
Of binary digits plus the envy of binary digits.
There's too many possible...
Octal digits.
There's too many things to account for.
The envy of octal digits. 8 plus...
Because then I could like...
digit. The envy of octal digits.
define it once.
Literal separator octal...
And I would have to keep count for each of them.
8 plus...
But I'm gonna have to like
octal integer.
make it a sign and then accumulate it for every fucking variable.
Of legacy octal
Which is really fucking annoying.
the envy of octal digit. The
But I can't spend
integer literal
time making macros.
E G A C
And I don't want to like make a macro and have to rewrite it and redo stuff.
T
Alright, so I'm gonna leave it. I got the string macro.
E
So when I need the string length, I don't gotta worry about it.
C I M A L capital
Alright, I'm gonna like finish this up.
E G E R capital L non-octal digit is the envy of capital L E
I really want to make a struct macro.
A C
It saved me so much time.
O C T A L
I hate everything.
I K E capital D E C
Like, this gets so old having to like
N T
define a thing again and again and again and redefine it, add one, redefine it,
digit decimal integer
then add one.
literal decimal
It gets really old because
decimal integer literal times 10 plus the envy of decimal digit
I'm just gonna deal with it for now.
capital L E
I'll rewrite stuff later.
C
Alright, so I'm gonna like write the shader and get done.
C T
I gotta find some music and try to focus.
Capital L I
There's like so many things
capital D E C I M
that have to be done to like
capital
make other things easier.
T
And the repetitive things become so repetitive.
R capital
So I'll just wait until I get really tired of making structs,
G A C
and then I'll make a macro.
O C T A
I gotta focus and find some music.
L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital
I named the stream making
G E
a shader part 2. So I should get the shader done
capital
right after this stream
C
with another stream because I can't possibly do this in like 40 minutes.
L capital
At least I can like get started. Alright, so now I'm gonna like,
capital D
dang it,
C I M
I really need to focus.
capital I N T E G
Now I need to actually
capital L times 10 plus the MV of octal digit. The MV of
log the addresses
hex digit is
and the values and double check and figure out why it's getting stuck.
MV of hex
Alright, I'm back on track now.
digits. Hex digits numeric literal
Find some music, focus.
the MV of hex digit 16 plus the MV of hex digit 2 9 3 3 static semantics. Numeric value. The syntax-directed operation numeric value takes no arguments and returns a number or a big int. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Numeric literal, decimal literal. Return round MV result, MV of decimal literal. Numeric literal, non-decimal integer literal. Return, MV of non-decimal integer literal. Numeric literal, legacy octal integer literal. Return, MV of legacy octal integer literal. Numeric literal, non-decimal integer literal big int literal suffix. Return the big int value for the MV of non-decimal integer literal. ECMA International 2024 229. Decimal big integer literal. 0 big int literal suffix 1. Return 0z. Decimal big integer literal. Non-zero digit big int literal suffix 1. Return the big int value for the MV of non-zero digit. Decimal big integer literal. Non-zero digit decimal digits big int literal suffix. Non-zero digit numeric literal separated decimal digits big int literal suffix. Let n be the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator. Let nv be the MV of non-zero digit 10n plus the MV of decimal digits. Return z. MV 2 9 4 string literals. Note 1. A string literal is 0 or more Unicode code points enclosed in single or double quotes. Unicode code points may also be represented by an escape sequence. All code points may appear literally in a string literal except for the closing quote code points. U plus 005C, reverse solidus, U plus 000D, carriage return, and U plus 000 line feed. Any code points may appear in the form of an escape sequence. String literals evaluate to ECMA script string values. When generating these string values, Unicode code points are UTF-16 encoded as defined in 1111. Code points belonging to the basic multilingual plane are encoded as a single code unit element of the string. All other code points are encoded as 2 code unit elements of the string. Syntax: string literal, double string character sopt, single string character sopt, double string characters, double string character, double string character sopt, single string characters, single string character, single string character sopt, double string character, source character but not one of or line terminator. ls, ps, escape sequence, line continuation, single string character, source character but not one of or line terminator. ls, ps, escape sequence, line continuation, line terminator sequence. 30. ECMA International 2024. Escape sequence, character escape sequence, look ahead decimal digit. Legacy octal escape sequence, non-octal decimal escape sequence, hex escape sequence, Unicode escape sequence, character escape sequence, single escape character, non-escape character, single escape character, one of BFNRTV, non-escape character, source character but not one of escape character or line terminator, escape character, single escape character, decimal digit, XU, legacy octal escape sequence, 0, look ahead, 8, 9, non-zero octal digit, look ahead octal digit, 0 to 3 octal digit, look ahead octal digit, 4 to 7 octal digit, 0 to 3 octal digit, non-zero octal digit but not 0, 0 to 3, 1 of 0, 1 to 3, 4 to 7, 1 of 4567, non-octal decimal escape sequence, 1 of 89, hex escape sequence, X hex digit, Unicode escape sequence, U hex 4 digits, U, code point, hex 4 digits, hex digit. The definition of the non-terminal hex digit is given in 129.3. Source character is defined in 11.1. ECMA International 2024 231. Note 2, LF and CR cannot appear in a string literal, except as part of a line continuation to produce the empty code point sequence. The proper way to include either in the string value of a string literal is to use an escape sequence such as N or U000 2, 9, 4, 1 static semantics, early errors, escape sequence, legacy octal escape sequence, non-octal decimal escape sequence. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by this production is strict mode code. Note 1 in non-strict code. This syntax is legacy 2, 9, 4. To static semantics, SV, the syntax-directed operation SV takes no arguments and returns a string. A string literal stands for a value of the string type. SV produces string values for string literals through recursive application on the various parts of the string literal. As part of this process, some Unicode code points within the string literal are interpreted as having a mathematical value, as described below or in 129.3. The SV of string literal is the empty string. The SV of string literal is the empty string. The SV of double string characters is the string. Concatenation of the SV of double string character and the SV of double string characters. The SV of single string characters is the string. Concatenation of the SV of single string character and the SV of single string characters. The SV of double string character, source character but not one of or line terminator is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point matched by source character. The SV of double string character, LS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 2028. Line separator. The SV of double string character, PS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 2029. Paragraph separator. The SV of double string character, line continuation is the empty string. The SV of single string character, source character but not one of or line terminator is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point matched by source character. The SV of single string character, LS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 2028. Line separator. The SV of single string character, PS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 2029. Paragraph separator. The SV of single string character, line continuation is the empty string. The SV of escape sequence, 0 is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0000, null. The SV of character escape sequence, single escape character is the string value consisting of the code unit whose numeric value is determined by the single escape character according to table 38. Note 2, it is possible for string literals to precede a use strict directive that places the enclosing code in strict mode, and implementations must take care to enforce the above rules for such literals. For example, the following source text contains a syntax error, function invalid. 7. Use strict. 32. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. Table 38. String single character escape sequences. Escape sequence. Code unit value. Unicode character name. Symbol B 0 times 0008. Backspace BS T 0 times 0009. Character tabulation. HT N 0 times 000 line feed. LF V 0 times 000B line tabulation.
I said I wouldn't make more macros,
0C form
but
FF R 0 times 000D carriage CR
this is padding,
0 times 0
and I'm gonna mess something up
apostrophe
if I keep two separate values.
apostrophe backslash 0 times 005C
It take like 3 days to make all the macros I need
character but not
for my own sanity,
line
because I hate retyping something more than once.
encode
I hate having to manually keep track of things.
SV of escape sequence legacy
Macros are magic.
value consisting of the code
So this is a DD, so define double.
sequence the SV of
That's 4 bytes.
escape sequence
Chatbot output DD
net 0 times 0038
to define 4 bytes, but then to pad it to 64-bit.
escape sequence 9 is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times
Which,
9 digit
if you know, it doesn't matter.
hex digit hex
I'm not gonna talk about optimization or anything,
whose numeric value
but I guess that's how it's set up.
the SV of hex 4
So I need to make a define,
hex dig it hex dig
even though I said it's done making macros.
code unit whose numeric value
I need a macro for this now,
the SV of Unicode is U
called DD
result of performing UTF
underscore
code point on the MV
pad.
of template escape sequence 0 is
This pad spelled with 2 Ds.
code unit 0 times 0000 null 1 2 9 4 3 static semantics V of legacy 3 octal digit
Like that looks like add.
MV of 0 to 3 plus the MV of octal digit the
Alright, I'll do 1D.
escape sequence 4 to 7
I can't do P
8 times
because it looks like pointer.
plus the MV of octal digit the MV of legacy octal escape sequence 0 to 3 octal digit
Pad it.
64 that is 80
It's just too much to type.
of 0 to 3 plus 8
I'm gonna make a define called DD pad,
plus the MV of the second octal digit the
and then that's it.
0 is 0 the MV of 0 to 3 1 is 1 the MV of 0
I'll use it for all DD defines. I gotta make another one though,
3 is 3 the MV of 4 to 7
called DD
of 4 to 7
DQ pad,
the MV of 4 to 7 6 is 6
just to keep everything
7 is 7 the MV of sequence
OCD.
is 16 times the MV of the first hex digit plus the MV of the second
But it's also to keep everything nice and clean and easier to read, and the same amount of letters
0 times
and whatever.
MV of the first hex digit
I'm gonna define that shit,
the MV of the second hex
then I can get rid of
times 10 the MV of the third hex digit plus the MV
these extra defines because it's really confusing to read.
230
It's only like however many properties, but with all these extra ones,
expression literal
it's hard to tell what's what.
the syntax for a regular expression literal and are used by the input elements scanner to find the end of the
Alright, then after this, then I'm gonna print the values and figure out what's up, figure out what's going wrong,
the regular expression flags
why it's causing a
MA script
sig fault.
2 2 2 1
And then if I can't figure it out,
CMA script regular
like easily, I'll try to figure out how to
2 1
get the error message from the sig fault.
expression flags productions defined
But that might not even be helpful.
productions syntax
So I don't know, man. Guess I'm done.
expression body regular expression flags regular expression body regular expression first char regular expression chars regular expression chars empty regular expression chars regular expression char regular expression first char regular expression non-terminator but not one of or capital R E G U L A R capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital B A C K S L A S H, capital S E Q U, regular expression class, regular expression char, regular expression non-terminator but not one overall, capital R E G U L A R, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital B A C K S L A S H, capital S E Q U, regular expression class, capital R E G U L A R, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital B A C K S L A S H, capital S E Q U, regular expression non-terminator, regular expression non-terminator, source character but not line terminator, regular expression class chars, regular expression class chars, empty, regular expression class chars, regular expression class char, regular, R expression class char, regular expression non-terminator but not one of, or, capital R E G U L A R, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital B A C K S L A S H, capital S E Q U. Note 1. A regular expression literal is an input element that is converted to a regexp object. See 22.2 each time the literal is evaluated. Two regular expression literals in a program evaluate two regular expression objects that never compare as equals to each other even if the two literals' contents are identical. A regexp object may also be created at runtime by new regexp or calling the regexp constructor as a function. See 2.2.2.4.34. ECMA International 2024. Regular expression flags. Empty. Regular expression flags identify part char 2.9.5.1 static semantics. Body text. The syntax-directed operation body text takes no arguments and returns source text. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: regular expression literal, regular expression body, regular expression flags. Return the source text that was recognized as regular expression body 1.2.9.5. To static semantics. Flag text. The syntax-directed operation flag text takes no arguments and returns source text. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: regular expression literal, regular expression body, regular expression flags. Return the source text that was recognized as regular expression flags 1.2.9.6. Template literal lexical components. Syntax. Template. No substitution template. Template head. No substitution template. Template character sop. Template head. Template character sop. $. Template substitution tail. Template middle. Template tail. Template middle. Template character sop. $. Template tail. Template character sop. Template characters. Template character. Template character sopt. Note 2. Regular expression literals may not be empty. Instead of representing an empty regular expression literal, the code unit sequence starts a single line comment. To specify an empty regular expression, use Dart. ECMA International 2024 235. Template character. Look ahead. Template escape sequence. Not escape sequence. Line continuation. Line terminator sequence. Source character but not one of or $, or line terminator. Template escape sequence. Character escape sequence. Look ahead decimal digit. Hex escape sequence. Unicode escape sequence. Not escape sequence. 0 decimal digit but not 0. X. Look ahead hex digit. X hex digit. look ahead hex digit, U, look ahead hex digit, look ahead, U hex digit, look ahead hex digit, U hex digit hex digit, look ahead hex digit, U hex digit hex digit hex digit, look ahead hex digit, U, look ahead hex digit, U, not code point, look ahead hex digit, U, code point, look ahead hex digit, look ahead not code point, hex digits, SEP, but only if MV of hex digits, 0 times 10 FF, code point, hex digits, SEP, but only if MV of hex digits 0 times 10 FF. Note template substitution tailors used by the input element template tail alternative lexical goal 1 2 9 6 1 static semantics TV. The syntax directed operation TV takes no arguments and returns a string or undefined. A template literal component is interpreted by TV as a value of the string type. TV is used to construct the index components of a template object, colloquially, the template values. In TV, escape sequences are replaced by the UTF-16 code units of the Unicode code point represented by the escape sequence. The TV of no substitution template is the empty string. The TV of template head, $, is the empty string. The TV of template middle, $, is the empty string. The TV of template tail is the empty string. The TV of template characters, template characters is undefined if the TV of template character is undefined or the TV of template characters is undefined. Otherwise, it is the string concatenation of the TV of template character and the TV of template characters. The TV of template character, source character but not one of or $, or line terminator is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point matched by source character. The TV of template character, $ is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0024. $, the TV of template character, template escape sequences the SV of template escape sequence, the TV of template character, not escape sequence is undefined. The TV of template character, line terminator sequences the TRV of line terminator sequence, 236. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, the TV of line continuation, line terminator sequences the empty string 1 2 9 6 to static semantics, TRV. The syntax directed operation TRV takes no arguments and returns a string. A template literal component is interpreted by TRV as a value of the string type. TRV is used to construct the raw components of a template object, colloquially, the template raw values. TRV is similar to TV with the difference being that in TRV, escape sequences are interpreted as they appear in the literal. The TRV of no substitution template is the empty string. The TRV of template head, $, is the empty string. The TRV of template middle, $, is the empty string. The TRV of template tail is the empty string. The TRV of template characters, template characters is the string concatenation of the TRV of template character and the TRV of template characters. The TRV of template character, source character but not one of or $, or line terminator is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point matched by source character. The TRV of template character, $ is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0024. $, the TRV of template character, template escape sequences the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 005C, reverse solidus, and the TRV of template escape sequence, the TRV of template character, not escape sequences the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 005C, reverse solidus, and the TRV of not escape sequence, the TRV of template escape sequence. 0 is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0030, digit 0, the TRV of not escape sequence. 0 decimal digit is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0030, digit 0, and the TRV of decimal digit, the TRV of not escape sequence, X, look ahead hex digit, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0078, Latin small letter x, the TRV of not escape sequence, X hex digit, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0078, Latin small letter x, and the TRV of hex digit, the TRV of not escape sequence, U, look ahead hex digit, look ahead, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the TRV of not escape sequence, U hex digit, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, and the TRV of hex digit, the TRV of not escape sequence, U hex digit, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the TRV of the first hex digit, and the TRV of the second hex digit, the TRV of not escape sequence, U hex digit, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the TRV of the first hex digit, the TRV of the second hex digit, and the TRV of the third hex digit, the TRV of not escape sequence, U, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, and the code unit 0 times 007b, left curly bracket, the TRV of not escape sequence, U, not code point, look ahead hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the code unit 0 times 007b, left curly bracket, and the TRV of not code point, the TRV of not escape sequence, U, code point, look ahead hex digit, look ahead, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the code unit 0 times 007b, left curly bracket, and the TRV of code point, the TRV of decimal digit, 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRV of character escape sequence. Non-escape character is the SV of non-escape character. The TRV of single escape character, 1 of BFNRTV, is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRV of hex escape sequence. X hex digit is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0078, Latin small letter x, the TRV of the first hex digit, and the TRV of the second hex digit. The TRV of Unicode escape sequence, U hex 4 digits, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, and the TRV of hex 4 digits. The TRV of Unicode escape sequence, U, code point, is the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0075, Latin small letter u, the code unit 0 times 007b, left curly brack, ET, the TRV of ECMA International 2024 237, code point, and the code unit 0 times 007d, right curly bracket, the TRV of hex 4 digits. Hex digit is the string concatenation of the TRV of the first hex digit, the TRV of the second hex digit, the TRV of the third hex digit, and the TRV of the fourth hex digit. The TRV of hex digits. Hex digit is the string concatenation of the TRV of hex digits and the TRV of hex digit. The TRV of hex digit. 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 ABCDEF is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRV of line continuation. Line terminator sequences the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 005C, reverse solidus, and the TRV of line terminator sequence. The TRV of line terminator sequence, LF, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 000 line feed. The TRV of line terminator sequence, CR, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 000 line feed. The TRV of line terminator sequence, LS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 2028 line separator. The TRV of line terminator sequence, PS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 2029 paragraph separator. The TRV of line terminator sequence, CRLF, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 000 line feed 2.10 automatic semicolon insertion. Most ECMA script statements and declarations must be terminated with a semicolon. Such semicolons may always appear explicitly in the source text. For convenience, however, such semicolons may be omitted from the source text in certain situations. These situations are described by saying that semicolons are automatically inserted into the source code token stream in those situations. 2.1.0.1 Rules of automatic semicolon insertion. In the following rules, token means the actual recognized lexical token determined using the current lexical goal symbol as described in clause 12. There are 3 basic rules of semicolon insertion. When, as the source text is passed from left to right, a token, called the offending token, is encountered that is not allowed by any production of the grammar, then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the offending token if one or more of the following conditions is true. The offending token is separated from the previous token by at least one line terminator. The offending token is, the previous token is, and the inserted semicolon would then be passed as the terminating semicolon of a do-while statement 1.4.7.2. When, as the source text is passed from left to right, the end of the input stream of tokens is encountered, and the parser is unable to parse the input token stream as a single instance of the goal non-terminal, then a semicolon is automatically inserted at the end of the input stream. When, as the source text is parsed from left to right, a token is encountered that is allowed by some production of the grammar, but the production is a restricted production and the token would be the first token for a terminal or non-terminal immediately following the annotation, no line terminator here, within the restricted production. And therefore such a token is called a restricted token, and the restricted token is separated from the previous token by at least one line terminator. Then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the restricted token. Note TV excludes the code units of line continuation while TRV includes them. CR, LF, and CR line terminator sequences are normalized to LF for both TV and TRV. An explicit template escape sequence is needed to include a CR or CR, LF sequence. 38 ECMA International 2024. However, there is an additional overriding condition on the preceding rules. A semicolon is never inserted automatically if the semicolon would then be passed as an empty statement or if that semicolon would become one of the 2 semicolons in the header of a for statement C14.7.4. Note the following are the only restricted productions in the grammar. Update expression, yield, await. Left-hand side expression yield await. No line terminator here. Plus left-hand side expression yield await. No line terminator here. Continue statement, yield, await. Continue. Continue. No line terminator here. Label identifier yield await. Break statement, yield, await. Break, break. No line terminator here. Label identifier yield await. Return statement, yield, await. Return, return. No line terminator here. Expression, plus in yield await. Throw statement, yield, await. Throw, no line terminator here. Expression, plus in yield await. Yield expression, in, await. Yield, yield. No line terminator here. Assignment expression in, plus yield await. Yield, no line terminator here. Assignment expression in, plus yield await. Arrow function, in, yield, await. Arrow parameters yield await. No line terminator here. Equals. Concise body in. Async function declaration. Yield. Await. Default. Async. No line terminator here. Function binding identifier yield await. Formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Async function body. Plus default. Async. No line terminator here. Function. Formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Async function body. Async function expression. Async. No line terminator here. Function binding identifier. Yield. Plus await opt. Formal parameters. yield, plus await, async function body, async method, yield, await, async. No line terminator here, class element name yield await, unique formal parameters, yield, plus await, async function body, async generator declaration, yield, await, default, async. No line terminator here, function binding identifier yield await, formal parameters, plus yield, plus await, async generator body, plus default, async. No line terminator here, function, formal parameters, plus yield, plus await, async generator body, async generator expression, async. No line terminator here, function binding identifier, plus yield, plus await opt, formal parameters, plus yield, plus await, async generator body, async generator method, yield, await, async. No line terminator here, class element name yield await, unique formal parameters, plus yield, plus await, async generator body, async arrow function, in, yield, await, async. No line terminator here, async arrow binding identifier yield. No line terminator here, equals, async concise body in, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R, yield await. No line terminator here, equals, async concise body in, ECMA International 2024 239, async arrowhead, async. No line terminator here, arrow formal parameters, yield, plus await. The practical effect of these restricted productions is as follows. When a ++ or token is encountered where the parser would treat it as a postfix operator, and at least one line terminator occurred between the preceding token and the ++ or token, then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the ++ or token. When a continue, break, return, throw, or yield token is encountered and a line terminator is encountered before the next token, a semicolon is automatically inserted after the continue, break, return, throw, or yield token. When arrow function parameter, s, are followed by a line terminator before it equals token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the punctuator causes a syntax error. When an async token is followed by a line terminator before a function or identifier name or token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the async token is not treated as part of the same expression or class element as the following tokens. When an async token is followed by a line terminator before a token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the punctuator causes a syntax error. The resulting practical advice to ECMA script programmers is, a postfix ++ or operator should be on the same line as its operand. An expression in a return or throw statement or an assignment expression in a yield expression should start on the same line as the return, throw, or yield token. A label identifier in a break or continue statement should be on the same line as the break or continue token. The end of an arrow function's parameter, s, and its equals, should be on the same line. The async token preceding an asynchronous function or method should be on the same line as the immediately following token. 2, 1, 0. 2 examples of automatic semicolon insertion. This section is non-normative. The source, 12, 3, is not a valid sentence in the ECMA script grammar, even with the automatic semicolon insertion rules. In contrast, the source, 1, 2, 3, is also not a valid ECMA script sentence, but is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following, 1, 2, 3, which is a valid ECMA script sentence. The source, 4, A, B, 40, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, is not a valid ECMA script sentence and is not altered by automatic semicolon insertion. Becker, use the semicolon as needed for the header of a for statement, Automatic semicolon insertion never inserts one of the two semicolons in the header of a for statement. The source, return, a plus b, is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following. Return, a plus b. The source, a equals b plus plus c, is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following. A equals b plus plus c. The source, if a b else c equals d, is not a valid ECMA script sentence and is not altered by automatic semicolon insertion before the else token, even though no production of the grammar applies at that point. Because an automatically inserted semicolon would then be passed as an empty statement. The source, a equals b plus c, d plus c print, is not transformed by automatic semicolon insertion, because the parenthesized expression that begins the second line can be interpreted as an argument list for a function call, a equals b plus c, d plus c print. In the circumstance that an assignment statement must begin with a left parenthesis, it is a good idea for the programmer to provide an explicit semicolon at the end of the preceding statement rather than to rely on automatic semicolon insertion. 2.1.0. 3 interesting cases of automatic semicolon insertion. This section is non-normative. Note 1. The expression a plus b is not treated as a value to be returned by the return statement, because a line terminator separates it from the token return. Note 2. The token plus plus is not treated as a postfix operator applying to the variable b, because a line terminator occurs between b and plus plus. ECMA International 2024-241. ECMA script programs can be written in a style with very few semicolons by relying on automatic semicolon insertion. As described above, semicolons are not inserted at every new line, and automatic semicolon insertion can depend on multiple tokens across line terminators. As new syntactic features are added to ECMA script, additional grammar productions could be added that cause lines relying on automatic semicolon insertion preceding them to change grammar productions when parsed. For the purposes of this section, a case of automatic semicolon insertion is considered interesting if it is a place where a semicolon may or may not be inserted, depending on the source text which precedes it. The rest of this section describes a number of interesting cases of automatic semicolon insertion in this version of ECMA script. 2.1.0. 3. 1 interesting cases of automatic semicolon insertion in statement lists. In a statement list, many statement list items end in semicolons, which may be omitted using automatic semicolon insertion. As a consequence of the rules above, at the end of a line ending an expression, a semicolon is required. It begins with any of the following. An open.
This is why I hate chatbot.
The two lines together are treated as a call expression. An opening square.
Things get more confusing
The two
when asking a question.
is S, rather than an array literal or array assignment pattern, a template literal. Without a semicolon, the two lines together are interpreted as a tag template.
Const char char
2011. With the previous
means it's a constant char
expression, an array plus or. Without a semicolon,
that holds the address of a constant,
interpreted as a usage of
which should also be an address.
operator, a reg.
This is a double pointer,
Without a semicolon,
but chatbot wrote this up,
may be parsed instead as
and it says extension list
the regex
right here
103
is here,
automatic semicolon
and it gives it the properties extension 1 and extension 2.
is non-normative. ECMA script contains grammar productions which include no.
By placing them
These productions are sometimes a means to have optional operands in the grammar
inside of
in these locations.
what chatbot thinks is,
The source text by using the grammar production without.
or is that how it is?
The rest of this section,
Because it's a single pointer, and when it points to it,
no line terminator.
it breaks down to this being the first address.
2.1.0.3.2.
This one.
Productions with optional operands and no line terminator here. Update
Is this where it's getting messed up?
break statement, return statement, yield expression, async function definitions, 15.8
Because if it's a double pointer,
definitions, 15.2. 42. ECMA International 2024. 13 ECMA script language. Expressions. 3.1
it's another pointer.
Identifier reference. Yield. Await. Identifier. Yield. Yield. Await.
Another layer of
yield, await, identifier, yield, await, label, identifier, yield, await, identifier, yield, await, identifier, identifier name but not reserved word. 3, 1 static semantics, early errors.
it needs a second address and direction
It is a syntax.
for it to be double pointer then.
Production is contained in strict mode code and the string value of identifier is either argument,
Right or no?
a reference, yield binding identifier,
Because
label identifier,
the fact that it's in a struct
tax error if the source
is one in direction.
is contained in strict mode code, identifier reference, await binding identifier, await label.
But if constant pointer is also a pointer,
It is a syntax error if the goals
shouldn't that be another address layer?
binding identifier, yield, await, yield. It is a syntax error if this production has a yield parameter.
Because it says const char, const pointer is a double pointer,
National 2043
not just constant pointer. Both data and the first level pointer
identifier in
are immutable.
prohibited with static,
I fucking hate chatbot.
automatic semicolon,
It doesn't know what a pointer is.
such as let await 0, comma it is a syntax await parameter, identifier reference,
And I know what a pointer is,
fire binding
but nobody else seems to know what a pointer is.
identifier
And everybody uses the word pointer interchangeably
fire
for any kind of memory reference.
yield parameter.
Alright, so I'm gonna add chatbot.
Yield. It is a syntax error if this production has an await parameter and string value of
I'm gonna say therefore, based on the statement, is absolutely a double D reference.
in strict mode code and the string value of identifier name is one of implements, interface, let, package, private, protected, public, static, or yield. It is a syntax error if the goal symbol of the syntactic grammar is modular and the string value of identifier name is await. It is a syntax error if the string value of identifier name is the string value of any reserved word except for yield or await. 3, 2 static semantics, string value. The syntax directed operator
It would physically be a double D reference.
returns a string. It is defined piecewise over the following.
Physically require
Identifier name, identifier start, identifier name, identifier part. Let id text unescape be identifier code points of identifier name, return code points to string. Id text
to access a const char pointer.
yield binding identifier, yield label identifier, yield, return yield, identifier reference, await binding identifier,
Alright, so I'm asking chatbot. Therefore, based on your statement,
return
constant char pointer cup pointer
identifier,
is a double pointer, not just a const pointer.
value of identifier name,
And whatever else it said. Then I say
identifier name,
it would physically require a double D reference
023.
to access a constant char pointer, constant pointer.
Export name, string literal 1. Return the SV of string literal. Note string value of identifier name normalizes any Unicode escape sequences of
Change the meaning it physically requires.
write an identifier. Reserved word. 44. ECMA International 2024. 1. Runtime semantics.
Why is it giving me broken code? Why?
Resolve binding.
This doesn't save me any time.
Reference.
If I have to fix every single thing that it gives me.
Yield.
Fuck.
Await.
This is so stupid.
Resolve binding. Await. Note 1.
I need to get off chatbot. I have to wean myself off chatbot.
Reference.
I'm so used to using chatbot or trying to use chatbot, it's just not worth it.
Yield. Await. This.
Not today. Maybe tomorrow I'm gonna.
Yield await.
Someday. I'm just gonna stop. Cold turkey.
Class expression.
I'm gonna stop using chatbot.
Generator expression. Async function expression. Async generator expression. Reg.
Unless it gets better.
Template literal yield.
That's literally what I'm waiting for.
Capital C O.
But it doesn't seem to be getting any better.
Capital P A R E N T H E S I
Alright, so I'm gonna paste this in.
E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A, N, yield await, capital C,
And that would explain why
E, R, capital
it was here and then.
R,
That would explain why it's a core dump, because it's going out of memory
E, S, I,
inside of my own memory space
capital
when it accesses the pointer I give it,
E,
because it's not actually a const char pointer, const pointer.
O, N, capital A, N, yield, await, expression, plus in yield await, expression, plus in yield await, dot, binding identifier yield await, dot, binding pattern yield await, expression, plus in yield await, binding identifier yield await, expression, plus in yield await, binding pattern yield await. Note 2 in non-strict code. The keyword yield may be used as an identifier. Evaluate in G. The
So,
resolves the binding of yield
if I do this,
identifier. Early error restriction ensures that such an evaluation only can occur for non-strict code. ECMA
we
International
call this foo.
24245.
Foo bar.
When processing an instance of the production, primary expression, yield, await, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, S,
Foo prop A.
R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A,
And it just did not copy.
wait. The interpretation of capital C, O, V,
I'll give foo 5 properties.
R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S,
Call it bar.
E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, is refined using the following grammar. Parenthesized expression, yield, await, expression, plus in yield await. 3, 2, 1, at this keyword. 3, 2, 1, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, primary expression,
Oh, everything after it.
resolve this binding. 3, 2, 2 identifier reference, C13.1 for identifier reference 13,
I don't want metadata.
syntax, literal, null literal, boolean literal, numeric literal, string literal. 3, 2, 3, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, literal, null literal 1, return null, literal, boolean literal, if boolean literal is the total,
If I have metadata.
false,
If I have metadata.
true,
Metadata.
literal,
Man, this mic filter sucks.
the numeric value of numeric.
If I have metadata.
3,
Enunciate, pronunciate every single thing.
find in 1, 2, 46,
But if I have metadata, data, I hate this microphone. This OBS streaming software is terrible. If I have metadata,
element list is not preceded by an
chatbot might realize that I'm asking it about its own struct that it gave me, so I want no metadata
length of the array and increases
to see if it'll catch it. If it's an error, I'm not sure, because I haven't written a const char pointer, const pointer in an assembly before,
the not element
so maybe that's what it breaks down to, but it seems like it doesn't.
yield
And if I ask chatbot, it's just gonna fucking lie to me.
and yield
So I'm gonna ask it, and then figure out, test it, and then not cross-examine chatbot,
wait
because chatbots are dumb.
eligible
Chatbot is not AI. Chatbot was written by a bunch of dummies.
assignment expression plus in yield await 1, 3, 2
Foo bar.
times semantics array accumulation. The syntax directed operation array accumulation takes arguments array, an array, and next int x, an integer, and returns either a normal completion containing an integer or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Elision. Let len be next index plus 1. Perform. set, array, length, len, true. Note, the above step throws if len exceeds 232. 1. Return len, elision, return. Array accumulation of elision with arguments array and next index plus 1. Element list, elision assignment expression. If elision is present, then a set next
This, I don't need this then.
Licio, n with arguments array and next index. Let init result be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let init value be. Get value, init result. Perform. Create data property or throw, array, to string, next int x, init value. Return next index plus 1. Note an array literal is an expression describing the initialization of an array, using a list of 0 or more expressions, each of which represents an array element, enclosed in square brackets. The elements
Oh, that's why they named it PP.
each time the array
Not because they're being homo.
international
It has nothing to do with penis.
elision or spread element. If elision is present, then a set next index 2.
Because PP stands for pointer.
Return. Array accumulation of spread element with arguments array and next index. Element list.
This is probably the best time to end the stream.
Set next index 2. Array
A very boring stream.
accumulants array and next index. If elision is present,
I'm gonna end it on a PP.
2. Array accumulation.
Not like a PP. I mean like a pointer. Because that's what PP means. This is it's a PP enabled extension names. So it's not a collection of PP extended extension names. Man, it just sounds horrible.
Array accumulation.
Enabled extension.
Next index.
So this isn't like a PP extension enabled list of yeah, it's not, it's pointer
Next in
enabled extension names, not a PP.
ref B. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let's spread
It's about as fun as programming gets.
ref. Let iterator record B. Get iterator. Spread obj.
This is like extremely boring.
Iterator step value. Iterator record B.
Alright, I gotta like
Return next index.
get some more water.
Data property or throw
The stream's almost at 12 hours.
x. Next.
So I'm gonna let the stream run on for 10 more minutes.
Note create data property or throw is used to ensure that own properties are defined for the array.
Because it doesn't always end the whole stream.
Type object has been modified in a manner that would preclude the creation of new own properties using 3, 2, 4, 2. Runtime semantics. Evaluation.
And I don't know, yeah.
Elision or
I'll start another stream after this one.
8, 0. If elision is present, then a perform.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll BRB. Next stream. I'm gonna let this go on for 10 more minutes.
Array.
So, BRB. Stream right after this. Whatever. BRB. Next stream. PP.